I actually can't believe that this is happening. This is one of the longest courses on how you can build and sell smart AI websites to local businesses. So in this course, you will learn everything from A to Z on how you can build and sell AI smart websites. And honestly, no one on the internet or YouTube did this exact thing that I'm about to do in this particular course. So you will get pretty much everything. You'll also get the resources that you can plug and play and that you can pretty much use to leverage this to sign clients and sell them the AI smart website. So this is for anyone that wants to learn how to find clients, how to sell them AI smart websites, how to build smart AI websites, how to automate everything in one single platform, and pretty much how to build a real business in this year. Local businesses are still not using AI to its full potential. Some businesses don't even have a website yet. So what you're doing is you're literally showing them in a very easy way that I'm about to show you in this course, how you can basically help them increase conversions with a smart AI website. Now, best thing about everything is this is going to be fully detailed and every single question that you might have will be answered within this video. And the best part is that if you click our link below, you will also join a community and get all the resources for free. Now, selling AI websites can be done with one single platform, and that is GoHighLevel. GoHighLevel is a platform that allows you to have everything under one roof and allows you to have an AI chatbot, AI voice agent, smart website built in one single platform, which will allow you to pretty much have a very easy logistics behind your business and to sell this in a very easy way and to set this up even if you're a total beginner. So enough of me talking, let's get started with this course. Leave a like down below and comment down below if you're ready. And yeah, let's start with module number 1. So let's cover first what are AI smart websites, okay? And why every local business in 2026 desperately needs one, even though they don't know that yet. And obviously we will cover on how you can sell those websites and stuff like that later on in newer modules. Now, obviously here, I'm just going to go through AI chatbots, 24/7 lead capture, auto bookings, missed call recovery, and review automation. These are all the elements that are pretty much integrated in an AI smart website, okay? So first of all, this is the problem with traditional websites. So most local business websites are just digital brochures, right? They look good, but they don't actually do anything useful pretty much. So again, they look nice, they do nothing, right? So obviously, you know, after 5 p.m., let's say a business closes at 5 p.m., usually that's on average. The time they close off, a customer calls at 7 p.m. on Friday, nobody answers, right? The call, the business on Google lead is lost pretty much forever, okay? So again, this type of websites that look good, they are just here to look good. They're not here to actually serve your customers. In this case, not your customers, but your clients' customers, because you're going to be working with local businesses. So also, studies show that 62% of calls to small businesses go unanswered. So each missed call is a missed invoice, a missed payment. So essentially, this is something, you know, why these AI smart websites are so good. Then there is no way to book online. Customers want to book at 11 p.m. for from their sofa on their mobile phone, maybe, you know, a phone-only business loses these leads every single night, okay? If you only have, if the business you're working with, it only has phone, then, you know, that's pretty much very bad. Also, bad reviews go unanswered, good reviews never get requested, and Google ranking drops. So Google usually ranks websites, businesses that have higher reviews or higher really good reviews. So even though you're in a small city or like your local business that you're working with is in a small city, you know, still you can gather a lot of positive reviews, like 5-star reviews for that business, and they can outrank their competitors. And this is just like one tip. Obviously, this is not really, that much connected to an AI smart website, but I will show you later on why this matters. Also, there is 0 follow-ups on leads. So someone fills in a contact form, nobody follows up for 3 days, and the lead has moved on to a competitor. This is what happens every single day within local businesses and local business niches. So again, AI smart websites solve that as well. Now, also something that AI smart websites solve is a CRM. So most leads will get lost, and inquiries arrive by phone, email, and Instagram DM, and there is no single system. So leads will fall behind or through the cracks. So what does that mean? That basically means, that even though they're calling local businesses every single day, the leads actually don't, and no one connects with the leads, and in the end, that lead is lost. And with AI smart websites, you're pretty much getting everything in one platform, which is really cool. So solution is an AI smart website, right? As I just said, these are all the downsides that I just showed you, but the solution here is an AI smart website. And this is a smart AI website, which is a traditional website upgraded with AI that works 24/7 as a sales employee, capturing leads, booking appointments, following up automatically, and managing the business reputation even while the owner is asleep or while the owner is not working. So some of the pillars of AI smart websites are AI chat widget, which is trained on the business data. It answers frequently asked questions, qualify leads, and books appointments 24/7. Also, we have a booking automation, which integrates with the calendar, so customers can self-book without calling, and there's 0 back and forth. You're reducing friction for local businesses you're working with. Also, missed call text back. So again, a lot of missed calls happen within the local business niche. If you're working with contractors, if you're working with HVAC, dentists, they get a lot of calls. And, missed call triggers an instant SMS. It keeps the lead warm before they call a competitor, which makes this such an essential part or pillar of AI smart website. Now, another pillar, as I said previously, review management. So auto requests reviews, AI response to Google and Facebook reviews on owner's behalf. And also you have a CRM and follow-up. So every lead captured is in one place, and then automated follow-up automated follow-up sequences will run for days for that lead. So everything that I'm just telling you here about is how AI smart websites work. And the thing is, most AI smart websites have all of these pillars inside of them, making them like websites, like basic websites, but on steroids, okay? So essentially the website acts as a salesman. So this is really cool because most local businesses will not have even an idea that this exists. And even if they don't have a website, or if they have a website, they will still go with you if you break them down, like, how much they can potentially earn with this particular AI smart websites. And again, we will cover that in new modules, in other modules. So, we will go through that as well. Now, traditional website versus smart website or smart AI website, again, you kind of already know what the difference is. But as you can see, after hours inquiry, if someone calls after hours, phone will ring out and lead will be lost. With AI smart website, AI will capture the name, email, and book the appointment instantly, even when they're not working. Missed calls, right? You have voicemail, owner listens the next day, the lead is gone. Auto SMS within 60 seconds is what we have with AI smart website, which makes the lead stay engaged. Also, it's calling during the business hours. Again, self-service booking via chatbot is done in 90 seconds with AI smart website. Then we also have negative Google review with smart website. I will show you this as well later on, how you can set this up. AI responds professionally with minutes, so issue is resolved immediately on the spot. Also, if there is a new lead form fill, email usually arrives like a couple of days later. Well, in this case, you pretty much have an automated sequence that starts immediately. and the call is booked the same day. Because again, think about it, like most of the customers for local businesses, they might call local businesses during their after hours, which is something after hours, yeah, which is something that most businesses is where they're losing money. Now, how a smart AI website actually works. A visitor lands on the website at, let's say, 9:47 p.m. And here's what happens next, right? So first, visitor arrives, customer searches for, let's say, plumber near me at 9 p.m. It lands on a smart website. A friendly chat bubble opens automatically, greeting them. And here is where, AI engages. So in this case, it says, "Hi, I'm Jake, plumbing AI assistant. What can I help you with tonight?" The visitor types their problem. And then obviously the AI qualifies the lead, checks the availability, and books the next day visit. It sends confirmation to both parties. And obviously the business owner will know they booked a call, and the customer will know they have a call or appointment with that business owner. Then we have follow-up. So automated SMS reminder will be the morning of the job, will be commenced, and then review request will be auto sent after 2 hours after completion, basically. So from there, the lead will be saved to a CRM, because this is a system that is working within one single platform that I'm about to show you soon. Which is called GoHighLevel. So contact, conversation, and booking will all be logged automatically in GoHighLevel, and owner will wake up with a booked calendar, which at the end of the day, this is what we want. We don't want to, work with people and then people spending so much time on, generating leads. We want our AI websites to generate leads for our clients. So in this case, we have 5 core features in plain English. Again, the AI chat widget, which is trained under 2 hours on any business existing content. We have AI booking book that eliminates 100% of back and forth scheduling calls. We have missed call text back. The average small business usually misses 62% of these inbound calls, which missed call text back. Then, for every missed call, it triggers an automatic SMS within 16 seconds to keep the lead warm. Then we have AI review management, so automatically requests reviews, more reviews, higher Google ranking, and then free inbound leads for that specific business we're working with, okay? And then we have a CRM and pipeline, which business owners, they wake up, they know exactly where each lead stands and where they came from, essentially. So this is in plain English, the core features of an AI smart website. Now, who needs an AI smart website, you might think, or you might ask. So any local business that relies on phone calls, appointments, or customer inquiries, which is nearly all of them, need an AI smart website. Now, these are just basic niches that I put right here, and some of their downsides and what kind of the downsides are about each business. But we do have 100 different niches that no one is talking about on YouTube. If you sign up with our 30-day free trial on GoHighLevel, you will get a template that you can import in GoHighLevel, and you will get an ebook for sales, for your niches, like 100 different niches that you can target. Stem cell clinics, IVR clinics, clinics that, you never heard about and that you can target. But these are just some of the, obviously, local businesses that are popular, and most people that are selling smart AI websites are selling to these businesses or these people. So plumbers and HVAC, again, miss calls on evenings, weekends. One recovered call is like a $500+ job, which is a very big upside for plumbers and HVAC, for example. Then, I'll not go through all of them, but then we have, for example, real estate agents. 24/7 lead nurturing is everything. AI follow-ups converts cold leads. AI follow-ups are really important for realtors. Then we have beauty and hair salons. So online booking is expected. No shows killed by automated reminders. And again, most people in this day and age, they don't really like to call. They would rather go and book it on a particular website or something like that. And then we have auto repair shops as well, after hours booking, missed call recovery, and review requests. So all of these businesses, and literally any local business out there, needs AI smart website just to save them time and to make them more money, because this is what we are teaching at the end of the day. So the real cost of not having a website, which this is something you can kind of go when you're selling this to local businesses, is 62% of small businesses calls go unanswered. So every unanswered call is a lead handle to a competitor. 78% of customers buy from the first responder. This is how crucial it is to be the first responder. So speed to lead is everything, and AI responds in seconds. And then $500+ is the average value of missed local business lead. So one recovered call per week can mean that they will get $2,000 plus extra per month in deals, which is, again, really, really cool. Now, here's a real scenario. So you have a plumber in Los Angeles. They receive 40 calls per week. They miss 25, which is around 62%. So evenings, weekends, when they're busy on a job, they miss those calls. Average emergency plumbing call is around $350. So 25 missed calls equals at least $9,000 lost per week, which is insane. And if you break this down like this in your sales process, you will be able to sell pretty much any AI smart website like this, okay? I will give you a blueprint for sales in later modules. If you're watching this in our free course, you will see that as well. So a smart website literally fixes this for $297 a month, and that's 290x return on investment. So again, you need to talk about numbers with business owners. They like numbers, they like money, they like profit, revenue. So they will talk to you about this and they will be sold on this, okay? So what powers an AI smart website? Now, this is basically the entire the entire strategy behind it, and that is GoHighLevel. Now, GoHighLevel, if you never heard about it, it's an all-in-one platform that makes smart AI websites possible. If you already heard about GoHighLevel, maybe you didn't know that GoHighLevel has some of these features right here. So obviously, we have one subscription that gives you a website builder, CRM, AI chatbot, booking system, SMS automation, review management, email marketing. Everything is connected under one white labeled brand, which is going to be your brand in this case. Now, again, these are just some of the features that GoHighLevel has that are part of an AI smart website. Now, if you want to test out GoHighLevel and if you want to follow along within this course, you want to get a 30-day free trial link down below, and you will also get bonuses, snapshots, website templates, AI chatbot templates, CRM templates, booking system, everything so that you can get started ASAP with this, and so that you can implement this within local businesses that you're going to work with. Okay, so this is once in a lifetime opportunity for you, because we're giving this away to a limited amount of people. So if you sign up with our 30-day free trial below, you will get the bonuses and you will pretty much get every single thing that we're offering for free, okay? Plus, you'll get a community as well where you can ask me any questions about this particular AI smart websites, how they work, if you're in the process of selling, how to sell and stuff like that. So here's what GoHighLevel has. It's literally so many tools in one, right? It's a very beneficial software, and businesses really like it because it's very easy to use once you get the hang of it. So obviously the first plan starts at $97 per month, and you pretty much get everything from here. So you're getting CRM, pipeline management, unlimited sales funnels, website builder, email marketing, booking appointments, tracking analytics, communities, pretty much everything, okay? You're pretty much getting everything. So that's essentially what it is. Again, for $97 per month, this is what you're getting. There are other pricing modules for GoHighLevel, but again, if you go and sign up with our 30-day free trial link, you get it for free for 30 days. And in the next module, I will show you how you can also sign clients within those 30 days so that you can pay off when you get out of the trial. Now, is it worth it? It definitely is worth it. With traditional website, typical cost is $2,000 to $10,000 once, and monthly hosting is around $20 to $50 a month. But the thing is, again, we all know downsides of a basic and traditional website by now. We know that, leads captured only during business hours, the missed calls, there's no recovery system, follow-ups are manual, often delayed, reviews, no automation at all, and then ROI, it's very hard to measure. With smart website, ROI is very easy to measure because the setup cost can be anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000. And then the monthly fee can be anywhere between $97 to $697 per month. The leads are being captured 24/7, missed calls, auto SMS within 60 seconds. Follow-ups are again automated in seconds. Reviews are automated and always on. And return on investment is on average 290 times. So essentially you are, getting a website, or what you're selling to local businesses, they're getting a website that is like their AI sales rep, essentially. Okay, their sales rep will actually go and sell this for them, just like this website. So this website acts as a sales rep, okay? Sorry, so let's go to the next slide. Obviously, you kind of already know, what this is. And now that you know what smart websites or AI websites are, you can pretty much go and you can start selling these websites, building these websites, which we will cover in the next module. But obviously, it's very important that you understand that a smart website is not just a website, it's 24/7 automated sales system. You have 5 core features: AI chat, booking, missed call recovery, reviews, and CRM. 62% of small businesses calls go unanswered. Engrave this in your head because you will need this for selling these websites later on. And obviously it's powered by GoHighLevel, one platform, unlimited clients, one flat monthly fee. By the way, if you also already have GoHighLevel and you want to upgrade to 297 plan, or 97 plan, you can upgrade, and we'll give you through our link below, and we'll give you all the bonuses as well. So even if you already have your GoHighLevel account, set up, we can give you the bonuses as well for free. So again, every local business needs this. Most don't have it yet. And yeah, this is your opportunity to go and to sell this to local businesses. Again, this whole course is going to be really value packed. I don't think anyone actually covered what I'm about to cover in this course on YouTube, okay? So if you have any questions, comment below, and obviously we'll see you in the next module. Now that we covered an intro, now it's time to show you an overview, what you're going to learn. We're also going to show you why you should sell AI websites in the first place. Also some mindset and action items that you should be mindful of when starting, and some of the tools that we're going to be using, okay? Now, let's get started with obviously what you'll learn. Now, this is going to be, again, just an overview of the course, some of the outcomes, and how GoHighLevel powers everything, and how you can use GoHighLevel to pretty much, sell, build, and then sell these AI smart websites. So a little bit about myself. If you don't know who I am, this is just going to be really quick. I am Tin. I made around $100,000 plus online selling services to other businesses with my agency. By the way, this is yearly. I recorded over 800 plus GoHighLevel educational tutorials on YouTube covering pretty much everything about GoHighLevel and about AI and smart AI websites. So I don't think there is a single YouTuber out there that did so many videos on one software. So I know what I'm talking about. Also, we helped around 200 plus people to discover GoHighLevel and how they can leverage it. So again, this is something that you should know about me. Just some brief points. I don't want to bore you with myself because this is more about you and not about me. Also, here are just some of the results. Obviously, this is from 2023 to 2026. From one of our Stripe accounts, and then some of the top customers and spend. Here you cannot see because of my camera. First one is $27,688, and you can kind of see the overview of what we did. Now that we have that out of the way, I also wanted to show you some of the comments and some of the people I help with GoHighLevel content. Now, obviously, I know what I'm talking about. I know how GoHighLevel works, and I will teach you exactly step by step how you can go and how you can build and sell these AI smart websites. I'll also show you a lot more than that, but again, this is a long course, so you still have a lot to learn. So first of all, what you achieve in this module, this is the first module of the course. Obviously, to get started, you don't need any money at all. Even while using GoHighLevel, if you sign up with our link below, you get 30-day free trial, plus you get bonuses that you can kickstart your affiliate, not your affiliate journey, but your business journey with our affiliate link. Also, again, we are trying to, with this video, teach you how to get to that first 5 to 10K a month mark. And again, to close your first clients, you only need 30 days. And again, that could be 1 client, 2 clients, 3 clients. You can do a lot in 30 days, and I will show you exactly how. So again, with this, what you'll achieve, you'll understand how smart AI websites works, like how the business model works, what tool you want to use and why. You will have a clear 30-day plan to land your first client within this course. Also, you will adopt the right agency owner mindset from day one, because you need to have a mindset that you are a business owner. You're not anymore a freelancer, and you're certainly not someone who is just selling basic websites. You're selling a system with these AI smart websites. Then we'll configure GoHighLevel as your core platform. Again, you don't have to worry about anything around GoHighLevel. Even if you don't know anything about GoHighLevel, you will be able to learn with my guidance right here. And then you will walk away ready to take action. So again, I will not leave anything on the table here. I will give you straight value and everything you need to know in order to get started with this. Now, the main platform here is GoHighLevel. As I said, if you don't know about this platform, then you will know in a second. If you already kind of know this platform, you're already familiar with it, then you probably know how powerful this platform is. Now, GoHighLevel is an all-in-one white label SaaS platform that allows you to have a website builder, CRM automations inside. You have AI chatbots, booking and SMS built in. You can resell it under your own brand with your own logo and stuff like that, which I'm about to show you in the next few modules. And then one subscription will literally cover for everything. I will show you, how much you can pay GoHighLevel to get started. Again, for the first 30 days, it's completely free if you sign up with our link. And this is essentially where a free snapshot template comes into play. If you don't know anything about GoHighLevel, then you should know this. When you sign up with a link below, let's say you sign up for the first time, you will be redirected to GoHighLevel, and we'll be sending you an email with a snapshot. A snapshot is a link that you paste in your browser while you logged in your GoHighLevel account, and you can import that snapshot in your GoHighLevel account. What this will mean is that you will get all of the details, all of the templates, all of the automations, everything you need to get started with GoHighLevel through our link. Plus, you will get a school community support as well. So again, use the link in the description to sign up to GoHighLevel free 30-day trial. If you already have a GoHighLevel account, then you can upgrade with our link and you will still get the freebies that I'm talking about. And there are a lot of freebies which we will cover later on. So why should you choose GoHighLevel over competitors? It's very easy. It's a no-code setup, so any beginner can get started. Anyone can literally use it. The setup is literally so easy that, even like, my mom who doesn't know anything about tech, she can go and she can set it up. Also, it replaces 6 separate tools. And this is a very small number that I just said. It probably replaces more than like 30 different tools right now, with a lot of different features that it has. It literally replaces email tool, website tool, SMS tool, AI calling tool, like a lot of different tools. And it's proven with 50K plus agencies worldwide. Right now, there's even more agencies using GoHighLevel. So this is just like an average number of agencies right now. But again, you will be one of those agencies very soon. So here's everything that you're getting when you sign up with our link below. So you're getting 2 different snapshots or 2 different templates. First template or first snapshot is you're getting AI website and conversational bot. This alone is enough for you to go and to sell this to your clients. Again, just think about how crazy that is. You're also getting AI voice agent outbound. You're getting full CRM and pipeline, missed call text back automation, so that, whenever you're working with a local business, let's say they get a phone call and, they cannot talk with their client, this automation will actually send a call or send a text message to your client or local business, which in return, it will give them more customers, okay? Review generation, again, review is one of the most important things with local businesses. And then we also have smart calendar system. So you're getting all of that in snapshot 1. This is for delivering for your client, for your local business client. And then Snapshot 2 is actually for your resources where you can learn from these resources. So you will have a full video training library with, you will be able to set up domain, phone, leads, and outreach. You also have an AI lead generator, which is a mini SaaS that we created specifically for you. I don't think any GoHighLevel affiliate literally is giving this away for free, okay? So again, you're pretty much getting an AI SaaS, mini SaaS that searches leads for you. Then you're getting a compliance ebook so that you can stay legal and stay protected while working with clients, just so you can kind of know the compliances around AI. You're getting sales blueprint ebook, which, it gives you how to overcome objections, how to close faster. And then also very special thing, you're getting a niche targeting ebook, 100 plus niches like stem cell, local business companies, med spas, and also other niches that you never heard about before, okay? Also, you're getting a school community access so that you have access to me and I can pretty much teach you anything, and I can also answer any questions you might have, okay? Now, enough with, promotion of our Snapshot. Obviously, if you want, you can get that. And again, you will be ahead of most people. But let's get started with why selling AI websites is the best business model in 2026 and beyond. If you're watching this in 2027, again, this still works because, again, one thing that Hormozi said is, some local businesses still don't have a website. And, you're worrying about, if you're going to be competing with other people that are selling AI websites. You won't, because most businesses still don't know that, or they actually do know that having a website is important, but they don't know actually the value. And I will show you how you can present them the value in a very, very strategic way on the call so that you don't have to sell. You can just present and it sells itself, okay? So again, scalable, automated, high margin, and low tech barrier, which is really important. So again, this is a huge market opportunity, right? In 2026, 33 million plus small businesses in the US alone exist as of this moment right now, which is very big. And again, it's not just US. You can do this in Europe. You can do this worldwide, okay? Again, under 10% are currently using any AI automation, and some of them, their businesses, they don't have a website. So again, think about that. And then there is $500 billion in digital marketing spend alone in this year, and the year hasn't even started, okay? It's currently March as of the time of recording this. So again, it's a no-brainer. So why right now is the perfect window? Again, AI tools become more affordable, no code, so you don't need a lot of development skills needed. Plus, GoHighLevel is already there. You don't need any skills to build these websites, especially if you use our Snapshot, you already have a template that you can use. Early movers will dominate their local niche before the competition arrives. Again, it's still early to start. So you can get started right now. Also, business owners have heard of AI, but 90% haven't implemented yet because they're just struggling with it. I mean, just take a look at yourself. Have you implemented AI? And if you're already tech savvy, it's pretty much logically that you've been dabbling in AI, but you haven't actually fully, implemented it in your own business. So why would then local businesses implement it, right? Local businesses are still learning that. So you still need to kind of show them the value, and then they will act on that value. And then GoHighLevel obviously is made as a white label that is possible for solo operators. So again, I know I said at the start that this is not maybe for like freelancers and stuff like that. But if you're a freelancer, you can get started with, you as your, solo founder building websites for these businesses. And again, that can be also a thing that you can do. Now, here are why this model is so good. Here's some of the reasons. So obviously first, it's scalable. It's one system, you get unlimited clients. So your GoHighLevel sub account basically bundles one client or 100 clients, and you can scale unlimited with GoHighLevel at one pricing plan. Also, it's automated. So AI works 24/7. You don't have to do anything. Most of this is just, setting up once and then just maintaining it, which, for maintenance, clients will also pay you money. And again, chatbots, missed call text backs, review responses, appointment booking, it all runs on autopilot, okay? So clients get results without your daily involvement. Now, it's also high margins, so 85% to 90% profit margins. So again, GoHighLevel will cost you anywhere from $97 to $297 after the free trial plan for your agency, and you charge clients anywhere between $300 to $500, and after platform costs, which is, after you pay GoHighLevel, nearly everything is profit. And then obviously there's no coding, no design degree, right? Again, it's a drag and drop builder. Plus, if you use our snapshot, you have a free built-in templates that you can just change. So really cool stuff. And again, if you don't know anything about it, you will learn it in these couple of modules. Now, here's some real income potential. Now, with 5 clients, you can earn anywhere from, 1.5K to 3K. With 10 clients, you can earn anywhere from 3K to 5K, and then 20 clients, 6K. And then as you go, as you can see, 30 clients, 9K a month. Now, again, this is based on 297 pricing. I will also show you some other price points that you can kind of go into and that you can use for this, but this is just like an on average. Pretty much, I think with 5 clients, you can get to 10K a month if you know what you're doing. But again, it really depends, what price point you're taking and what price point is your particular, pricing at the end of the day for this type of service. Now, we kind of covered all of these things, the basics. Now let's go into mindset and action plan. And believe me, I know some people will say, oh, again, another mindset module in the course. Yes, it's another mindset module because you really need to frame yourself or put yourself in a frame of a local business. This is extremely important. I made a lot of mistakes when I starting out. So again, this is extremely important. Make sure you are utilizing this in the correct way, okay? So mindset and action plan, it's really important. How to approach sales, automation, and scaling from day one. So obviously, if you're already an employee and you want to get started with this, you will know that sometimes you will ask yourself, oh, but I need more skills before I start. What if they say no? I can't charge that much. That's not possible. I'll wait until I'm ready, or I need to know like everything first, or I don't know a couple of things, like specific things. And you need to adopt an agency owner mindset. You need to adopt done is better than perfect. Again, I'm recording this course. I wanted this to be perfect, but I didn't wait. I just started recording because I want to provide value to you guys. So again, that's something you should start with. You will improve your product as you go on. Then again, no is just a redirect to a better client. So if some client says no, it's okay. You can go and talk to another client. I mean, this is just like getting a girlfriend, right? You're talking with 50 chicks, let's say, and one chick will say yes. I mean, that's exactly the same in life. It's a volume game. So don't worry if someone says no. It's not about you. It's actually about them, and they don't want to improve or they don't see the value in it. But again, or you can say something like, my service saves them thousands of dollars, $297 is cheap. If that's your price point, again, we'll talk about price points later on. This is just about your mindset right now. So make sure you're adopting the correct mindset. Also, every day I wait, a competitor moves in. That's not true. Most people that will watch this video, believe it or not, they will get started with this. Some will not even get started with this, but those like 1% that get started with this, they will actually go fail and quit. And then only a handful of people will actually be left with success, with real success. So, out of millions of people, or, whatever the number will be of people that will watch this, only a few people, and if I can say a number, probably like 50 people would go and do something, okay? So don't worry about that. And then also you can adopt like I learned by doing. So clients will teach you, and that's exactly it. You will have shitty clients, you will have good clients, you know, and you need both in order for you to kind of understand, you know, what's good, what's not good. Again, just like in life, you know, in life you need good and bad to learn. So again, this is your 30-day action plan. So this is how it's going to look like. Again, this is just a rough estimate. We still have a lot of modules that we need to go through. But again, you need to sign up for your 30-day free trial. You have a link below. You will have all the freebies, and I will cover these freebies in one of these videos. Again, this is going to be an entire video, like, you know, probably 10 to 12 hours of content. But again, make sure to sign up, choose your niche. So already think about the niche and write it down on a paper. So whether that's a plumber, dentist, gym, you know, maybe a stem cell clinic, whatever, if you downloaded or if you clicked our 30-day free trial link, you will get a snapshot, which is a snapshot 2, where you will get 100 different niches that you can target. Pick one niche, only one. Don't pick two, only one for the starters, and build your entire business around that niche. Next, build your first demo site from a template. Okay, again, you will have a template with our 30-day free trial, so you'll get that. Plus, you will have a support in our community on School. You also need to learn the GoHighLevel dashboard basics. This is the first week, so make sure you're doing this in the first week. Second week, what you want to do is you want to train the AI chatbot on 20 niche frequently asked questions, or you can just train on your niche, you know, frequently asked questions within your own niche. We'll also show you how to set this up. I will show you personally within this course. Also set up missed call text back automation, find 20 local businesses to audit, and then send 10 cold outreach messages. Again, you will be able to send even more messages because we have an outreach system that we created for you that you can just adopt and implement within your own business, which is really cool. Then you can book 3 to 5 discovery demo calls, which is in week 3. So this is where you should be able to go and book at least 3 to 5 discovery demo calls. Run your first live demo, which I will show you how you can run this. Handle objections with confidence and make your first offer or close your first client. And again, handling objections is just about you being natural and kind of asking, you know, these clients, what do they actually want? Do they want more revenue? Okay, AI can actually book more calls, more appointments. You show them a live demo. So you need to onboard client 1, use GoHighLevel template that we give away in 30-day free trial. You collect your first MRR payment, you request a referral or testimonial from that client, and you target client number 2. If they don't have a referral or testimonial, then you just go to the next client with our outreach system that we have right here. So again, this is kind of a rough estimate of how everything is going to look like within the next 30 days. Again, it can be that most of you will, you know, put 2 weeks in one. So let's say week 1 and week 2 can be done in week 1. If you want that, you can do that. You can be much faster. You know, that's all up to you. I would suggest the moment you start outreach is the moment you actually start making money. So again, you know, be as fast as possible with outreach and with choosing a niche and everything, okay? Also, here's some sales approach. So when you're selling this AI smart websites, you can find the pain point, right? You can go to Google Maps, you can search for your niche and city. So for example, stem cell clinics, Los Angeles, right? And then you can look for, you know, people that have no chatbot, no online booking, or they maybe have a slow website or no website. And these are your ideal prospects, okay? And by the way, this is just a rough estimate of how everything will look for the sales approach. I will still go and I will still show you in detail how you can find clients, how you can reach out to them, how you can pretty much go and how you can talk to them. So everything will be pretty much described in this course. Then obviously you have the frame the loss. So don't say I can build your website. This is outdated. It's very basic. Say you're losing 30% of after hours leads. So when you're not working, right? This is what you say to local businesses. When you're not working, you're losing money. You know, imagine how that is actually, you know, very non-efficient because, you know, when you're not working, you don't have to work, but your AI can work for you. So make not acting costing more than your fee and use speed to lead concept. This is very important because the faster you talk with a lead, the faster the lead responds and the faster you reply is going to be very crucial in order for you to close that lead, okay? So you need to act really fast. This is important. So again, finding lead is important within your niche. Then also framing in a right way, you're losing 30% of after hours leads. And then also acting fast. So acting immediately on that, okay? So use speed to lead concept, and then obviously you can fix it with demo. So in your demo, when you're showing your clients this AI system, AI smart website system, you want to show them this. You don't want to tell them about this. You want to show them, this is what we set up for us. This is how it works, stuff like that. So demo the AI chatbot live. I will show you how you can demo this as well. Again, this is a long course, so just relax and you will kind of learn as you go through it. And then let them try to stump it, right? Let them try to challenge you on what this AI chatbot can do. And this chatbot can literally book calls, book appointments, ask anything. Pretty much it's automated, okay? And these type of websites are high converting websites because they are turning these viewers and visitors of the website into real leads. And then also show them how bot books appointment. This is literally deal closed, okay? When they see that your bot booked an appointment, this is when their eyes were like this, it's going to be like, wow, Tin, this actually works, okay? Let's just go with this. So this is all you need to do. It's not even up to you. It's up to them if they can see the value after you present them with like shit ton of value. So again, here's some of the tools. So this is like complete tech stack for your AI website agency. This is going to be majority GoHighLevel. Again, your complete tech stack will be your website builder. So in GoHighLevel, you have a site builder. It's a drag and drop builder, no coding needed. You also have GoHighLevel funnels where you can create high converting landing pages and lead funnels. Again, I'll show you this later on. This is just theory. GoHighLevel blog, which is built-in blog for local SEO content for the SEO. I'll also show you how you can position that and rank their website. And then you also have CRM and lead management. You have AI and automation, which goes right into what we were talking about. And then booking, reviews, and emails. So everything is above right here in these 4 brackets that you see is built into GoHighLevel. So you don't have to, go to MailChimp for email, go to, WordPress for websites. Everything is in one platform, which is really cool, okay? So which GoHighLevel plan do you need? So again, as I said, we do have a 30-day free trial. You can start for free. But if you want to get started later on, let's say you didn't sign your first client in 30 days, you can still do so with going to a starter plan, which is $97 a month. In this case, this is just going to be consisting of, I think it's like 3 sub-accounts, not 1 sub-account. So it's 3 sub-accounts. And by the way, each sub-account is one of your clients. So for $97 a month, you get 3 potential client slots. Keep in mind, one of these sub-accounts will be your sub-account where you would be able to go and where you will be able to manage your own business at the end of the day. So you're getting all core automations, website and funnel builders, CRM and pipeline. You don't get white label, and you only get 3 sub-accounts. So not 1, 3. 1, it's wrong what it says, it's 3. And then obviously recommended plan right here is $297 because here you will get unlimited sub-accounts. But again, for most of you that are starting out, you don't need $297. You can do it with $97 a month. However, if you want to start professionally, you can do it for $297 a month. And then the only difference between $497 and $297 is that with $497, you can onboard your clients into your white label SaaS, which is essentially GoHighLevel, and they can go and they can pretty much set up their own website in their own way, okay? You can just be a support for them. So again, the difference between Unlimited and SaaS Pro is in Unlimited, you're doing most of the delivery yourself. In SaaS Pro, you're setting up a delivery and then you're just onboarding clients, okay? So that's what it is. Now, here's some key AI tools you'll use every day. So again, you use GoHighLevel Conversation AI. I will show you how to set this up. This is essentially, you train it once on services, pricing, frequently asked questions from your clients that you're working with, and it handles all chat inquiries, qualifies leads, and routes to booking 24/7. Okay, so it works 24/7. Again, this is a chat widget on every smart website. This is what makes the website smart. There are some other things as well. It's not just one thing. Also, we will have a GoHighLevel booking calendar that integrates with the AI chat, so visitors will book appointments without ever speaking to your clients, so to your business owner that you're working with. Then we'll have a missed call text back, which is essential in any local business, which triggers automatically when a call is missed and text back within 60 seconds before the lead calls a competitor. So you set up this once in GoHighLevel workflows and it works for you. And again, most of these things you're already getting in our free snapshot if you sign up with our link. So I don't have to kind of go into too many details here, but you can see also have a GoHighLevel reputation manager where you can actually send automated review requests after every appointment. So your local businesses that you're working with, they can manage their reviews as well in GoHighLevel. Also, ChatGPT is good here just for the content. So you can write chatbot frequently asked questions, email sequences, social posts. And again, it's free to start. And plus, we also have ChatGPT inside GoHighLevel. So you would be able to see how that works. And then we also have GoHighLevel email automations. So again, this is just drip sequences triggered by form fields. So let's say someone goes on a website, they fill out the form, and when someone fills out the form, they will call your business that you're working with, so they will get a new client, okay? So that's essentially how that works. Okay, so we have affiliate tools and resources as well. I mentioned this briefly within this module. So all the links are in the description. If you already have a GoHighLevel account, you can upgrade and you can get our freebies and access to our community, which is, again, free if you upgrade. Also, you will get a free GoHighLevel snapshot if you sign up with our 30-day free trial. If you're new around here and if you want to sign up for a 30-day free trial, you have that right here. And then also you can start free with ChatGPT as well. But again, ChatGPT, you have it right in GoHighLevel as well. However, you can also go and you can use that as well. So all the links are in the description. Okay, so here's the recap of module 1. So we did recap the welcome and overview. So GoHighLevel is your core platform. You want to get the free trial, right? Clear outcomes are defined. So first client in 30 days. Again, your MRR target can be 1K, 2K, whatever that first client is. Again, I think first client in first 30 days is a really good goal to have. Then you have 30-day free trial, obviously, plus you get the bonuses. Second is why sell AI websites. So I told you about how much or how many businesses there are in US alone and in worldwide as well. And less than 10% are actually using AI automation. Again, this is a 90% profit margin on each monthly subscription. And again, early movers dominate before competition arrives, which is really important. Still, it's very early because most local businesses, they will not adopt AI unless you actually know how to set this up and you're offering them that as a solution to their problems, which is, after they're not working, they're losing money, remember. Also, mindset and action plan. So as I said, you want to shift from your mindset, from like an employee mindset to an agency owner mindset. And again, you have 30 days to kind of think this through. By the way, you can also save up on your 30-day free trial in a way where you decide the niche, you decide everything beforehand, and then you sign up to the 30-day free trial. So that's a trick that you can use. Also, solve the problems. Don't pitch, just show them. So don't pitch, don't tell local businesses this is the best thing ever, blah blah blah. Just go and pitch. Show, not pitch. Okay, so just show them how this works and how they can book more calls. And then obviously there are tools overview. So again, you can use GoHighLevel Unlimited month, which is the recommended plan if you want to get started fully. However, you can also use a $97 plan, which you have 3 sub accounts. And then obviously core stack is going to be mainly GoHighLevel. You will also use Twilio and ChatGPT within GoHighLevel, but GoHighLevel is mainly the software that we're using. So all the links are linked in the description. Obviously, these are affiliate links, so we will earn a little bit of money if you sign up through them. But again, we're giving so much value to you guys, that you can kickstart your business with plug and play Snapshot just if you sign up through our link. So we're not literally, asking you to do anything else but sign up through our link, get the support. So it's a win-win situation. Okay. So again, this is it for module 1. Now in module 2, I will show you how to find and land your first few clients. And so how to find businesses with dumb websites using Google Maps, some cold outreach scripts that get replies, templates included as well, running a live demo call that closes itself, and then also handling the 5 most common objections word for word. Now, I will also show you after that how you can set everything up in GoHighLevel. First, I want to kind of go and I want to show you how you can find and land those clients, and then we'll go and I will actually show you this in the next module. So yeah, this is it for this module. Let's go to the next module. Okay, now we're going to the module number 2. This is Beginner's Guide to Selling AI Smart Websites. Now, we covered some of the starting points and some of the things that you need to know in the first module. Now, I will show you how to find local clients for your AI website agency. Now, one thing that I have to note as well is we will cover how to build out the AI website, smart website. We already have templates and stuff like that in GoHighLevel in some of the up and coming modules. Okay, now I'm going to show you first how you can find and land your local clients with your AI website agency. So as you can see, we're going to go through your ideal client, lead gen strategies. This is going to be really detailed. I don't think no one on YouTube in the GoHighLevel space actually covered this. And we're going to go to scripts and templates, and then handling objections and some of the freebies as well that you will get along the way. So who is your ideal client? Now, these are the types of local businesses that are most likely to pay for your AI websites, right? And most of the local businesses that don't have this installed will pay for your AI websites. And we'll kind of break this down within this video. It could be a lot of different local businesses and not just one specific business. Okay, so some of the best niches to target, again, this is just going to be my personal recommendation, but I will show you as well some of the other niches. By the way, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you also get $100, or not $100, but 100 free niches that you can target, like a free ebook. And within that free ebook, you pretty much have niches that no one is covering on YouTube. I'll go through that ebook in this particular module after this slide right here. So obviously, some of the best niches to target right now are plumbers and HVAC. These have high ticket jobs, missed calls constantly, and no automation because they don't actually know how to set this up for themselves. Then we have dentists and med spas, so appointment driven, reputation critical, and high margin clients. Again, as you know, HVAC and dentists and med spas, they're pretty much high ticket. So this is also one thing that you should be kind of mindful of when searching for niches. They need to be high ticket if you want, to make them more money, right? Because that at the end of the day is the whole goal of this. Obviously, gyms and fitness, right? So Hormozy, if you know who that is, Alex Hormozy worked with a lot of gyms and fitness, particularly like fitness corporations. So membership sales, class bookings, review sensitive businesses. These are really good because again, they really need, anything that they could get hands on to improve their business. Law firms, obviously high value leads, slow to modernize, and love missed call recovery. So they absolutely love that. Again, we had a couple of experiences already with some of these niches, so we kind of know, or I kind of know what I'm talking about. When I say we, I mean, about myself and my team. I'm not the only one, but I am the only one teaching right here. So real estate agents as well. So lead nurturing is everything. It's perfect fit for AI follow-ups. And then obviously restaurants and cafes, online booking, reviews, and reputation management are make or break. So as you can see, each of these niches have something that is kind of unique to that niche, right? So HVAC and plumbers, they have high ticket jobs and they have missed calls constantly. So that's what they need, right? Along with your AI website, they will need a missed call automation. Also, dentists and med spas, they are, again, appointment driven, so they will need an appointment system, which, you know, everything that I just said right here can be done within GoHighLevel, which is such a great platform. And then obviously membership sales for gyms. For law firms, they really love, modernizing their law firm and making it modern with AI and stuff like that. So these are also great clients because they are professional and they know what they're doing within their own business. Real estate agents, they are overflowing with leads. They need more leads at any given time, so really a good niche as well. And restaurant and cafes. Now, all of these niches that I just said right here, don't blindly go and pick a niche just from this list, okay? I will show you right now 100 different niches that you can go through, and I will also show you, or actually tell you, that you don't have to choose these niches. These are very popular niches. A lot of people will go and target these niches, and that might be a downside of some of these niches. Like HVAC and plumbers, they already know they're going to get cold calls, they're going to get outreach messages, and pretty much, you know, they are going to get bombarded with a lot of different agencies offering the same services. So you need to be different, and you need to be obviously targeting, you know, either these niches, but again, make sure you're different, or different niches, which I'm about to show you right now in a second. So as you can see, this is the ebook that you will get if you sign up with our link below. You will get top 100 underrated local business niches for GoHighLevel agencies. And this is essentially the 100 overlooked niches where agency owners can sell more, earn more, and scale faster, okay? So some of these niches, obviously you will go through this ebook, you will have it in your snapshot once you sign up with our 30-day free trial, along with the school, community, and everything. But as you can see, like some of the things that not many people are talking about right now, and you know, especially on YouTube, they're not talking about stem cell and regenerative medicine clinics. So these are really high ticket services. They're specialized in stem cell treatment. So this is, again, a niche that no one is talking about, and a niche that you can basically go and target, okay? Now, I will not read all of this. You can kind of go through the entire ebook and, you know, go through it alone, but I will kind of show you a couple of niches from this list. Now, as you can see, for example, we have peptide therapy clinics. Peptides are really thriving right now. A lot of people want to, you know, experiment with peptides. If you don't know what peptides are, just go and search it up. But essentially, you can see right here, they're used for anti-aging, muscle recovery, cognitive enhancement. And, you know, they're currently exploding in popularity among 35 to 55 male demographic, because that is the time when they're mostly used. So this is what you can kind of go, and you can also target these type of clinics. So you don't have just med spas, right? Most people will say, yo, just, you know, target med spas or something like that. You know, that's quite popular. So most people will actually go and, you know, target those med spas and stuff like that. But why not target something that is more specific? Like in this case, you have peptide therapy clinics, for example, flow tank or sensory deprivation studios. This is a wellness niche, extremely loyal repeat customers with strong word of mouth potential. As you can see, again, their membership model converts well as well. So you can kind of see the downsides and upsides of each of these niches. Now let's go and cover two more niches right here. So I'll just go through it. So for example, we have here speech language pathology, private practices, very specific niche, never heard about it, right? And you pretty much go in here and you find your niche, okay? Then again, we have sober living and recovery housing. So sober living homes are a 35 billion plus industry with thousands of independent operators who have virtually no digital infrastructure. So this is pretty interesting. So you will kind of go through this ebook and you will see some of the things that you won't find anywhere on the internet. Trust me, you won't find this on YouTube. You won't find this on your favorite GoHighLevel guru. This is something that, I'm covering, and only I am covering this right now on YouTube. So as you can see, most people will say, hey, just go and target plumbers, HVAC, dentists, and med spas. I did tell you that, right? I did tell you they are great niches, but I still kind of, with an open mind, I kind of recommend you as well some other things like hair transport clinics. I mean, that's pretty popular right now. I might need one soon. So, that's definitely something you can kind of go. Laser tattoo removal studios as well, also for scars. So laser removal for scars is also very popular. So you can kind of go and you can find these niches. And again, how you can find these niches is, you can simply go, let's say we find, a stem cell clinic. We can go to Google stem cell clinic Los Angeles. So you kind of go, you type your stem cell or your niche and then your city, okay? So in this case, as you can see, we have a bunch of those, and we can go on each website and we can kind of see what they're doing, okay? Do they have a booking system? Okay, they might have a booking system. They don't have actually an AI chatbot right here, which is something that we can go and we can, incorporate into their business. So again, these are some of the things that you should be mindful of. Again, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, not only will you get my support in the community, you will get one of these ebooks right here as well, which, you can kind of go through this. There are 100 different niches here. I mean, this is a really crazy value that I'm giving away for absolutely free. So again, if you want to check it out, check that out, and let's continue with the presentation. So again, just to recap kind of here, these are the niches. Obviously, you can go and you can always choose other niches as well. But yeah, let's go to the next slide. So what makes the perfect prospect, okay? The perfect prospect is, here's some green flags and red flags. Obviously, I showed you one example right before this slide with a stem cell clinic. But right here, you can see some green flags. They don't have a live chatbot or chat on their website. This is extremely important. If they don't have it, they're losing money. And you can later on in the sales process tell them that. Also, they don't have an online booking, phone calls only. This is perfect. If they don't have it, on the last stem cell website that we just took a look at a couple of seconds ago, they did have it. So again, that's something that, they might only have, a system already in place. Slow or poor mobile website experience. Again, if it's loading too much or too long, it's definitely a green flag that you should go and you should fix that. And keep in mind, like, some of these green flags, you don't have to have all green flags. You can just have one. For example, no live chatbot or chat on their website. And you can go and you can leverage that in your sales process later on. And by the way, we'll also cover sales process later on, so you don't have to worry about that. Then they have less than 4-star Google rating. So that's also something that, is very important. If they have less than 4-star, that means there is room for improvement. Also, they're active on Google Maps, but no recent reviews. This is terrible for a business. You can literally go and leverage that in your sales process and tell them that they or their competitors are making more money and, are positioned in a much better place than them because they don't have such a good review system in place, okay? Also running Google ads, but losing after-hour leads. Again, most of these local businesses, they do run ads, some of them, but they are really terrible at running ads, or the ads don't work, or they work, but they don't actually know how to convert those customers into, or like those clicks into customers, long-term customers. Obviously, some of the red flags, you can skip this. This is very rare, by the way. Red flags are very, very rare because usually you will find at least 1 to 2 to 3 green flags, okay? So red flags, again, they already have using a sophisticated CRM system. They have a national franchise, so decisions are made centrally. So if they are a bigger business, bigger local business, that is something that I would not recommend because, again, you will need to go into their team, talk with a lot of different team members and stuff like that. Also, business owner is highly tech savvy. Again, most of the business owners in the local business niche are not tech savvy, but it can happen. Recently, they rebuilt their websites themselves. This is something that is not such a red flag because you can still go and pitch them on a specific like AI website because you're not selling AI website, you're selling what AI website is doing to them, okay? or resulting for their business. Okay, so if they are under 6 months old, maybe they don't have a budget yet, you can kind of talk with the budget here. And then they have no Google Maps presence. It doesn't show online. Now, obviously, some of these, again, red flags are kind of, you can kind of mitigate them with having a great sales skills and a sales system. But again, this is self-selling, okay? So even if you don't know how to sell, you will be able to pretty much, sell this in a really quick way, okay? Now, here's also one important thing, and that is auditing a prospect in 5 minutes. So we audit one prospect, which was a stem cell clinic. So you kind of saw how this works. You kind of saw, how I went in, I searched for this particular prospect. Now, again, you first go to Google Maps search, you search for the niche plus your city. So again, stem cell clinics plus, Los Angeles, for example. And you look at the top 10 results. These businesses are usually spending money on visibility, but not on conversion. So this is really good for you because you can then go and you can target those. And then businesses that are under those businesses, they're not even spending that much money on reviews, but they will spend money to outrank their competitors. And you can be sure at that. So checking their website, obviously this is very important. You visit the site on mobile, no chat widget, no booking button, load slowly. That's your opening, right? Screenshot it for your outreach and you can go and use that in your outreach. By the way, I will show you how you can do this automatically. Like you can literally tell AI, scrape me, these websites within this niche, within this area, and it will give you all of the businesses, their contact info, without actually going on their website manually. So you don't have to do manually. In 2026 and 2027, you don't have to do a lot of things manually, okay? Also, you can, read their reviews, check their Google reviews, under 50 reviews, no responses from the owner, introduce your reputation management or manager feature or management feature. And you can kind of go and pitch them that, because usually what will happen is, you will see, okay, they have under 50 reviews, they have no responses from the owner, they are lacking at this, and probably the owner doesn't have time to manage this on their own. Then you can obviously call and time the answer. And by the way, cold calling isn't the only way how to close those leads. And even if you hate cold calling, I will show you how you can actually go and close those leads, okay? So you can call their number at 6 p.m. or on a weekend. If it rings out, you just found your stronger speech point for missed call text back, and then you can email them, okay? But again, there's a lot of different ways how you can kind of go and, how you can pretty much like sign clients. Cold calling is one way. It's definitely old school, fastest way, but there are other ways as well, which I'm about to show you quite soon. Okay, let me now actually show you how you can actually go and find these websites. Also, one plugin and couple of tools you can use to kind of see what they're using, if they're already using GoHighLevel or if they're not using GoHighLevel, okay? So in this case, you go here and you pretty much go, med spa, and then you have, for example, let's go another city, New York, okay? And we'll go here and we'll see, okay, we have here businesses. So as you can see, we can see some of the businesses. We click more businesses and we'll see more businesses right here. Now let's scroll down. Let's not pick first one. Let's click this one. Okay. So as you can see here is Be Rejuvenated or Rejuved Medical Spa and Wellness Studio NIC. As you can see, they have book appointments. So what I'm using here to kind of test what they're using and to know what tools they're using, what softwares they might be using for booking appointments, for pretty much the website and management, I go to Webilizer, okay? So you can install this Chrome extension on Chrome or on Brave. I have Brave browser here, but you can install this extension in your Chrome, and then once you add it, you simply go to that website you want to check and click here, okay? And here, as you can see, you will see the technologies they're using. So they're using right here font scripts, Google Font API. They're using performance, priority hints, okay? They're not using GoHighLevel, as I can see. Analytics, they're using this for analytics. For maps, they're using this. So you can kind of go and see what they're using. And you can also record an outreach, video with this as well and reach out to them. But again, as I said, I will show you how to reach out to them without doing all these things. And then as you can see, you can kind of go and test this out. Okay, they have this booking system right here. So it's not really that, freedom based, because on GoHighLevel, you actually have availability that you can choose. And then they can kind of choose that availability for the patients. Now, as you can see, what they don't have is they don't have a chat widget as well. So although their website might look really good, that website is not really working well, okay? And it can work much better if they add an AI chat widget, if they add a pop-up, which I'm about to show you how you can do that in the next modules. As you can see, they do have reviews, which is really great. So that's really good. That increases trust. They do have, frequently asked questions and stuff like that. So it's really good. But again, most of these businesses, they don't know how to integrate AI. They're pretty much lost, right? Because they don't know exactly, how they can actually implement AI. And even if they know about GoHighLevel, they need to learn GoHighLevel. So, it doesn't make sense for them to go and, to leverage this. So this is manually how you can find businesses. I will show you as well later on how you can find businesses like automatically, so that you can use AI to actually find those businesses, okay? So that's also one thing that we will cover. Now let's get right into the presentation. Okay, now we're going to lead generation strategy. So these are 3 proven ways to get a steady flow of clients into your pipeline. Again, most people, they will just go, say cold call. Okay, that's good. You can always cold call. That's an old school way of doing things. And it's definitely a fast way, okay? I'm not shitting on cold calls. But again, that's something that you can kind of, use always, okay? Now, there is in the entire online business and basically in the entire online business world, there is only 3 ways how you can get customers, okay? Now, there are some subways or subcategories under those 3 ways, but these are mainly top 3 ways you can get customers in 2026, in 2027 and beyond, okay? So you either do organic marketing, you either do outreach, or you either do paid ads, okay? So there is no in between. These are the things that work, okay? So either you have organic marketing. So, and by the way, I will show you example for each of these. So first we have organic marketing. You build authority, you attract clients, so you create content on YouTube. You create content on Instagram or TikTok showing local business owners how AI websites work. And then obviously case studies and how-to videos, they pull inbound leads to you. So there's no cold pitching needed here. And this is really good because as you're watching this video right now, you're probably going to watch other videos on how to solve a certain problem. That's exactly what local businesses are doing. They're watching videos on how they can solve a certain problem. So I will give you an example, but as you can see, some of the examples are YouTube tutorials and walkthroughs like this one for local businesses, Instagram Reels with real results, client case study videos, and then behind the scenes agency content. So this is slow to start, but it's powerful long term, okay? If you're doing this for 1 year, you will definitely get a pipeline full of clients. And I'm not even kidding, I've been in the content game for a long time, and content is literally one of the best ways to generate leads if you don't want to cold call and if you want to wait a little, okay? Also, you can go direct. With outreach, you can go direct. You can get immediate results. So you can proactively reach out to businesses you already audited. So cold email, cold calls, LinkedIn messages, social media DMs are also the fastest way to book your first discovery calls. Again, you can do this manually or automatically. I will show you how to do it automatically as well. Now, this can be cold email sequences via GoHighLevel. Again, this is something that I've done previously, and I will show you right now in this module actually how to set this up. And again, if you sign up with our 30-day free trialing, you will have this inside GoHighLevel, and then you can just plug and play. And this is exactly what I'm about to show you soon. Also, LinkedIn connection plus DM strategy. You can have a LinkedIn connection and then have a DM strategy on there. Same on Instagram, Facebook, and again, cold calling with a proven script is also something you can do. I will show you some cold calling scripts as well during this module, but that's for the outreach. We also have paid ads. Paid ads is something I wouldn't recommend for beginners. I would only recommend this once you have a lot of cash flow coming in. Let's say you have 15 to 20K. Between those numbers, you can run Facebook or Google ads targeting business owners with a specific radius. So for example, Santa Monica, Los Angeles, even like a $10 a day budget can generate some consistent demo bookings. And by the way, if you're running paid ads, you will need a high converting landing page that pretty much has everything about your business, and so they can book a call. And usually they need to, like, the CTA or call to action for this is to book a call with you, okay? So again, Facebook ads can be 10 to 20 kilometer radius targeting. So in this case, it can be you're targeting med spas in Los Angeles in between like 10 to 20 kilometers. Google ads, you can do something like keywords, okay? So you can target people that are searching for keywords, for example, AI website and then Los Angeles, or best AI agency Los Angeles, or best AI agency for med spas Los Angeles. Again, you have Instagram ads. You can run these to local business owners. Again, that's something that I'm about to show you how this works and how you can do the copy for the ads and how you can do pretty much the ads itself. And then also retargeting warm leads who visited your site. So you need to have a Facebook pixel installed on your site. But again, this is all for the, later on. You don't have to focus on all these things. You can just choose one of these things and you can go with that. So again, organic marketing, slow to start, powerful long-term. Obviously outreach is fast, is best for first 30 days. And then we have also paid ads, which is immediate, so it scales with budget, so you need some money coming in. And again, these are some of the things. Now let me show you some of the examples for each and how you can actually set up the outreach for you. But before we do that, I actually want to go through some of the slides first. So let's go through some of the slides again. So again, channel 1 is organic marketing, okay? So first, we're going to be covering organic marketing. So what content gets clients? This is very important, and I will also show you some of the things, how I rank my content so that it is shown to the correct audience, okay? Now, some of the case study videos can be how I built a plumber a smart website in 2 hours. These go viral with local business owners. You can also do something like how I built an AI system that books calls for, whatever business you're working with, for dentists, for med spas, stuff like that. So again, you're targeting those local business owners. So you're not going to be doing basic content like how I made AI website. No, you want a specific content that targets specific ICP, ideal customer profile, okay? So you want something that has substance, okay? So in this case, you want to do something like how I made XYZ money with AI websites for dentists, okay? This is very specific, and this is what dentists will want to watch, because dentists, the only thing they're worrying about, not just dentists, but local businesses as well, is how much money they're going to make, okay? People are selfish. They only think about money. I mean, especially when the business is, it's within the business realm, okay? Also, before, after demos, so show a dumb website side by side with your smart website and show how the AI chat demo closes itself. You don't even have to have have made already money to local businesses. You can just show how this would work for local business, and then a local business would go and use that, okay? So how-to tutorials are very powerful here, okay? Very, very powerful. I mean, right now you're watching how-to tutorial just in a different niche, okay? I'm helping right now AI enthusiasts and agency owners who want to use GoHighLevel to sell AI websites. So the same way you're going to be teaching or showing people in the local business realm niche how to do this, okay? So how to set up missed call text back in GoHighLevel positions you as the expert and attracts do-it-yourself like people who want to eventually pay you, okay? So this is something like that's very popular. Again, I will show you examples. Some of the best platforms to post on by far. Now, by far, guys, I wouldn't focus on any other platform other than YouTube, if you ask me, because I'm really an expert at YouTube as well. So YouTube has long form walkthroughs. It's best for SEO. For those of you who don't know what SEO is, which I'm sure most of you know, but it's a way to position your keywords on top of search so that people can actually see, people that you want to see, or people that will be your clients to see your like videos. So that's SEO. So videos rank for how to get more client searches. These are really good. And by the way, these are evergreen videos. I have videos from 1 year ago that they're still making money and still booking calls for me, okay? I have videos from a couple of months ago that are still booking calls for me, okay? So usually the videos will work like that. You will post a video and then a couple of weeks will go by and then you will start getting calls, okay? So that's really important that you know this, because this is, again, very important for you to, for your organic marketing. I will show you exactly how this works. And again, no GoHighLevel expert will show you this, but I will in this particular module. Also Instagram, so Reels or transformation and demos. This is great if you don't have a lot of time for long form videos. It's great for DMs as well, because viewers become warm prospects. But again, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, they're not working in a way that YouTube works, where you have, warm audience that watches your video, that are ready to buy usually, and they are not evergreen, okay? You need more videos to warm up the prospect. So think of it like this. This is a great mindset to have. The more time people spend with your content, the higher chances are of buying, okay? So if someone watches your 5 Instagram Reels, they might buy, but if someone watches your 1 long form video, they will probably buy, because you kind of taught them something, you show them how to do something. So again, either you can do like 5 to 10 reels, or you can do 1 long form per week, okay? So, and that will kind of give you the advantage. Also, like local business owner groups, like you can post tips and link to your profile, like organic reach and DM pipeline as well. Or on LinkedIn, this is best for B2B niches, like law firms, real estate, very corporate niches, okay? So these are long form posts that build authority fast. So again, all of these posts are revolving around these 3 things, okay? So if you can show on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn case study videos, before and after demos, how-to tutorials through text or through video, you will win long term, okay? Now let me actually show you, a couple of things that you can use here. And these are the things that you can pretty much go and leverage. And again, this is something that I should not show, but I will show. And I'll show it for free in this video so that you get the most value out of this one. So as you can see, we're here on YouTube, and I will go and search something right here up. Now, one thing is, let's try to put ourselves into the point of view of a local business owner, okay? A local business owner, let's say he is a dentist from Los Angeles, and he's searching for how to integrate AI within his business, okay? So let's say I'm that, how to integrate or how to create AI website for, let's say, dentists, right? So as you can see right here, I created talking website AI for dentists. So as you can see, these are some of the videos that are helping pretty much people to get clients. Now, as you can see, here's one of my videos as well. And if we click on this video, let's click on it.
YouTube creators, if no one clicks your video.
Okay, let's actually mute this one. So as you can see, I have here, obviously, my links and everything. But as you can see, I got 436 views, and these views are still going up and up and up. What does that mean? I'm pretty much getting organic views on this video, and this video is teaching dentists how to make an AI chatbot, okay? And when someone goes, and in the video, what you can say is, you can say something like, if you're a dentist, if you want this set up and the whole AI smart website set up for you, I can do this. Just book the call down below, and yeah, let's set up something for you. That's something you can say at the start of the video, because most people will be at the start of your video, okay? So again, this is organic marketing 101, guys. I'm literally giving you the sauce and the value that no one is giving you online, okay? So this is something that you can kind of go through and that you can rank on, okay? So if I go here and if I copy this in here, I will get my video to rank first, okay? So if some dentists from Los Angeles or wherever in the world, okay, are searching for how to make an AI chatbot for dentists, they will see that my video is the first video that is ranking for this particular keyword, okay? Now, there is a lot of competition, yes, but there are low competition keywords that you can target. And for this, I will show you one trick that I'm using. So as you can see, let's say I want to find a keyword that I want to rank for, okay? So essentially, I will, let's say like, you know, AI chatbot for dentists. Let's say like this, okay? And you can find keywords by going here to search, and you can just go here and you can just say how to make AI chatbot for, and then you can see right here for small business, for example. You can target all small businesses here with this, but the more specific you are, the better. So you click here. And as you can see, what I usually do is I install a vidIQ extension. So you can install a vidIQ extension. You have it linked below if you want to install it. So this is how the extension works. You have this vidIQ competition score, which is very low, but we're not taking a look at this. We're taking a look at who is ranking for this particular keyword, okay? So you're searching for this exact keyword, okay? So as you can see right here, we have this guy which has 30,000 subscribers, 750 subscribers, or 1,000. Then we have 30K subscribers. So what we're looking here is we're looking for a person, a channel that has low amount of subscribers, but they're getting views for that specific video. What does that mean? That tells us that there is still room to go in. Even though there is competition, it's a very small competition, because channels that have higher amount of subscribers, they will easily outgrow you and they will easily outrank you, okay? So in this case, what you want to do is you want to find a different keyword. So how you can find keywords as well is you can go to vidIQ, okay? So if I go to vidIQ here, let me actually sign up through my vidIQ here. You will see what I mean by this. So I can exit out of this. You don't have to connect your channel. You go to keywords. And I don't think you can do this on a free plan, but here you can go something like dentists, okay? And then you hit enter and you go to questions, okay? And then go to very low. So as you can see here, how to target dentists in meta ads, how to run Facebook ads for dentists, how to create AI ads for dentists. So as you can see, these are some of the low competition things you can do. Now you can also go small business that you can target. So you can also go small business, and you can go here, how to make contracts for small businesses, how to make thank you cards for small businesses, you know, how to manage a small business, you know, AI, what does Jasper AI do for small businesses? So these are some of the keywords that you can use. But again, what I'm using usually is I'm just going to YouTube, and then I'm just going here, you know, and then I'm saying, you know, how to increase booking for dentists, for example, dentists, okay? And by the way, you will need to learn your industry to kind of learn what they're searching for. And you can use Manus AI as well for this. I will show you as well, or ChatGPT. So as you can see here, how to increase the new patient flow of your dental practice. This was 3 years ago, so you can create an updated video on this with your GoHighLevel angle, okay? So in this case, as you can see, we have training dental teams how to schedule patients, 6,000 subscribers. So if you have even like 100 subscribers, you can rank on these type of videos, okay? So again, even though there is a lot of competition, you can rank on these videos. I mean, I ranked on so many GoHighLevel videos. Like for example, if I go here and type in white label SaaS, GoHighLevel, probably one of my videos will be here. As you can see right here, this is one of my videos, and I'm getting 115 views like per month basically on this one. So as you can see, this is essentially what you can do. So this is how you can kind of position your content. And then in your content, it's very important that you have a CTA where you're telling people, okay, you know, if you want this to be done for you completely, you know, from A to Z, then you can book a call with us, and you have a book a call link below, or you have a landing page that, you know, you're sending people to, and people will book calls with you for this particular reason. Now, one way you can also go is you can go to ChatGPT, okay, and you can say, what are dentists searching for on YouTube for marketing? I want to create content where I sell dentists AI websites And you can do something like that through GoHighLevel. Through GoHighLevel. So you can go, what are some of the high intent keywords for that, okay? You can go in here and you can search for that. Here's the real game. Dentists don't search like marketers. They search like busy business owners with problems, which is true. So as you can see here, it has how to get more dental patients, dental marketing ideas, how to grow dental practice, why my dental practice is not growing, how to get more appointments, dentists. So as you can see, dentists are searching these type of things on YouTube, and you can go and you can choose these and you can validate these, like how to get more dental patients. So you go here and you validate this by going here, okay? And as you can see right here, it's pretty interesting. Again, there is only one person ranking for this all the time. So you can go and you can be the new one. As you can see, this was 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 5 years ago. So you can go and YouTube recommends usually newer videos. So if you can create a better video, you will rank on this 100%, okay? 100%. And as you can see, this is essentially how you can kind of go about with the organic marketing. Use ChatGPT to your advantage. You can also use Manus AI, which is really cool tool for this. And you can find also low intent and stuff like that. Now, one other trick that I'm about to show you is I'm using SEMrush and I'm not using a paid version. So what I need to do here is I first need to log in order to show you. So let's do that. And as you can see, once we're in here, okay, what I'm about to do is I'm about to go to AI, and then we have right here, we're going to have SEO keyword magic tool. This is what we're looking for. So again, this is a tool for searching for keywords, high intent keywords for, obviously, dentists in this case. So we can go dentists or dentist, hit enter. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to KD, which is keyword difficulty, how difficult it is to rank. Very easy. And then we'll go here. We'll see what SEMrush gives us right here. So as you can see, we have dentist for yellow teeth. Okay, how to remove. Okay, so here we can also do and include keywords AI or best or appointments, and we can hit apply. Okay, so here we don't have that, so we can kind of go and we can go to easy, or we can just go and choose this right here. Maybe they do have AI. So as you can see, they do have AI dentists, AI replacing dentists, United States. So you can do something like this for 2026, and you can say how AI is replacing dentists, but in a way where it pitches your GoHighLevel offer, okay? So pretty interesting. And by the way, if you go and if you create a video on this, most people go here and create blogs on this. But if you create a video on this, you will rank on Google search and on YouTube, okay? Which is really cool. So that's something that is, again, informational. Transactional are usually the best keywords to go for. So yeah, this is basically how to get that, or how to rank for these specific keywords on YouTube. So again, this is very important if you want to go and if you want to go that organic marketing route. I will also show you the other route, which is outreach, right now in a second. Also, I wanted to show you some examples of content on Instagram, on TikTok. Again, it's going to be the same. I'm just going to show you on TikTok, but it's going to be the same on Instagram as well. So this is one guy, and he's saying if your small business isn't using these AI tools, you're falling behind. So essentially, you can do something like this. You can do something like, I just made this AI smart website, which pretty much books everything for your appointments for your business and stuff like that. So you can kind of create content as well with ChatGPT. Like in this case, if we go to ChatGPT again, and let's go to right here where we had, so we have description here, okay? Okay, this is actually a description. Let's actually go to the new one, and I will show you, can you create me 10 video ideas for targeting dentists for creating them an AI website, okay, in GoHighLevel. So here it will give you 10 video ideas. So right here, and by the way, if you're creating long form content, you can use Opus Clip to create short form content for local businesses and post that content on pretty much TikTok, Instagram, and all of that. So as you can see here, why your dental website isn't getting your new patients. Like, this is incredible, like very incredible hook. I built a dental website that books patients automatically. So as you can see, the more niche you are, the better. And even if you're not getting a lot of views, you will get people, prospects that want to buy from you, okay? So in this case, as you can see, this guy is talking about this, but again, we can, you know, find there's a lot of different like videos here, as you can see, you know, that people are doing. Like, here's how create and sell websites to local businesses. Okay, this is more so like for agency owners, but you get the point, right? You want to target local businesses, and it's really extremely important that you do this in a right way, okay? Now, one thing that I also wanted to kind of show you is, I wanted to show you on Instagram, but yeah, one thing you can do is you can go to Opus Clip. And by the way, this is around $15 per month or so. So if you go to pricing, this is around $15. Yeah, $15 a month for 150 credits per month. So these are like, one credit is 1 minute of video processing. So what this tool does is it turns your long form videos into short form videos, and you can post those short form videos and repurpose them on Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, wherever, okay? It's important that you're targeting one specific niche in this case, and you will be basically distributing this across all platforms. Now, what I saw a lot of people doing is, what they're doing is they're essentially like having 10 different accounts on TikTok, 10 different accounts on Instagram, and one account on YouTube. And that one account is producing long form, and all of the other accounts are posting the same short form clips, okay? And this just gives you a lot of volume, it gives you a lot of reach, and it gives you much quicker results this way, okay? So obviously I cannot go through the entire setup of setting up this in NA10, like automation, stuff like that, but you know, you can kind of go and do it manually here. I think with Opus Clip, you can also go and, yeah, you have a social scheduler, which is really cool. So you can actually schedule these things automatically, which is really cool. So again, that's something you can do here in Opus Clip, really cool. So yeah, this is pretty much for organic marketing, right? So right now we covered organic marketing, and now we'll actually go into obviously LinkedIn accounts as well. So let me show you that and how you can use that as well. Now, as you can see, this is very interesting. This is actually one guy on LinkedIn that I found. He's helping integrate AI for real estate. So as you can see, this is just how his profile is looking like. So you have, you know, about section. It clearly states who is he helping. Now, one thing that I will note here is you can state, I am helping, you know, real estate agents to increase bookings with AI smart websites, okay? This is more specific. In this case, this is not so specific, okay? And you can also create a banner and everything like to look really good. Here, as you can see, I help brands find a voice, okay? So you obviously have a description. You can do this with ChatGPT. ChatGPT can interview you. Obviously, you have services experience. Let's see if this particular person actually wrote something. It didn't wrote really that quite a lot of things. So here is activity, so we can show the comments or posts, let's say. So as you can see, we boosted the real estate site domain rating from 27 to 52 without spending a single dollar on link building. So as you can see, this is exactly targeted at realtors, okay? So although LinkedIn is great for this, I would still suggest you to do YouTube, because YouTube is more affordable in terms of time spent and money spent long term, because long term you will get more leads from YouTube than on LinkedIn. At least this is from my experience. But as you can see, you can kind of see, you know, what they're doing. They're pretty much posting what we were talking about right here, which is case study videos, before after demos, how to tutorials, you know, and stuff like that, okay? Now let's go to the next slide here, which is going to be a slide for the outreach, and we're also going to show you how to set up outreach for you. So we go to the second slide, which is, again, as I said, outreach. Now again, outreach can happen in different multiple forms. You can do cold email, like this is best for volume. You're sending 20 to 50 cold emails a day. Even 100 is a really good number to go for. So you can use GoHighLevel sequences, personalized with business name, niche, and the one pain point you spotted in their audit, which can do really wonders for this. You can also do cold calling. Now this is best for speed, and I will show you how you can actually, like a very smart way, how you can do cold calling without doing cold calling. So you can call during business hours, lead with the audit hook. I noticed your website has no after hours chat or stuff like that. And then they will say, after hours chat, what's that? Like, most businesses don't, they're like, is that like, does that exist? Like, that's actually something that it's a thing, right? Then you also can do LinkedIn outreach. So this is best for, again, as I said, law firms, agents, consultants. You connect, you wait 24 hours, you send a personalized value message, no pitching in the first message, and that's pretty much it, right? Then you also have social media DMs. So this is best for Instagram and Facebook niches. So you engage with their posts, you first like and comment, and then you DM after 2 to 3 touches. Again, warm is always good than cold. So you need to warm them up, right? Just like if you were talking with a girl, you're not going to ask her to go out immediately. You need to kind of warm up the process. So here, what I would say about these, cold email, I would say cold calling is the best for this particular outreach. Then cold email, and then Instagram, and then LinkedIn. Why? Because on LinkedIn, what's happening is, let's go to cold email first, okay? Or let's go to cold calling because that was the first. Cold calling is really old school, it's fast, and you immediately get the data, right? So if you call 20 people, you immediately know, okay, 2 people are interested. Okay, great. We can book calls with those 2 people. Okay, that's number 1, cold calling. Number 2, cold email. Really good because the more volume you do, the better you are, and the more leads you will get, and you don't have to talk with people. So it's pretty good, I would say, okay? And I will show you how to set this up as well. So in this case, I will show you how to set up cold calling and cold email. And I'll also show you some things that you can, do. But next is social media DMs, in this case, Instagram and Facebook. Usually here, what I would say is, is good. It's manual, so it's a lot of work. If you can automate it, that's great. So I will show you the DMs and scripts and everything like that. But again, you can DM after 2 to 3 touches. Warm is always better than cold, as I said. And then we have LinkedIn. LinkedIn is such a spammy platform. Like, it became so spammy that, if I go right now to LinkedIn, I get a ton of messages, like a ton of messages. Let me actually show you here. So if I go here to my LinkedIn account, like, take a look at this. Like, this is just like, these are just a couple of people that I didn't, congrats, happy birthday. People want to just sell stuff, and it's just like blatantly like obvious that they want to sell stuff. So this is not how you're going to get clients. So that's why I like YouTube a lot. Especially cold calling and YouTube, because it's no BS. You immediately show value on YouTube. You immediately show value and with your posts on really any platform. But YouTube, again, is my best, and you get clients, okay? With cold calling, you immediately get input, okay? So with outreach as well. So it's a no BS approach. LinkedIn, it's very difficult these days as well with social media DMs, so I would rather focus on cold email and cold calling. And again, just take a look what local businesses are doing. They're mostly on their phone, so you can set up an SMS outreach, an email outreach, or just cold call them on their phone, okay? So that's something you can do. So again, these are 4 different things you need to kind of pay attention to when it comes to the outreach. So outreach is definitely important. Make sure to leverage these. Now, let me actually show you the details and how you can leverage this for yourself. Cold email and cold calling specifically. Okay, so the first step is to find leads, okay? Finding leads can happen in 2 different ways. You can use Manus AI, which is the first way. And this is really incredible because look at this, like, just go to Manus AI. This is not ChatGPT. This is autonomous AI agent that finds leads for you, okay? And essentially here, if you click on these tools, these are some of the things that you can do with Manus AI. So you can let Manus AI take over your browser and find pretty much leads for you, okay? You can also integrate here a lot of different Zapier, Monday, ClickUp, HubSpot, stuff like that. But what we're doing here is I'm just going to show you how easy it is to find leads. So for example, find me dentists in Los Angeles that don't have a website. Give me, so in this case, export that, give me their contact information, phone or email, their business name, and address, export that in CSV file, okay? Now we hit enter here, and this will actually go and it will find dentists in Los Angeles for us that don't have a website. This is automatic, okay? Now what Manus AI is doing, it's an autonomous AI agent that will pretty much go and find leads for you, and it will build a scraper. If you don't know what scraper is, it's basically like a tool that scrapes emails and stuff like that. So it will build a scraper to go and search for these dentists in our niche, okay? And especially dentists who don't have a website, which is really important, okay? So in this case, it will go through Yellow Pages, Yelp, Google Maps. It will go through the places that you as a human won't usually go, okay? So this will take a bit, and as you can see, you can see here how it's discovering these dentists. And as you can see, Yellow Pages usually are also good for finding these local businesses, but let's leave Manus alone a little bit here because it will actually go and it will find these leads. Now, let me actually show you one thing, and this is, let's just go in GoHighLevel here really quickly. I know I haven't shown GoHighLevel yet in this particular, tutorial, in this particular course, but I will show you right now. So essentially, when you sign up with our 30-day free trial link below, you can import the snapshot, right? You will have two different snapshots. You will have first snapshot where you have everything set up for your local business so that you can sell this to local businesses, okay, like a template. And the second snapshot is going to be a snapshot that is for you. So resources for you, ebooks, as I mentioned, and also an AI lead SaaS, okay, which is really important. So you can go here, and once you import our snapshot, you can create a sub account on that snapshot. And as you can see here, I have my free snapshot 2, which is a second snapshot. And by the way, if you don't know how to navigate through the snapshots and everything, you have a community and you can kind of go through there and you can ask me anything. So you can ask me how to import snapshot. I will help you. Okay. Let me actually take a sip of the water because, my voice is really dry. So in this case, we go here to free snapshot. And what we want to do is we want to go to sites and go to websites and go to AI lead scraper. Okay. Now here, if you click here, the preview link, this is our lead scraper. So what we've created is we created a lead scraper that will scrape leads based on what you need, okay? This is very good, and it's something that not many GoHighLevel coaches and affiliates are offering. So in this case, you can sign in with Google. So let me actually sign in with Google here. Just click. If you already signed in, you need to log in. And as you can see here, I basically have an API key from Epify. Epify is a scraper that lets me scrape leads, but Epify is really tech savvy. So for tech savvy people. So what I did is I created this. And by the way, I will not show you how to get the API key. You can do this. If you get the snapshot, you have a tutorial on that, okay? So in this case, you will have this like this. So it's a scraper configuration. So you want to go and you want to find the location query. For example, it can be New York, USA. Keyword can be restaurant, let's say, or dentist or plumber, whatever you want to kind of search for. Language is English, and then maximum places is 50. You can go here and you can choose whatever. Here is 0. And then here you can see, you can add, include web results, scrape contacts, scrape directories, scrape image orders, scrape place detail page and stuff like that. And we can hit run scraper, okay? So what this will do is this will take our API key from Epify, which is a scraper, and in this UI, which is a cool looking AI that we've built, it will go and it will find leads for you, okay? And these leads can be used for cold calling, for, email outreach, pretty much for everything. As you can see, found 50 leads. You scroll here, and as you can see, we have 50 leads immediately, right? Just like that. By the way, if you know, we also are finding leads on Manus, so we also got Manus leads here, as you can see. So we have all the leads right here, as you can see, that don't have a website. So these are potential leads that don't have a website. And as you can see, these are the phone numbers and everything is in one place, okay? Now, this is really cool. Now, as you can see here, let's say we want to download this as a CSV. We can also download this inside Manus as well here. We can download it as a CSV. But let's go here to our, let's click download. And I'll just go and type in dentists like this. Okay, I misspelled it, it's okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my sub account again, and I'm going to go to the sub account where I'm going to do outreach from, which is this snapshot 2, okay? Because in the automations, I already have an outreach campaign set up. So if you go to automation, here, as you can see, we have email outreach automation. We can do this for SMS as well. I will show you how to do it. But essentially, you want to go to contacts, and what you want to do is you want to go and add a contact here, or not add a contact, go import and click next. And here you want to import the contact. So you want to click import. These are dentists. So we're going to hit next, and we want to create contacts. Okay. So we have obviously the name of the business. This is going to be category. So it's going to be just like, let's say, business name, not, it's going to be probably notes, okay, what category this restaurant is, because these are restaurants. And then rating, we can use rating. I think we have, we don't have review here. Probably we can use, yeah, we can actually leave that out if we want. Hit don't import data from 4 unmapped columns, which are these 4 unmapped columns. We hit next. And then here we can create a smart list, which is going to be called dentists. And then today's date, which is 18th March, okay. And I confirm, start bulk import, and this will start the bulk import. We can view bulk actions here. And this is actually processing right now. So what we're doing is we're adding contacts in GoHighLevel so that we can use those contacts to set up an outreach campaign so that we can send emails to those contacts. In this case, it's going to be SMS to those contacts, okay? So while this is uploading, this should come up under your smart list, under your contacts, as you can see right here. So while this is uploading, we want to go to settings and we want to go to email services. So this is, by the way, for a more tech-savvy people, but you will need to install a domain and get a phone number if you want to do outreach from GoHighLevel, okay? Now, there is a couple of caveats here. So first of all, you want to purchase a domain on Namecheap, or you want to purchase a domain on GoDaddy, wherever. You want to purchase a domain because this domain will be used to send emails from that domain, okay? Now, what you want to do is you want to go to dedicated domain and IP. And as you can see, I already have a domain here, which is my domain, but you want to go and add a domain. And when you're adding a domain, you're going to purchase a domain, for example, is going to be domain.com, okay? And for you, you need to go in here and add a subdomain to that domain. So in this case, it's going to be like this, okay? So it's going to be t.domain name, your domain name, right, .com. And then once you have that, you want to add and verify it. And in this case, you essentially want to go here and add records manually and click add records manually. And you want to add those records in the DNS under your Namecheap or GoDaddy, where you purchased your domain, because this will connect that domain from Namecheap to GoHighLevel. Now, if you don't know how to do this, GoHighLevel support is there. They can support you fully with this setup, and they're very active. But if you don't want to contact GoHighLevel support, I can help you. So go to the school community. If you sign up with our snapshot down below, and you will get my full support, okay? So that's what you want to set up for email, okay? Once you have this, this is how it's going to look like. You will have this right here, and you will need to actually connect this. So these are not connected, so I cannot actually verify them right here. Second, you want to go to phone system. You want to have a phone number for cold calling and for SMS later on, okay? So you want to add a number here and add a phone number. And in here, you want to add a phone number where you are located and where your local businesses are located, or usually where your local businesses are located, actually, not where you are located. Because let's say I'm in Croatia, I'm in Europe, but I want to target, United States. I want to find the United States phone number, okay? In this case, I can click here and I can choose the monthly price, which is around $1. It's going to be costing me $1 per month for this, plus the telephony cost. But essentially, it's going to be, that's how much it's going to be costing me. So again, you want to do this, and then you don't have address requirement. You will need to verify the phone number, just, have your address and stuff like that in there. But This is pretty much what is going to work for you, okay? And proceed to buy. Once you have the domain and once you have your phone number, we can go to outreach, okay? So from here, we go back and we go to automation. By the way, under the contacts, all the contacts have been uploaded. And as you can see, most contacts have a phone number. So we go under the automation and you will already have an automation, which is email outreach automation here, okay? You click on that. And as you can see right here, this is how it's going to look like. So you have a trigger, which is going to be a contact tag. I will show you how this contact tag works. But this contact tag is called outreach. So whenever I add a contact tag on a contact, let's say a dentist contact, this automation will be triggered, okay? You need to publish it, by the way, to be triggered. And then the first email is going to be initial email outreach. I rebuilt your website for leads, quick question. And here you already have our proven outreach messages that you can use, right? And then we have a wait node, which it waits for 3 days. And then it checks if someone is saying not interested or, whatever. If they're not interested, we don't do anything. We pretty much stop. If they're interested, we have this if else, right? So if, for example, the tech lack of interest replies, and if they're not interested, then it will go to follow-up email number 2, okay? And again, follow-up email number 2 is quick thing about your website. And then as you can see here, we pretty much have this like quick thing about your website, right? And then we still have 3 days wait. Then we also again check if it's not interested, like if this local business replies not interested. Then we stop, and then if it's none, if there is no reply, then we go and send again emails and again until we get to the 5th email, okay? Now in here, what you can do is you can duplicate this, this workflow. So let's say we hit save, we go back and we go here and click duplicate workflow, and we can just go here and type SMS outreach automation, okay? So this is going to be for SMS. So what we want to do is we just want to change the emails into SMS, okay? So instead of this, you just go here, type in SMS, send SMS, and then you want to go to your initial, you hit save here. So for example, hey, hit save. You want to go here and you want to copy this message, make it so that it's better for SMS and paste it in the SMS, okay? As you can see. So if you have a contact name, it will go from your contact list that we uploaded, and it will basically go in there and it will be populated, okay? And you save action and you delete that email. And you do the same for each. So again, you create an SMS, copy email to SMS, you delete email, and go again and again and again, okay? And then you hit publish, okay? And hit save. So that's essentially what you want to do. I'll just hit confirm right now. Also, when you're sending emails, if I go here to email outreach, you want to go to your email, and here you want to enter your email domain. So here, this is where your domain goes. So for example, t.domainname.com, okay? And this is what is going to be your like domain, but again, it's going to be like this. So for example, contact and then at t.domainname.com, okay? So this is what is going to be saying, okay? So that's essentially what you want to do. And then you want to save action. You want to save this for each email. And that is going to be pretty much it, okay? I'll just going to be confirming here. Now you find the leads. So we found the lead or find the leads, more leads. We set up the outreach campaign. Now we want to trigger the outreach campaign, okay? So how we're triggering the outreach campaign is we're going to contacts, and we select all contacts and we add a tag. And as I told you previously, adding a tag, which is called outreach, will trigger that automation that we've created, okay? So in this case, you just want to go click outreach and you enter the action name, add tags, and when the tags will be added, this will go right into the outreach campaign mode, and you will be able to go and you will be able to sign some clients, right? Because the outreach will go through stages, as I told you here. So there are a couple of stages, like for example, you have trigger contact tag, you have initial outreach message, then waiting for 3 days, and then you will need to wait some time until you get some conversations out of this. And you can manage conversations under the Conversations tab. So here you will be able to see who is, replying to you, who's not replying to you. You can also install this on your mobile phone. So GoHighLevel can be installed on your mobile phone, and you can pretty much have your SMS like management there and email management there, okay? You can also go, and if you go to opportunities, this is where you can kind of set up a pipeline. You will have a CRM, but this is for another video, okay? So we kind of went through, how to set up outreach. I'm just looking at my notes here. So we find leads with Manus AI, or our AI tool in GoHighLevel, which is really beneficial. I don't think any GoHighLevel expert is giving you this amount of sauce for free. Also, cold calling. We didn't cover cold calling, so that's actually what I want to cover. So when you purchase a phone number, what you can do is, let me actually switch this to my sub account where I have a phone number. When you purchase a phone number, what you can do is you can go here and you can call, okay? So enable, allow. So you can call people. As you can see, I can call from my phone number here that I purchased, and I can literally call anyone, okay? I can literally call anyone, and here it will connect me with a voicemail or whatever, and I can cold call this way, okay? I will show you cold calling scripts, but this is really beneficial because you can do everything on your PC. You can also install a GoHighLevel app and call on your GoHighLevel app, just like a normal app. This is especially good if you're not calling within United States. Let's say I'm calling from Europe in United States. I want to use this, okay? I definitely want to use this approach. It's much better, okay? Also, I told you that I'm about to show you how you can cold call without cold calling. So if you hate cold calling, if you're like me, I signed most of my clients through cold email and through cold calling as well, but most of it is done through other people. So actually other people work for me for cold calling, and you can find other people on Fiverr, for example. You would be surprised how much quality people there are on Fiverr. So you can pretty much go here and you can say cold calling, and you can go here. As you can see, you have pretty cheap cold callers. As you can see, you also have here like these type of cold callers from like 1,000 euros, stuff like that. But you can try out other cold callers here. Like you have, I will do B2B, B2C cold calling. You can also go here and you can't, let me actually go like mid-range, let's say, and let's say seller details. Let's say top rated or level 2, okay? And top rated is also good. And then you can kind of go here and see, I'll do professional cold calling and set appointments for you. So again, most of these are not good, but some of them are really good. You can also go on Upwork, and Upwork is really great for this. So you can go on Upwork and you can find also cold callers for you. Like you can just go and sign up to Upwork and find cold callers for you, because at the end of the day, like you're a business, if you can invest some money upfront for this, then this will be good. Again, I'm not saying you should invest all your money in cold calling. You can start with YouTube, for example. If you're a shy guy, if you maybe don't want to do cold calling, if you want to sell this to local businesses, again, you will need to go on a call with local businesses. But again, if you hate really cold calling and if you hate that approach, then this is probably the best way to do it. So again, we covered cold calling. Now, LinkedIn outreach, this is overcrowded in some niches, like as I told you and as I showed you. It's overcrowded in some niches, which is really, really bad, unfortunately, but it is what it is, right? So that's essentially what, this kind of entails, okay? So let's go to the next slides here. Obviously, I showed you how to find leads. I showed you how to do the outreach. I showed you as well some of the examples when it comes to, how you can find someone to cold call for you. Now, here is channel 3, marketing channel 3, which is paid ads, local targeting. So you can target business owners within a specific radius, okay? This can be Santa Monica, Los Angeles, for example, and you only pay to reach people in your service area, which is really cool. So with ads, you can do a lot of different things, especially these things. I really like that you can do those things. Budget here is usually for Facebook or Meta ads is going to be $10 to $30 a day. and you target business owners 25 to 55 within 10 to 20 kilometer radius of your city that you're targeting. And the hook can be, is your local business losing leads after hours? Fix it for free, okay? And then, that's what you can do. I will show you as well examples of winning meta ads that you can use for your own business. So again, you can use a lead form ad. This is lower friction than a website click. You can collect name, email, and phone directly, and you can call them. This is one way. Second way is you can send traffic to your landing page, and then they can book a call with you, okay? Either way works. You will need to kind of go and see what works best for you. But again, this is more so for people that are already making some money with this, or if they have spare money to spare on ads. So second is Google search ads, $15 to $40 a day. And here you can target keywords like AI website for, dentists, smart websites, for, let's say, smart websites Los Angeles, or AI agency Los Angeles, or best AI agency for dentists, right? Or something like this, okay? So this is high intent. So they're already searching, and they use location extensions to show your city, okay? So in this case, people are already going to be searching. Again, we go back to SEO. So they're already going to be searching for this, and this will help them tremendously to find you as an expert on the top of searches. And I will show you an example for this as well. And then we have Instagram ads, which is usually on the lower end, budget $5 to $15 a day. You target local business owners who follow business and marketing accounts. And the hook here can be video demo of AI chatbot booking an appointment. So no voiceover needed, and you can reuse your organic reels as paid ads. So if your organic reels are doing really good job, you're booking calls and they're organically getting views, boost those posts because those posts will generate you money. And most people say don't boost posts. Yes, in general, you don't have to boost posts, but you need to boost posts that are working for you, because if they're working organically, they will work if they're shown to many people, okay? So hook can be video demo of AI chatbot booking an appointment, no voiceover needed, or voiceover can be needed in some instances, but again, you can reuse your organic reels as paid ads. Again, best performing reel, best ad creative, okay? So let me kind of show you here before we go to scripts and templates. Let me show you how you can do this and how this works in ads. So I found one agency, Lion Bear AI, and they have a couple of active ads. Some ads, they have low impression, but as you can see, this ad right here, let's see the details. And if you know your competitors, you will be able to go here and see your competitors' ads. So what they're doing is, San Diego business owners, AI search is already changing how customers choose who to hire. People are asking ChatGPT and Google AI, best company near me, top businesses in San Diego, who should I hire? We help local businesses show up in AI search so you get more calls, leads, and booked customers. Book your free AI visibility audit. And as you can see, they are sending people to this page right here. And as you can see, this is GoHighLevel, by the way. And then as you can see right here, this is GoHighLevel, conversational AI. Book AI demo, probably also GoHighLevel. As you can see, yes. And let's see if Webalizer actually finds that this is GoHighLevel, as you can see. So this is what they're using. They're smart. They're using GoHighLevel for this. And as you can see, this is exactly what you should be doing. You should be sending people with ads to your offer. So in this case, it won't be, AI search. In this case, it's going to be San Diego business owners. Your website is not getting clicks. Your website is not working after hours. This is just me, by the way. Not really like, you're not going to literally, you're not going to literally put the copy that I'm going to say right now, but make sure it's sophisticated copy, okay? So like San Diego business owners, if you're targeting San Diego, most of your competitors are already using AI smart websites that are booking calls and appointments while you're sleeping and while your business is not working. So instead of losing leads, go and check out how we can help you. Book a call below or something like that. And as you can see here, they have this like ad, and when they have an ad, you click learn more and you go to this particular website, okay? And this is where you actually kind of go and see, how this website is structured. As you can see immediately, they are being sent to this particular website, which is a custom website just for their offer, okay? And as you can see, you know, people aren't just using Google anymore. This is for SEO, and they have book a call right here. So incredible. This is something you can copy yourself, and this is how people are making money, okay? This is how people are making money. This is how, you know, you can position yourself with your ads. Now, next thing or next up is also Google search ads. So again, as I said, whenever you go to Google, this is already really like obvious. Let's say best AI agency. And if you type that in, you will have some agencies that are promoting themselves. So in this case, they're not, but let's say Los Angeles. As you can see, sponsor results. We have first AI agency. So this is the first result. So these are basically Google ads. And you can put yourself here whenever someone, let's say, searches for best, best AI agency for dentists, for example. And then, you know, you can go and put yourself on top of here. No one is still promoting this. So you can obviously test the keywords, what keywords are working, which keywords are not working, and stuff like that. And obviously the next one is obviously Instagram ads, which I already kind of show you the meta ads, which is usually the same as Instagram, but on Instagram, it's more so organic. So you go to your competitors on your Instagram who are targeting local businesses, and you're essentially, you know, going up to them and searching for the content that is doing really well. Recreate that content in your own style. If that content goes viral, then use that content and make it so that it goes first viral organically on your channel, on your platform, and then make sure that content is boosted, okay? $5 to $15 a day. It will do wonders for you, okay? So let's go to the next slide right here, which is scripts and templates, okay? So we covered a lot of different things right in this particular module. I mean, you're pretty much learning some stuff that you never heard about before, probably, or maybe you already heard about before, but this is really valuable, okay? Now let's go to scripts and templates. So this is done for you, cold email scripts and DM templates that you can use. Obviously, I showed you inside GoHighLevel, you already have scripts and you already have templates for cold DMs, for cold DMs and for like emails and SMS. But now I will actually show you this as well, and how also other angles how you can use to sign clients. Okay, let me have a sip of water. My throat is really going nuts here, so we'll need to end this very soon. So again, as I said, this is a long course, so I'm just enjoying teaching you guys. So yeah, let's go. So cold email script, this is copy and send pretty much. So this is for email. So we have a subject, quick question about your business name. Okay, quick question about, Los Angeles dentistry. Hi, John, I was checking out Los Angeles dentistry on Google Maps and noticed your website doesn't have a chat widget or online booking, which means you're likely missing leads every evening and weekend. I built AI-powered websites for dentist businesses in Los Angeles that capture leads 24/7, text back missed callers automatically, and book appointments without you lifting a finger. I've already put together a quick demo for example, you. Happy to show you in 15 minutes. Worth a look. And this is pretty much it, right? This is how you can go. And then all the other follow-ups will be the follow-ups. Again, you can use ChatGPT for this as well, but why this works, guys? This works because it's personalized. It uses their business name as a leverage plus real observation from your audit, because business owners, they care about what their business is doing or what their business is lacking. And again, pain-led, it's, leads with the problem, not your service. Low ask CTA, so 15-minute call, not a huge commitment. You have a demo mention, so shows you're already done with the work. You've done the work, right? You've done the research. It builds curiosity at the end of the day. Also, it's GoHighLevel powered, so load this into GoHighLevel workflows for automated follow-up, which I just showed you. So you can do this and you can load this. And you also have automated follow-up sequences. So you have this in GoHighLevel, right? You also have DM script, so LinkedIn and social media. So as I said, LinkedIn is quite competitive, but again, if you can find a good niche, probably it won't be as competitive. But here, as you can see, you have like, hey, first name, thanks for connecting. I work with a niche business in city, helping them turn their website into 24/7 lead machine using AI. I noticed, in here you can say business name, doesn't have an AI chat or online booking yet. I've put together a quick demo for this particular business. Would you be open to a 15-minute call to take a look? So no hard selling. Again, just wanted to show you what's possible. This is what you can do. And again, you can send this after accepting connection, 24-hour delay. So this is more for outbound. If people are actually, going to you, then you can go here. And again, never pitch in the connection request itself. Just go and, connect and then like, engage, and then do this, okay? This is if you want to do manually, okay? So next up is Instagram. Again, you can do the similar thing on Instagram. Obviously, LinkedIn is more corporate. Instagram is more laid back. So hi, first name, love what you're doing with business name. Quick thought, I built AI-powered website for niche businesses that capture leads 24/7 and auto book appointments. So that you don't have a widget yet, I built a demo specifically for dentist niche. It takes 15 minutes to walk through. Want me to send you a link? And that's pretty much it, right? So keep it casual. Emojis are fine. 2 to 3 times before DMing, you want to engage with these people, okay? So this is, really important. And also you can already tell them that you designed a website for them, because with our snapshot, you will have a website template that you can just go and that you can use, okay? And I will show you this later on. But yeah, again, increased value is what you're looking for here. You want to increase the value. You want to increase, not be salesy, right? Obviously, you cannot be like full salesy, but again, you know what I mean. So cold call script is also something that you can use. And usually this is going to be a very good hook right from the beginning. So, hi, is this Owen? Oh, great. I'll be quick. This is Tin from FYD. I was on your website earlier and noticed you don't have a way to capture leads after hours. I fixed that for dentists in Los Angeles. Do you have maybe 2 minutes this week? We can chat. That's pretty much it. Like, you have to be like really fast. So this is really like something that you can do. So also you can do the pain, like the pain hook. This is when you're already in the call. It's not a hook actually. So most, Owen, most dentists I talk, they're losing 30 to 40% of their leads because calls go unanswered evenings and weekends when you're not working. So your competitors are currently doing the same. So which means that the first one is to fix it, right? And you can do something like that. Or the demo, like you can ask the demo, I've built a demo site for your dentist business that shows exactly how this works. Can I send you a quick video or jump on a 15-minute call so I can show you this live? So you can also do that. And then you can handle the brush off. For example, okay, I totally get it, Owen. I'll keep it super short. I promise. Like, if after 15 minutes you don't see the value, I'll never call you again. Is that deal? Does that work? Right? So that's something you can do. So pro tip here is to load your follow-up sequence in GoHighLevel. So missed calls, get an automatic SMS, and then a 3 email sequence over 5 days. You can set this up. You don't have to set this up, but you can set this up. But again, it's really important in cold calling to be fast, to be articulate, right? And to literally say what you want in the first message. You want to be direct. A lot of businesses are getting cold calls, especially these like plumbers, HVAC. So that's why I also already told you, you need to pick a business that is worth it, right? You need to pick a business that is making money, but it's a low-key business that not many people are targeting, right? Obviously, after this video, some people will target, businesses from the ebook that I told you about. But again, this is what you kind of want to understand, okay? So obviously, you can also automate your outreach with GoHighLevel, which we covered. So again, we have day 1 email, we have day 3 SMS, day 5 email. You can also do this just email, just SMS, or combination of email, SMS, as I showed you in GoHighLevel, okay? So again, all 5 steps are pre-built in our free GoHighLevel snapshot. So you can again sign up with our 30-day free trial below, and you will get this along with other freebies and support in our community, which is the most important part, okay? Now, Here we are at the end of the presentation on how you can handle objections. This is by far one of the most important things. I mean, you will like get no's, okay? I mean, just like if you go out, if you ask a girl out, you know, you will get a no. You know, it's just how life works. And you need to respond in a good way to price pushback, skepticism, and every common no, okay? And you will learn these no's after repetition, like, you know, through your GoHighLevel campaigns, email campaigns, cold calling, and stuff like that. So the 5 most common objections, word for word: it's too expensive, I'm not tech savvy, I already have a website, I need to think about it, and can you send me more info? Can you send me more info is by far the biggest one that I get a lot of the times, okay? So it's too expensive. I get that. Think of it this way. If you miss just 2 jobs a month because of no after hours capture, you already lost more than this costs. So this pays for itself with 1 new client. You can also frame it in a pricing matter. We will cover pricing later in different modules, but this is essentially what you want to do. I'm not tech savvy. That's exactly why this works for you. You don't touch anything. The AI handles it all. I set it up, I train it and manage it, and I also give you full support. You can do something like that. You just take the calls and appointments, okay? So that's what you can do. That's what you can say. Also, I already have a website. Most businesses do, but a regular website just sits there. This one works for you. It captures leads at midnight, texts back missed callers, and books appointments. It's a different tool entirely. That's what you can say, okay? And then we have, I need to think about it. Of course, what's the main thing holding you back? Is it the price, the timing, and you're just not sure if this will work for your niche? You can pause and let them answer and address that specific concern. So usually what they will say is, oh, I'm not sure if this is going to work. You know, we already have a website or something like that. And then you can kind of go and you can say, you know, again, this is like around a couple of $100 you're paying for this for maintenance. Obviously, you will charge them like a setup fee, but after that, they're paying like monthly for this to work. And again, if you just get like 1 to 2 clients, you're already breaking even. Even with 1 client, they're breaking even. So that's what you can kind of tell them. You can kind of empathize with them, you know, be empathetic. So that's something you can do. Can you send me more info? If they ask you this, you simply redirect to a call. Absolutely, but honestly, the best way to see it is a 15-minute live demo. Seeing the AI book an appointment in real time is worth more than any PDF. Can we do Thursday at 2 p.m.? So that's something you can do. This is a very good objection handling tactic that you can do. And again, you can practice this before you actually go and before you actually, you know, start selling this, okay? So price pushbacks, and this is like the Reframe toolkit for price pushbacks. So if your average job is $500, this is what you say, by the way, to local businesses that you're working with. If your average job is $500 and my system captures even 2 extra leads a month, that's $1,000 in new revenue for $297 investment. That's a 3x return every single month. Then every day you don't have this, you're losing leads to competitors who do. The question isn't whether you can afford 297, it's whether you can afford to keep missing those calls, okay? And then we have the risk reversal. I'll do this, let me set it up, run it for 30 days, and if you haven't seen the value, we part ways, no long-term contract, you can cancel anytime. So you're pretty much disarming them, and you're pretty much giving them an opportunity for them to give you opportunity for this, okay? So again, you can also social proof, like I'm already doing this for niche in nearby city. They were hesitant too. Now they're getting 8 to 12 extra booked appointments a month on autopilot. So again, you can just frame them in a lot of different ways. Most of the ways how I usually, or one way that I usually go about it is, come on, like, let's be honest. Your website is currently useless. You know, obviously you don't have to be that harsh, but let's be honest, like your website is currently useless. It just looks good, but it doesn't actually do anything for you, okay? Yes, you're pretty much getting leads here and there, but you're getting leads because, you know, your customers are recommending it to you. You're actually not getting leads from, you know, your current website, and you could be getting much more leads. So this is something that, you know, is very important for local businesses. So again, something to think about. So here's module 2 recap, what you learned. This was quite a long module. You learned about your ideal client, best niches. I also show you 100 different niches that you can target. Again, with our 30-day free trial, if you sign up, you'll get that bonuses down below. I also show you the audit, how to audit in 5 minutes using Google Maps plus website check plus test call. I show you the lead gen strategies, YouTube, Instagram, case studies, which is slow and powerful, outreach with cold emails. I show you basically the entire like structure on how you can pretty much like, rank on YouTube. And by the way, someone would charge these thousands of dollars, like literally thousands of dollars. I show you paid ads and what you can do with paid ads, where you can send people with paid ads. I show you scripts and templates for cold email, for DM scripts, GoHighLevel sequences. I also show you handling objections like price pushbacks using the math reframe and ROI calculator. So that's something you can kind of also do. And also I showed you I need to think about it, find the real objection, address it directly, and always redirect to a demo, okay? This is what you want to do. Now, one thing that I want to mention here is we are at the end of the website of the module here, but I want to mention a couple of things. So right now it's going to be module 3, building the smart AI website step by step in GoHighLevel from scratch. Again, you don't have to actually build it from scratch. I will show you how you can customize our current site, training the AI chatbot with real niche data, setting up missed call text back and booking automation, deploying the chat widget and going live with your client. This is going to be all in module number 3. But if we go to our GoHighLevel right here, so let me actually find the tab. I'm kind of lost with these tabs, so let me actually go to my GoHighLevel here. And if you go to Snapshot 2, in Snapshot 2, what you have is you have also a sales ebook, okay? To kind of deepen your sales knowledge. So in this case, you go to media storage, and here you have the sales ebook. So we download this, and I'll just go into download this, and I'm going to hit it here, okay? And as you can see, this is the modern agency guide for selling. So how to shift from service provider to marketing system partner and building recurring revenue that scales. So here you can see the table of contents, like the shift that is happening right now, 3 core sales blueprints. So everything about sales is right here in one particular platform or in one particular ebook. And you can kind of see, also get some ideas how you can do the sales in a better way. Again, sales is not scary. It just looks scary. But again, being prepared is really good because you would be able to kind of know, what you're going to be getting from it. Okay, so again, this is pretty much it. There's a lot more to cover. This is just the start. But yeah, this is pretty much for this particular module. Like and subscribe below. If you're watching this right now in this module, comment below if you have any questions. I'll answer all questions. And if you join our 30-day free trial link, then I will also be able to answer your questions inside our community. So yeah, we'll see you in the next module. Welcome to module number 3. Now, this module is going to be shorter than other modules, but it's also important for you to know how to sell your first website in terms of packaging, pitching, closing, and pretty much, having the contracts in place and also going through some of the AI compliances that you need to know, okay? So these are very important things that you should know about, and that's why in this module you will learn more about that and how we go about pricing, because I know most people are really lost when it comes to pricing, okay? So let's get first to structure packages and pricing. So how are you structuring the packages and pricing? So fixed packages, recurring revenue models, add-ons that basically maximize your MRR. So obviously, why fixed packages beat hourly billing? It's quite, it's a common sense, but again, it's something that is very powerful. So usually when you charge hourly, your income is unpredictable. Your client haggles over every hour logged pretty much. So they're tracking every hour that you're working, which, in most cases, this happens when you're doing basic website design that has no impact on their business. So they're tracking pretty much everything, okay? So you stop earning the moment you stop working, which is very bad, okay? Your scope creep kills your margin pretty much. It's hard to scale because you only have so many hours in a day where you're working on a website, right? It's very hard to scale. And there's no recurring value. So client churns after each project, which is, again, very bad, okay? So when it comes to MRR and fixed packages, you have predictable MRR. Again, this type of business that I'm teaching you right here is a predictable monthly recurring revenue business. It's kind of like a subscription model in a sense. They're paying monthly for a website, but it's not just any kind of website, right? At the end of the day, it's a website that is making them money. So client knows the price upfront, there's no friction, and GoHighLevel runs 24/7 even when you're asleep. You have clear scope, protected margins. Obviously, there will always be some people that want to change a couple of things on the website, like design and stuff like that. You let them do that, but then, don't let them walk over you. So that's very important. Again, you can onboard 10 clients with the same 2-hour setup, and this is what's so cool about it. With GoHighLevel, you have one system, and you're literally following that one system all the time, which is really good. So platform becomes their daily tool, which is a sticky MRR. This is what GoHighLevel is. It's a sticky software, meaning that a lot of people, when they start using it, it feels complicated and everything, but then once they get a hang of it, they pretty much stay forever within that software, which is very good and very cool. Okay, so here are top three, or not top three, but your 3-tier package model. Now, keep in mind, these models right here can change. I will show you as well what you can do when, you don't have, like, let's say you're on a call and you don't have really leverage. Maybe it's your first client and, the client is asking for a refund, or not a refund, a discount, right? In that case, you can go and say, how quality your service is, what they're getting and stuff like that. You can handle the objection. But if it's really hard to close and stuff like that, then what I would do is I would charge one time, and then that price would be over month to month. So for example, I would charge $297 one time, and then I would also charge that monthly, okay? So you're basically selling a system, so you want to make sure that your client has access to your system, but they don't have a full access, which I'm about to show you that later on. But let's break down the pricing. So we have a starter plan, which is going to be $1,000 per month and $1,000 setup, and $97 per month. So this is going to include 3-page website, on-page SEO optimization, lead capture form and chat widget, mobile-friendly website design, mobile app management, and 1 website edit per month. If they need some website edits, you're here to kind of assist them. So the setup fee is here always to secure the deal, right? So you get the setup fee, and then you pretty much you build a website. And with our snapshot that you're getting, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you're not only getting a snapshot, you're also getting a template. So pretty much out of that $1,000 setup, most of the money you will keep, which is really cool. So again, that's something that you don't have to worry about, because you have a snapshot, and that snapshot or our snapshot gives you opportunity to go out there, redesign a website a little bit, which will take some of your time or your VA's time. I will also show you how to hire VAs. But that's essentially it, right? Then you have a growth plan, which is $2,000 setup, and then $297 a month. So in this case, you basically scale with advanced SEO automation. So this is like a starter plan, but on steroids. So you get 5-page website, everything in starter, plus, so everything from here, plus appointment booking system, payment processing, automated Google reviews, and 3 website edits per month. So this usually is the most popular plan, because everyone will buy this plan, just because you also generate impact with their Google reviews, with their payment processing, with appointment booking system, which again, it just, shows them that, they can manage their whole business with you, which is very beneficial. And all of that because GoHighLevel, again, which is really cool. So that's something that you can do. Now, if you're on a call and let's say, you are presenting a $1,000 setup, and they want maybe something additional, you can always say, okay, we do have this package, which is $2,000 one-time fee, and then $297 a month, and it includes pretty much everything for your business. And then you can say we also have a $3,000 setup plan, which is an elite plan. And then that costs $697 a month. So you get 10-page websites, everything in growth, plus AI voice agent, AI chatbot, ongoing SEO management, and 5 website edits per month. So essentially you can, integrate this as well. So all of these are smart AI websites. So all of these plans can go, but the last plan is literally like, AI smart website on steroids that pretty much helps them convert, any customer into, or any viewer or anyone that clicks on their website into a customer, which at the end of the day, this is what you want. You want to basically go and you want to turn them into a customer, right? So, and I'm talking here about I'm talking here about the local business, right? Local business has a website. That website is great. In this case is the last elite plan, and it's generating them money. So they will pay you $697 per month. Again, as I said, you can adjust these pricings however you want and however you feel that would be better for you. Like the first starter plan can be $500 one time. The second can be $1.5K or $1,000, and the last one can be $1.5K to $2,000. So it doesn't have to be the same. However, this is a rough estimate and rough price range that I would follow, because it certainly is a pricing that works. Also, with other GoHighLevel affiliates out there, not just me. So again, this is something that is tested and something that works. So again, you can kind of package as well some other things in here, but this is kind of like a rough thing to follow. So definitely follow something like this because it's recommended. And again, it's, from the experience, of selling this AI smart websites. Okay. So here's pricing psychology, right? This is how you frame your price. So obviously, you always present, you can always go and present the elite plan first. It makes the growth plan feel like bargain because everything they're getting is pretty much a no-brainer. Plus, elite plan is going to be like your main plan that you're going to be selling, okay? So anchoring the single most powerful pricing tactic is pretty much that. So you lead with $3,000, not with $1,000, and then they exactly see the value they're getting for that $3,000. Also, make middle plan the hero. So the growth plan at $2,000 setup plus $297 a month is your target. So usually when we talked with people, on the calls and stuff like that, the target is usually the middle one. So usually most people go for the middle one because of that pricing psychology, okay? Because you put that $3,000 as the most expensive one and most valuable one, but then some people go with the middle one and some people go with the highest one, right? Less people go with the first one. If you done the call correctly, if you establish trust, so that's what it is. So position the middle as the hero and position it as the 80% of business, as something that 80% of businesses choose, okay? So people usually default to the recommended middle option because it's recommended, right? It's like a psychology, a human psychology at the end of the day. They feel safer with this option because like elite plan is great. Elite plan is always going to be chosen, but most of the time, people will choose the middle plan. Also, per day reframe, this is something you can do. So $297 a month might seem a lot to some people. So what you can say, this is less than $10 per day. I'm sure you're spending more than that on your business right now. So as you can see, you spend more on coffee a day than this system costs. That shrinks the number psychologically and bypasses the pricing resistance, which just makes this offer even more appealing, okay? And again, the middle plan is something that, most people will go for, and $297 is not really, that big of a deal, because if you see here, $697, that's quite a lot for most businesses. And they still want to get the most juice out of it, so they will go for the middle plan. And then always focus on return on investment or ROI, not the cost itself. So everything when you're talking with business owners should be in numbers, breaking down numbers, simple math, right? So never say it costs $297. Say if this captures 2 extra jobs a month at $500 each, you are $700 plus in profit or in revenue every single month. So reframe as an investment, not as an expense, because currently they might have a website that just doesn't work, okay? So that's something that you should be reframing at. So this is a really cool way to mitigate any objection out there. Again, you will get objections on the calls, but this is just a very simple way and very logical way how business owners think, okay? So here's the recurring revenue model and how profit scales. So first of all, let me kind of give you an example. So you are paying, or you will be paying, $297 a month flat for GoHighLevel Unlimited plan. And that plan will give you unlimited sub accounts, which means you can host unlimited clients on those accounts. So your platform cost never increases no matter how many clients you add, okay? So if you go with a middle plan, GoHighLevel has 3 plans, 97, 297, and 497. So 297 plan is what you want to go for. If you want to really scale this up, you can start with $97 plan, and then you will have 3 different sub accounts that you can add. But then if you want to scale, go to $297 a month plan, and you pay once $297 per month, and you host unlimited clients. What does that mean? That means that first client will cover your GoHighLevel cost. Second client will be 100% pure profit. You know, client 5, again, 100% pure profit. Client 10, 100% pure profit. So you will basically have pure profit on this particular business. So again, client 1 will cover the GoHighLevel second plan, which is 297 plan, and then client 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, you know, these will be pure profit, which is what we want. This is why GoHighLevel is such an incredible opportunity, you know, and is such an incredible way to set this up for you. So what your monthly retainer covers, right? Obviously GoHighLevel sub account, which is a flat fee, you pay 297 total for GoHighLevel. It covers all clients, 0 extra cost per client. As I mentioned, ongoing training, updates, and monitoring of their chatbot. If their chatbot messes up or something, you always go and you fix it. So it's kind of like a maintenance thing. Missed call, text back, booking flows, reviewing sequences. They don't know anything about that, so you will always be here to support them. Responding to Google or Facebook reviews on their behalf. Again, that's something you're doing as well. Simple snapshots. So this is like a monthly reporting. So this is really good to have, because local businesses usually will cancel if they don't see any improvement. So the improvement can be displayed through a simple snapshot, like a simple like dashboard snapshot, because on GoHighLevel you have a dashboard and they can clearly see how many opt-ins they have, how many clients they have, how many customers they have, and then or how many reviews they need to respond to, and then based on that they will know if your service is valuable. So if they can clearly see, and by the way, only if they can see a dashboard with leads, they will be convinced that this is a good service and they will continue paying, okay? So, and again, you can always talk with them how to improve this, communicate with them, have a WhatsApp group or something where you're managing them. We'll kind of show you that as well later on, how you can manage clients. But yeah, make sure to have like a WhatsApp group where you are managing them, you're kind of, helping them and stuff like that, communicating with them. And then obviously website edits, this is per plan, as we mentioned, 1 to 5 content or design changes per month as per their tier. Maybe, you're working with local business that wants to add something to their website because they have a new service. They have, maybe a new image that they, a new image of like a service or like an example or testimonial. You can add that to the website, okay? So this pretty much kind of is the model we're following, and usually it's best to go to that $297 a month plan. But again, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, later you can upgrade to any plan you want, but you have 30 days to sign pretty much how many clients you want, right? But again, the goal is one client, only one client, and you're ready to go. I mean, you can pretty much go and pay for the 297 plan after you have 1 or 2 clients, okay? So it's really logical model, and honestly, I never seen any model on the internet being as logical as this one. So so here are some add-ons and upsells which will increase your MRR. Obviously, once a client is live, these add-ons are easy sells. These are the add-ons that you can upsell to them or also known as upsells. So when they already trust you, when you're making money for them, they will pay you for other services, which is really cool, you know, because you're establishing trust and then they will pay you for other services. So some of these services can be AI voice agent. If they don't already have an AI voice agent, this AI voice agent can answer inbound calls 24/7, qualify leads and routes or takes messages. So huge for plumbers and HVAC, for example, any business that is very busy. This is really great. Second, Facebook and Google Ads management. Again, you can charge this $497 a month. You can run local ads for clients on top of their smart website. This is massive upsell, and most businesses will charge $500 to $1.5K a month. Now, one thing to mention, Google Ads are much better here than Facebook ads for local businesses because they are more profitable, and usually, you know, it's really good for SEO as well. So this is something that most people will not say, but definitely Google Ads are much better for most local businesses. Again, for realtors, it might be different. Like it might be that, you know, Facebook ads are better. But again, that's something you can kind of, you know, test yourself as well. And you can consult with some other people in our community. So if you go to our community, you would be able to do that. So second is an SEO monthly package. So obviously you can also charge this $297 a month. You cannot see it from my camera, but it's $297 a month. You get monthly, so they get monthly blog posts, Google business updates, and local citation building. So recurring and automated to become basically to master SEO within their industry and become the top business within their industry. Okay. Then obviously you have social media management, which again, you know, this is kind of like on a low tier, but $397 a month. You can go away with it. This is AI assisted posting schedule across Instagram, Facebook, and Google. And the best part is you can use GoHighLevel for this because GoHighLevel has a social planner as well. So again, you can see how GoHighLevel helps us with this. And then we have payment processing setup, 200 once. And then you set up GoHighLevel payment form so clients can take deposits and full payments online, one-off fee, because most clients, they're usually handling cash. They don't have an online like payment processing setup, so you can help them with that as well. Then you can also have a white label mobile app, which is $97 a month, where they have like a branded mobile app, which is kind of like a just GoHighLevel. It's strong retention tool, and clients rarely churn once live. And one thing I have to mention is, can you see how most of these are dependent on GoHighLevel? This is actually the coolest part. It's not a downside, because once the client gets the hang of it, once the client learns how to use this, GoHighLevel becomes sticky. They will keep using it and they won't be able to cancel it, because, you know, they will think, why should I cancel this? I have to then go and relearn everything myself, you know? So that's something you should have a mindset of when you're selling this, okay? So, okay, we kind of covered the pricing, the structure, what you can upsell. Now let's go pitching local businesses. So obviously sales calls, email follow-ups, in-person meetings, simplified. This is just simplified because we already covered this in the previous you know, kind of module. But yeah, we're going to go and cover this. So obviously this is a perfect discovery call. Usually how you're going to go about it is going to be very short call most of the time, like, you know, 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. It's usually the best for local businesses. So you go, thanks for jumping on. I'll keep this to 20 minutes. Tell me how you're currently getting most of your new customers. You kind of let them talk, take notes. You show genuine interest in their business. Then you say, got it. And what happens when someone calls after hours or on a weekend? So you're pretty much preparing for them to say, you know, nothing happens, because, you know, they don't have any way of getting or generating leads over the weekend, because they're, you know, on themselves. They need to do that, and they're on the weekend enjoying with family on, you know, whatever they're doing. So you can also frame it in this way, like while you're enjoying with your family, the AI will do its own thing, so you don't have to worry about that. So yeah, do you have any way of capturing those leads? They say no, and then it's your angle, which let me show you what I've set up for you, right? Or for your niche, for dentists, or for dentist business just like yours in Los Angeles area. And then you try asking the question, like the AI smart website. You share the screen, you run the demo, and let the AI close itself. And then you basically go, based on what you told me, the growth plan fits perfectly. $2,000 to build and $297 per month. That's everything you saw in the demo live on your site. And then you can say something for scarcity. I do have a couple more spots. You don't say like one spot. You can say that, but to look more like convincing and sound more convincing, I do have a couple of spots available this week. If this looks like a fit, I can take 50% deposit today and be live in 5 business days. Want to go ahead? And then you pretty much close the deal. Usually these type of deals are very closable because, it's selling itself. It's pretty much selling itself, which is, very cool and really beginner friendly. So if you've never done sales, don't worry. It's just like talking to, people, normal people like, you and me. So yeah. Obviously, you can do follow-ups and in-person meetings as well. I will just cover this briefly. After the call, if they are not closing, you can say something like, hey, John, great speaking with you. As promised, here's the demo link. The growth plan, it does start at $2,000 one-time fee plus $297 a month. Gives you everything we walked through. Deposit secures your spot this week. Are you ready to go ahead? This is if you haven't closed on the spot. Again, it will be harder to close them if you leave them hanging and if they don't close on the spot. However, if they have really objections that are really important, like for example, I have to ask my business partner, then reschedule the call with a business partner, okay? And also send them the demo link. Also for in-person meetings, it's these are just some quick tips. I probably done one in-person meeting in my life. Most of the meetings are online, but you can bring a tablet or a laptop. You show them live demo on their website. You start with their Google Maps listing on the screen, demo the missed call text back by calling their number, and then leave a one-page summary sheet with pricing. Just become prepared or come prepared. And with in-person meetings, it's usually you usually close people because once you show them your professionalism, they will act on it and they will trust you, okay? So you can also automate follow-ups in GoHighLevel. You can have email with demo link plus pricing summary, SMS, did you get a chance to check the demo, case study, stuff like that. Again, I like to keep this in outreach messages, which it's pre-built in your free GoHighLevel snapshot. And again, we will post more snapshots and we will give you more value in our community. So once you join our 30-day free trial link, you will get that with our 30-day free trial link, okay? Now, obviously, we covered that. Now let's go to closing the deal and contracts. Now, contracts are important. Don't be scared of them. It's just here to kind of pre-frame everything and prepare the, everything for, the business. So in this case, I'll just go through legal basics, agreements, payment terms, and protecting yourself and your clients, because again, sometimes you will work with pain in the ass clients. Just make sure that you have contract in place. This is just for your safety and for your client safety, and just it makes everything look more professional. So closing the deal, here are 3 moments. So best option is to close on a call. As I said earlier, the best time to close is immediately after the demo, while excitement is the highest. Why the dopamine is the highest? Because that is when they're excited, that is when they can envision and they start envisioning in their head how this will help their business, okay? So in this case, you just wanna ask directly, wanna go ahead and I'll send you the invoice now, and then silence is fine, let them answer, and then have your payment link ready before every call. Again, payment links can be added within GoHighLevel. They can be added as well in on Stripe. I usually use either Stripe, PayPal, or GoHighLevel that is integrated with Stripe, okay? I can show you this briefly after this presentation, how you can set this up, but that's the first best option. The second most common is close via follow-up. Again, this will happen some of the times, but I recommend closing on a call. So you can send the follow-up email within 30 minutes, include the demo link, pricing, and direct pay deposit link. Again, most closes happen within 24 to 72 hours of the demo. But if they're ready on the call, immediately go and close them on a call. So use urgency here. I have 1 build slot this week. I'm actually talking with someone this week. I'm already talking with this person, that person. You can leverage the urgency in your way, okay? So from there, again, high conversion is an in-person close, obviously. So if you're in US, if you want to target US customers, you can start with your own town. So for larger local businesses like law firms, dental practices, in-person visits with an imprinted one-page proposal and demo running live on their site dramatically increases close rates, okay? So you can bring a contract ready to sign on the spot and you will pretty much sign. Now, both of these, like all of these ways to close the deal are good, right? So don't beat yourself up if you cannot close on a call. You will close via follow-up. If you cannot close either way, then it is what it is, right? You can kind of add them to a long-term nurture. So if you talk with someone, if they're not ready maybe at this moment, which, you know, I don't know why they wouldn't be ready, but if you've done the call right, but if they're still not ready, then make sure to move them to long-term nurture. You can set up long-term nurture in GoHighLevel and you can nurture them for like 1 year, okay? And in 1 year, you can follow up with them, which is really cool. So that's something you can do. Now, obviously for your contract, there are 7 essential clauses here. So for the contract, if you're creating contract, obviously I'm not here legal advisor. You can create a contract with ChatGPT or go with a lawyer if you're really like confident, which will set up your contract once and that's it. You also do have softwares that are creating contracts for you, like AI contract or AI lawyer and stuff like that. But again, you know, do that on your own end and see what's best for you. So obviously here is in your contract, you need to have scope of work, payment terms, cancellation policy, ownership of assets, which is really important, AI disclaimer, data privacy, and limitation of liability. So let's kind of go through these really quick. So scope of work, just, you know, what you're going to do, the setup fee, and what's included in the monthly retainer. So you just define number of pages, features, and edit allowance based on your package that you're selling. Second, payment terms. So usually 50% deposit required before work begins, remaining 50% due on go live day. Monthly MRR charge on the first of each month via card on file, which you can set up via Stripe in GoHighLevel, which I'm about to show you. Then you have cancellation policy, so 30-day written notice required to cancel, no refunds or setup fees. If client cancels mid-month, full month is charged, and then sub-account is suspended on cancellation date, okay? Also, you have ownership of assets. This is huge because GoHighLevel acts as your own ownership. So obviously, client owns their business data and content, but you retain ownership of custom-built templates and workflows because website and everything is hosted on GoHighLevel. Client can migrate for a fee if they leave, okay? So they cannot, if they leave, and if they don't want to migrate, then you're taking your entire GoHighLevel system and that's it, okay? Make sure to transparently say that to them. You don't have to say that on a call, the first call. You can say that later on once you close them, because then it's a lower chance they will cancel first month, right? Also, AI disclaimer. So clearly state that the AI chatbot is an automated tool and may occasionally produce incorrect responses. Again, you just put that in a contract just for your own sake. Don't tell them straight up this, because then it will sound like you're not confident in your service. So client approves training data. You're not liable for AI errors that cause business loss, okay? Also, data and privacy. You're agreed to handle all client business data in accordance with GDPR and CCPA or local regulations. You will not share or sell client data to third parties. Data is stored securely via GoHighLevel infrastructure. Now, make sure that you know the law in the country or in the state that you're operating in. It's very important that you know the law and then act upon that law, okay? Limitation of liability. So your maximum liability is capped at the fees paid in the previous 3 months. You're not liable for lost revenue, missed calls, not captured or third-party service outages like SMS, email, GoHighLevel downtime. Again, this will happen sometime. Like, it never happened to me. Probably happened one time, but it was like not GoHighLevel's fault. It was an API fault, which, you know, GoHighLevel usually depends on other APIs, but usually 99.9% of time it works, okay? So just know this and know where you're getting into. This is very important that you kind of know. You can build your contract around these things. You can show this to your lawyer or whoever is going to create your contract. And again, you create contract once and that's it. You're pretty much secured all the way. So here are payment terms and structures. So obviously, you can go and charge standard 50-50. So 50% deposit on contract and 50 on a go live day. This is most common and it protects both parties and it doesn't look like suspicious, okay? Because usually when you're first working with a client, and if you're all the time just saying, I want an upfront, I want an upfront, I want an upfront, they will be like, why does this guy force an upfront, right? So always have options. Obviously, I personally would go with upfront fee because we have to cover the cost upfront. But if they don't want to do it, 50-50 is fine. 50-50 is honestly what I would go with either way after the upfront. Obviously, the second is upfront, so full setup fee paid before work starts. Offer 5 to 10% discount as incentive. This is best for cash flow. Again, if you're running a business, this is definitely the best one for cash flow. If you can do this in a really good way and pitch this in a really good way, then this is definitely it, okay? Monthly installments, you can split setup over 3 months alongside MRR. This is lower barrier to entry, good for hesitant clients, good for beginner clients if you don't have yet testimonials. However, I would not recommend this long term. No setup or higher MRR, so you can waive the setup fee but then charge $497 to $697 a month instead. This is easier close, slower ROI, but still pretty good, honestly, because you will earn more, but then the churn might be higher. So later on, you can probably like lower that to, whatever is going to be. Like for the first 3 months, you will charge $497 to $697, and then after that, you're going to charge $297 again, long term. So use Stripe plus GoHighLevel to auto charge MRR on the first of each month. This is really important. So this is something you can do. And then protecting your MRR, have a card on file from day one. What does this mean? This means that the card will be saved in your GoHighLevel system and it will charge them automatically. This makes MRR automatic and removes the awkward chase payment situation because, again, we don't want to chase clients. We want them or their card to get charged, and that's it, okay? And one important thing, the client will always, when they see the statement that, they paid for your service, they will always think whether or not this service is valuable to them. So what you want to do before the payment date, you want to send them a snapshot or dashboard of the results you did, and that will be like in their head, or at the day of the payment, you will send them that, and they will be like, okay, they're making money, so it's not a big deal, So that's a good trick to have in your sleeve. So again, you have 30-day cancellation clause. This requires 30-day written notice, and this guarantees a 1 extra MRR payment even if they want out immediately, which is really great. And then 6-month minimum term for growth and elite clients include a 6-month minimum. This is good. You can include 3, 6, whatever month minimum, and that reduces churn and justifies your build investment, okay? And then you have failed payment protocol. So GoHighLevel auto retries failed payments. So add a clause after 3 failed charges, service suspension until balance clear. This is kind of strict, but it's something that works. So always get the contract signed before sending your invoice, and that will pretty much secure your spot, okay? So again, you're a business owner. You need to be a little bit on the secure side. You need to be, securing yourself as well on your side. So yeah. So let's go to the lesson number 4. This is AI compliance and legal obligations. This is what every agency owner must know before deploying AI for clients. So it's really important that you have this in place. Again, this is not to scare you. It's just to know what you're dealing with, okay? So usually, data privacy, GDPR, CCPA, and local regulations. I know this is boring for most businesses, but this is something that you kind of need to know. So GDPR, obviously this is for EU, applies to EU and any business with EU-based customers or website visitors. So you must have a cookie consent banner on the website. Privacy policy must list what data is collected and why, and users have the right to request data deletion, okay? Also, AI chatbot interactions count as data processing, so must be disclosed. So again, add a GDPR cookie consent widget in GoHighLevel, which you can add. You can add also or update client's privacy policy to mention AI chatbot data handling. So always have a privacy policy in place. Second, in California and USA, this applies to businesses serving California residents with under 25 million revenue or 50K plus records, or over 25 million of revenue. Users can opt out of data sale or sharing and must disclose what personal data the AI collects and provide a do not sell my info link. So in this case, AI collected leads must not be sold to third parties. Again, you will not do that anyway, so include opt-out language in forms. Ensure GoHighLevel data handling settings are configured correctly per client. Also, for Canada and USA email, this applies. This is called CASL or CAN spam. So this is any automated email sequence sent to prospect or leads. So consent is required before sending marketing emails, and every email must have an unsubscribe option. And then identify your agency name and address in emails, and cannot use misleading subject lines in GoHighLevel sequences. So again, all GoHighLevel email sequences must include unsubscribe footer and use double opt-in for lead capture forms. This is for a local business on the website. We're talking about that, okay? So again, just some things you should know about before kind of going into that. Also, AI-specific compliance. So what agencies must know is, you have AI chatbot disclosure. So you must disclose when a user is speaking to an AI, not a human. Many jurisdictions legally require this. So again, you can add something like, hi, I'm Tin's business AI assistant. I can answer any questions and book appointments. A team member can also help if you prefer. Something like that. TCPA or SMS and auto dialing. So sending automated SMS to US numbers requires prior written consent. Again, this is $500 to $1.5K dollar fine per message. So even if you're auto dialing with your AI voice agent, this is not legal. Okay, it's illegal. So ensure every GoHighLevel lead capture form has an SMS consent checkbox. Never send automated text to numbers that haven't opted in. Obviously, A2P or 10 DLC registration. When you're registering a phone number in GoHighLevel, which we covered earlier, all business SMS in the USA must be sent via A2P registered numbers, which GoHighLevel has this integrated. So when you register your number, when you purchase your number, you will need to go through that A2P verification. If you have any problems with A2P verification, contact me. Or what you can also do is you can pretty much go and register, contact GoHighLevel support. They're pretty fast with it. So you register your client's brand and campaign in GoHighLevel's LC phone settings. It takes 1 to 3 days required for any US SMS automation. Then obviously you have AI collected data usage. So data collected by AI chatbots in personal data under the GDPR or CCPA. So you cannot use it for any purpose not disclosed at collection. So in the privacy policy, just list name, email, phone, and conversation transcripts collected by the AI tool. Again, state data is used only to respond to inquiries. So you also have HIPAA. So HIPAA, if your client is in medical practice, mental health provider, or dentist, this is really good. You can enable HIPAA compliance, which is a $297 a month add-on on top of what you're paying with GoHighLevel. And you can just charge client for that accordingly, because if they don't have it, you will need to have that installed. And then age and vulnerable users. So AI chatbot must not collect data from users under 13 or 16. You can add age verification for relevant niches, and that will pretty much suffice your kind of compliances. Okay, so yeah, here's what you learned. We still have more to go, so I will show you an ebook for compliances that we have. So if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you also get an ebook for compliances, which just makes this much easier. I will also show you how to integrate your Stripe inside GoHighLevel right now. But this is what you kind of learned. We learned packages and pricing. So we learned the starter or top three-tier model, the starter, the grow, the elite, fixed packages that beat hourly, predicted MRR, clear scope, add-ons that you can sell. We also learned how to pitch clients, the discovery call and stuff like that. Close on the call while excitement is the highest. Remember that. Also, GoHighLevel automates all follow-ups, so 5-step sequence pre-built in Snapshot. Also, closing in contracts, we went over the legal things, and then we went over AI compliance. Now I will actually show you an ebook that we have, just like go and skim through it. This is what we get inside, or what you get inside of our Snapshot when you sign up with our 30-day free trial. And it's actually something that is very beneficial for business owners, just so you know other compliances as well. So as you can see, if you go to GoHighLevel and if you go to our to your sub account where you imported our snapshot number 2, you will be able to go to media storage, and here you have 3 different ebooks. One of them is AI compliance guide, and this is how it looks like. So this is what every AI marketing agency needs to know before working with local businesses. And again, you can kind of go through this, and as you can see, you have AI texting, SMS marketing rules, FTC rules, Europe and GDPR. Based on where you're at, you should go and you should kind of go through this and skim read it, at least, you know, go through these and see what you know, what this entails. Okay, now in order to set up a payment, right, payment plans and recurring payment plans, GoHighLevel is really great for that. So go to your sub account, which in this case we have our sub account right here, and we want to go to payments. And as you can see here, we have documents and contracts. So you can also create contracts inside GoHighLevel, which is really cool. And you can sign, you can like get those contracts signed, which is really cool. So let me kind of show you this. You have here a GoHighLevel contracts. And then when that loads up, you will have it right here. You go to new and you can upload existing PDFs. So for example, you can create a contract with existing or export it as in a PDF, and then do that. You can import from template library. You have contracts right here, you know, for hair salons, for consulting, stuff like that. But again, as I said, consult with your lawyer or whoever is doing your contracts and then import them right here. Invoices and estimates is where you can build or where you can create invoices. So you can create a new recurring invoice here. You can send recurring invoice to a customer at scheduled intervals. So you can click new. And as you can see, this is where you would be able to go and add business information. So in this case, you want to add your, you know, obviously phone number, everything, your website, invoice settings, and you can select a customer. If you added a customer as a contact in GoHighLevel, you can add it right here. Okay, so in this case, I can just add it. And then I can also add a product. So adding a product, you can create a product here. And as you can see, the product name can be, for example, you know, whatever the plan is, starter. It's going to be digital or service. Price name is going to be, let's say, $1,000. And then amount is going to be, let's say, you know, price name is going to be actually starter, not $1,000. Okay. And then you add that USD and you can save. So obviously this is a recurring invoice, right? So in this case, it's going to be probably like 297. You hit save. And then you have that right in here. How often? Every month. You can select first of every, or you can select like date, first Monday of every month, right? And then you can add start date and end date, which we don't have. You can, you know, schedule this if you want, and you can then send this to your customer. So that's how you can do it one way. Second way you can do it is you can create a new invoice, which is going to be one invoice for one-time fee, and then another invoice, which is going to be a recurring invoice for a monthly fee. Okay, so you have one invoice, which is basic invoice for one-time fee, and then you have a recurring invoice for recurring. Okay, so that's what you can do. You can also import services using CSV. You can go to products, and you can also go and create products. Like, as you can see, we've created here a bunch of products, and you can create a product first. So you enter the title, the description, you know, include tax and prices, yes or no. You know, the prices here, the amount, you compare at the price right here. And once you create a product, you can add those products into the invoices. Okay, so in this case, let's say we go create a product, we add a pricing. Okay, you know, we have additional options right here, whether that's a membership offer, right, or whatever. Additional options, you can add another price, add a variant, search engine listing and stuff like that. And then you basically go and you go to your, you also have subscriptions, by the way, so you can add a subscription as well here, as you can see. So in this case, you can add a subscription. You can add your client's card to this. As you can see, you have additional options, which is test or live. This is test, this is live. And then that's pretty much it, right? You can schedule this, and then you can add a customer, and obviously the customer will need to pay this. But if they pay it once, right, on the invoice, recurring invoice, they will be charged monthly, which is something you want to do. If they don't want to give you the number, that's what you can do. Now, integrations here. I use Stripe, but you can use PayPal, Authorize, and NMI. You can use pretty much any like method you want here. Again, this is going to be up to you. You also have manual payment methods, which is like offline or custom options like cash on delivery. But as you can see, you have a lot of different like payment providers here. So the best one for me is Stripe. Second best one is PayPal. But again, if you're in the UK, for example, NMI is quite good, or authorize.net is quite good. But again, you can manage everything through here, okay? And by the way, this is being managed on your sub account. This is being managed on your sub account, not on your client sub account, because you are creating invoices and everything like that within your own sub account, okay? Now, if you have any questions around this or anything, you can comment below or join our community, and we'll be able to answer pretty much everything. Again, you can join our community with our 30-day free trial below, and you will pretty much get everything set up correctly. So this is essentially it for this module. Obviously, the second module right here is going to be GoHighLevel setup and automation mastery. So we're going to go finally through the technicalities of GoHighLevel, sub-account setup from scratch for a real client, building and deploying a smart website using niche web templates, configuring every automation, chatbot, SMS, booking, and reviews, and then going live with the checklist, client handover, and first month support. So this is what we're going to go through. It's going to be quite a long, that one is going to be quite a long module, but yeah. So yeah, we'll see you in the next module. Welcome to module number 4. Now, this is going to be about building the actual AI website. We will also go through some of the things you should know about GoHighLevel before we actually continue to build of the website. Now, we're not going to be building website from scratch, because if you noticed, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial link, you also get all the website templates, which you can use for pretty much any local business, okay? Now, in this case, we're going to be going over the agency account, client sub accounts, white labeling, and GoHighLevel dashboard. Now, this is module 4. Module 4 will be like created in different videos. So we'll have like probably 3 or 4 videos around module 4. But this is just the intro, okay? So the first thing you want to understand, and I will give you an overview inside GoHighLevel right now. GoHighLevel has 2 different views, okay? So GoHighLevel has an agency view, agency account. This is where you log in, and this is your admin dashboard, okay? This is where you can see your GoHighLevel account, its billing. For example, in this case, if a billing is 297, you can see, okay, that's the billing. This is just an example. And then you can also see all client sub-accounts. Okay, so every client account in one place, and you can jump into any sub account instantly. Now, I will give you, we'll jump in GoHighLevel, and I will actually give you the overview of this. Also, you would be able to build and store your client templates and deploy them to any new client in minutes, to any new sub account in minutes, because as you can see right here, one sub account equals one client, okay? Then for the user management, we're going to be adding team members or VAs and control exactly what they can access as well through the agency account. So you can do that through the agency account. By the way, you can also add users on the sub account as well. So each sub account represents your client. So in this case, we have client sub account. So this is your client entire business, and basically the entire business lives here, okay, in a sub account. So here you can see their websites and funnels that you've designed for them. So the actual smart websites you built for them, only their content, their domain. This is what you can see, and also you can kind of adjust what they can see. I will show you later on in this module how you can actually go and add people to your sub account. They can also see their CRM and contacts, so all of their leads, customer records, and conversations are isolated to this account. So again, think of this like a client account that only they can manage. You can also manage it. You can also add your team members to it, but mainly it's where most of the delivery that you're doing is going to be on their side. Okay. Also, miscalled text back automations. I almost said animations. Automations are in there. Booking flows, review sequences, all run through here, okay, through the sub account. Also, their calendar and bookings, they can see appointment slots. They can see which appointments they're booked. Maybe the website, the AI Smart website booked some of the appointments, and they can see those appointments on their calendar. Also, you have a reporting dashboard here. They can see the statistics, call logs, review counts, and what you send them each month. So you can send them each month through the agency account. This is actually done through the agency account, I think. Or actually, no, it's done through the sub account. The reporting, we'll go through that as well. But yeah, think of the agency account as your account. This is where you manage all of the sub accounts. This is only what you are going to see. And the sub account is, again, you can have unlimited sub accounts. Each sub account represents one client. So sub account equals your client's business. One sub account equals one client, okay? So one agency account, unlimited sub accounts. Each client sees only their own data, never yours or another client's data, okay? So this is what you want to know in theory. Now I will give you a practical overview of how this looks like in GoHighLevel. And by the way, before we go into GoHighLevel, you do have two plans, as I mentioned, but if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you will have 30 days for free. However, you got to understand that for $97 a month, you're only getting 3 sub accounts, so you can only onboard 3 clients. But if you're already ready to scale, after 30 days, you can upgrade to 297 and you pretty much get unlimited sub accounts. So as many client accounts as you need for one price, which is really beneficial if you want to scale, okay? Now let's go in GoHighLevel. This is how GoHighLevel looks like. This is the dashboard. And by the way, this is the agency view, okay? Agency dashboard view. So what does that mean? That means that in here, all of these options are options that we adjust for us internally, because we are the admins of our agency side of things. We have agency side of things and we have sub account side of things. Here you can see the sub accounts that we have. So these are some snapshots that we've created for you, and then our sub account right here. So this is where you can see pretty much each sub account is one client, okay? And this is where you can go into a sub account, let's say this one. And now I'm in a sub account and I have different, as you can see right now, I have different options on the side. And these options are mainly for the delivery side. So, websites, for example, I have sites, I have websites here, I have funnels, and this is where I can deliver, the sites for my clients, okay? Now let's go back to the agency view, as you can see right here. And let me kind of break down exactly what this is. So obviously the agency view, this is going to be just a quick overview. Obviously the agency view here, you can go and you have sub accounts right here, and you can create a sub account for each of your client, okay? We'll go into detail how you can create this later on, but you hit create regular account, and you can also import a snapshot, which we will import our own snapshot. So you can see how you can import your snapshot. If you sign up with our link below, you would be able to get a snapshot, and then you can import that snapshot in here. And then with that snapshot, you can build a sub account, okay? And in that sub account, you can set up websites and pretty much everything you want for a client. And again, if you sign up with our link, you would already have pretty much everything ready to be like set up for your client. So in this case, let's say we go to account snapshots, and this is where we can see imported snapshots. And these are all imported snapshots that we have right here. Now you can obviously go and you can import snapshot by, again, signing with our link below, and then you get the snapshot link, you paste that link in the here, and you just say yes, import this link, okay? Something like that, right? That would be how it looks like. And then you will have it right here. So everything it will be right in the account snapshots. But if you want to create a sub account based on the snapshot, you will go here and you have imported snapshots, and then you just click and you hit select and continue. By the way, regular account always click select and continue, and then you would go into creation of your sub account, okay? And here you just go through the, obviously, you know, picking the business name on the maps. You can also add manual business like this, okay? You can click this is my own account or this is my client account, stuff like that. So you can set this up this way, okay? But again, I will show you this later on. The most important thing is that you understand that this is an agency view and these are the sub account views, okay? So in this case, let's say, you know, we want to configure something within our agency. We can go to, for example, right here, settings, and then we can go to, let's say, email services, okay? Or for example, billing, right? Billing. I cannot really go to billing because I'll show my company data, but you can go to team and you can add team members that also have access to your agency view, like to your agency account. And you can also add users right here, and you can pretty much set their roles and permissions here. So it can be admin, it can be user, it can be whatever, and then user type can be account, and then you can add a sub account as well where they're managing that sub account. So let's say you have a VA, you add account, you add a user role user, and then you just add your VA. You can add this for your client as well, but for your client will be admin. So you can add it as an admin right here, and then you can adjust what do they see within that sub account, okay? So you select the sub account, for example, this one, and then you select what do they see in that sub account. For example, I don't want them to see this, okay. I want them to see account settings, okay, I can enable this. I don't want them to see this, I disable this. Then I hit save, and then they get an email because I put the email right here, and then they will get an email invite, and yeah, they can join through that email invite to my sub account or to my agency view account, okay? So again, most of the things that you will do it through sub accounts. So once you create a sub account, you pretty much want to go to your sub account and you will be able to manage that sub account, okay? Now that we covered this, I want to cover also how you can white label your GoHighLevel. Now, what does it mean, white label? White labeling means that you can put your own logo right here. As you can see, I have my own logo here, and that you can white label it so that it looks like your own application or website. So white labeling is essentially packaging the GoHighLevel into your own kind of software while not changing the software as it is, but just changing the look of it, okay? So in this case, what we can do is we can go to, let me actually go to settings, and then here you should go to, let me actually find this. So you have company, and as you can see here, we have white label. And this is where we can add our own logo. So if we add our own logo, this logo will be right here, okay? So as you can see, we can also add a domain. So a domain will actually change this domain right here. So when your clients log in, they will see, for example, our marketing agency is called Fuller Digital. So if they log in, they will see app.fullerdigital.com. And essentially what this will do is this will white label it so it looks really professional and official, and clients will trust you even more because they will think you have your own software, okay? Some clients will know this is GoHighLevel. Again, you know, for those clients, you can just transparently say, okay, it's GoHighLevel. And some clients will not know, okay? And, you know, you can always say that this is your software or something like that, you know? And then you can add a white label domain. API domain is a different domain, so you can configure your API domain in order to brand all the links that get generated across sub-accounts like forms, calendars. So all the forms and calendars will have fullerdigital.com, if you know, if that's your like, or it will have like youragency.com, right? You know what I mean? And that will be in here, okay? And you can add those domains by going in here and just typing in the domain, right? And then adding a domain right here. And again, only subdomains are allowed. So you would have something like stripe.fuellerdigital.com, right? And you add it, and then you can add records manually. Now, if you have any issues with connecting this, we do have an experts in community that can help you. So if you, again, sign up with our link, you get all the bonuses. You also get access to our community, which in that community, you would be able to connect this. So how this is connected, just briefly, you want to purchase a domain on Namecheap, GoDaddy, Name Hero, whatever you're hosting, Hostinger even. You purchase a domain and you want to add records manually right here to the DNS records, okay? So this could be a very even longer course if I wanted to kind of show you this, but you click add records manually and you want to copy this right here, and you'll also have a video here to help you, which is really cool. But if you cannot figure it out, then you can just contact us. But you pretty much copy this in your DNS, you verify the records, and your DNS can be Namecheap, wherever you purchased your domain, and wherever you are hosting your domain, this is where your DNS records will be, and then you just hit verify records, and that's it, okay? So this is what you want to do for this, and you want to do this for API domains. So for example, for API domain, it can be api.fuelyourdigital.com, for example. So this is how you can white label it. Now you can also add your privacy policy URL here, terms and conditions. You can add custom JavaScript. You can use ChatGPT to pretty much create a custom JavaScript right here. I will show you how you can do this as well, and custom CSS. And then you also have dark theme and light theme. So for example, if I want to have light theme, this is how it's going to look like. If I want to have dark theme, this is how it's going to look like. So for example, if you want to customize the JS, let's go to ChatGPT here briefly, and let me show you. So I want to white label GoHighLevel with dark blue, midnight blue gradient. Can you give me CSS and JavaScript for that? Okay. So again, you can also add colors, whatever color you want to have, and I'll just show you how you can customize this so that this looks really cool for you and for your clients. So as you can see, this is a midnight blue theme. This is for a CSS, and this will go right here in this custom CSS, okay? You don't have to know anything about coding, by the way. So as you can see, this is going to be done very soon, and then we'll copy this and paste it in our GoHighLevel. As you can see right here, while this is generating, so these are some of the things, and then you also have advanced settings, which I'm about to show you soon. So as you can see, this is still generating. Let me actually go to advanced settings. So this is where you can have an advanced security, stuff like that, optimizing experience. But again, this is not really that, it doesn't really matter that much for you. It just matters that if you want, you can customize your GoHighLevel white label. So as you can see, we have here CSS. So we paste the CSS. Let's see if this works. And we have JavaScript, which is, I think, done. We put this in here, and then we're just going to be going here. I think save changes, proceed. Okay, and this save changes. So this is now saved, and it should work right here. By the way, if it doesn't work, yeah, as you can see, it works. And as you can see, everything is white labeled to your kind of liking, right? So I'm going to keep it as it is. But again, if you don't like something, you can always go into ChatGPT. For example, you don't like these things, you can just, you can just screenshot this, and then you can pretty much, tell ChatGPT to change that, whatever you want. So this is pretty much it. Now, what I'll do, I'll just delete this, and I'll just delete this as well. And then we'll save changes here, and we are going to be saving changes, I think, here. So I'll just put it like this, and then we're going to be refreshing it again, and we should have it again as it was. Yes, we have it as it was. So as you can see, that's pretty much it. Now this, I don't know why it's still like that. We'll just save it. Okay. And that's pretty much it for the white labeling. Now, you can also connect your Stripe account to your GoHighLevel account. Now, obviously for this, you can connect it to your sub account where you are actually charging the clients, which we're going to be showing you that later on. And you can also connect it through the agency account as well. So obviously Stripe is going to be a part of, payments and stuff like that. So you can always go here and you can go to settings and then you can go to Stripe. And here, as you can see, you have Stripe integration, and this agency dashboard is going to be visible to only me, all agency admins, whatever you want. You can kind of adjust this right here. By the way, you cannot see from the camera right here because I have a camera in right above, but it will say agency dashboard visible to, and then you just hit all agency admins or only me. Here you can hit login to Stripe and it will basically go and it will send you to the Stripe dashboard and you will need to just log in. So in this case, we already logged in, but I'm just going to exit out because we're already logged in. But you just log in, you have authentication, that's it, and you have it right here. You can disconnect it whenever you want. So the Stripe account connected to this agency is unverified and cannot collect payments. As you can see, for me it says that. For you, it should not say that. It should say that it's connected. So again, you can verify the connection, and here you will have your payouts all connected. Okay, now I will later on show you how you can connect your Stripe to your sub account so that each sub account where you have each client can be charged, okay, every single month, so that you're monthly generating monthly recurring revenue with your AI website business. Okay, now what's also left here is it's left that you want to also set up your phone number and configure the phone system and domain in GoHighLevel. So if you have clients where you will have clients where you need to send emails and you need to send SMS from their sub account, then you will need to set up and configure domain and configure the phone system. So let me actually show you how to do this. So let's say we go to the sub account here, okay? This is one of our sub accounts. And let's pretend this is our client, okay? And our client, maybe what our client has is when someone books a call, they have an automation that sends appointment reminders, but they send appointment reminders to SMS and to email. So in this case, they need an email sending domain and they need a phone number, okay? They might already have a phone number, but since you're doing everything in GoHighLevel, they might already have an email too. But since you're doing most of this in GoHighLevel, you will need to pretty much set this up in a sub account from the client, okay? So essentially how you do this is, and by the way, most clients will also have review automation as well, which they will send reviews, links for requests for reviews via SMS and via, domains, like sending domains, like email domains. So in this case, let's say if we go to automation, how this works, let's say right here we have lead nurture flow, and we have, for example, appointment automation. Whenever someone books an appointment or whenever someone doesn't show up to an appointment, we have this flow right here, which is again SMS and email, right? And in order for this to work, in order for these automations to work, you will need to set up a phone number and an email domain. And I will show you first how to set this up, and then I will show you how you can actually add this or connect phone number to this particular automation and email to this particular automation. Okay, so let's go back. So in that sub account, you want to go to settings and you want to go to email services. And here, what you want to do, as you can see, I have a email domain, which is tin.fuelerdigital.com. So whenever I'm sending emails, it will be, for example, support@tin.fuelerdigital.com. Okay, so for you it might be different. It might be contact@john.yourdomain.com. okay, so now that you know what domains are, you need to add your domain by going to dedicated domain and IP, and you want to click add domain. Okay, now, when you're adding domain, make sure you purchase the domain on Namecheap. Again, as I said previously, on Namecheap, just like with GoHighLevel agency domains, this is the same thing. So make sure you purchase it on Namecheap, GoDaddy, or Hostinger, wherever. And then what you want to do is you want to enter your subdomain here. So you purchased your original domain, which can be fuellerdigital.com in this case. So what I do is I will just go john.fuellerdigital.com, okay? And this is going to be my domain, my subdomain for my sending domain or for sending emails within GoHighLevel. Now, what I want to do is I want to click Add and Verify. And by the way, here, you actually want to do, again, the same thing, add records manually, and you can watch the video, and you need to add these DNS records to the DNS settings in your Namecheap, Hostinger, wherever you purchased your domain, okay? And you want to add these in here and then verify records. This may take, you know, a couple of hours to propagate or a couple of minutes, so you will need to be patient. Once you put these in a DNS records, you will need to actually click verify records and then wait some time. So if it's not verified immediately, you know, it doesn't matter. It can be verified a couple of minutes later. Just be patient. If you have any issues with this, you can, again, contact us in our community. But if you also have issues, you can also contact GoHighLevel support. So this is where you kind of add the domain. Once you add the domain, you can go back, and as you can see, now I have 2 domains, but I will delete this domain because I already have 1 domain. So I'll just delete this one. And as you can see, this is my domain right here, and you can just go and make sure it's SSL issued, everything is corrected, everything is active. So now I can add this domain, which, as you can see, this is my domain, right? And I can add this domain. And by the way, if you have any issues, you can always contact us in the group. Now I can go back and I can go to my automations, lead nurture flow, no show, and I can add this domain name or domain email here. So click on the email, and as you can see, I can go here and I can paste that domain email, okay? This is from name, so from the email, subject line, and then you have like an email right here. So you can adjust this to your local businesses that you're going to be working with. Again, I will show you how to adjust automations once we have a snapshot in place. And again, if you sign up with our link, you already have a snapshot, you already have community access, you already have website access. So you will see which automations you have kind of access to, okay? Now let's go back and let me show you how you can purchase a phone number. This is much easier, okay? But if you go to your settings in your sub account, if you go to phone system, here you can add a phone number. As you can see, I already purchased the phone number right here, and it's forwarding to my personal number, but I can go here and add a number, and I can add a phone number, okay? And in here, again, it depends where your client is located. If your client is located in US and in a certain state, like for example, Texas, and in a certain city, you can go here and you can select that city and you can purchase your phone number. Now, your phone number will cost $1, around $1, as you can see, monthly, plus the additional recurring costs that you might have. So your client might, you know, for example, you know, get a lot of calls and call from this number, or have automations being triggered from this number. If so, then you will get charged. But again, it's very affordable, like very affordable. And as you can see, you can kind of scroll here and you can see all the numbers here. Like this is from Texas, but you can go to filter and you can, you know, select capabilities, whether that's SMS, MMS, voice, toll-free, stuff like that. I always recommend toll-free, and I always recommend none for the address requirement. You will still need to go through the A2P verification. So for those of you who don't know, A2P verification is, let me actually kind of go and show you. So essentially here you can kind of learn about A2P verification. So this is on January 26th, 2023. Basically, they had a new compliance or a new policy that every single personal number or a number on GoHighLevel that you register needs to go through the A2P verification, okay? If you have any issues with A2P verification, you can again ask us in the community, but you can go here and just select the number, proceed to buy. Once you purchase a number, this is how it's going to look like. You can go to your number information here. You can see the number information, and you can also go and edit configuration for that number. And here you can, you know, select whether or not you want call recording, which I don't recommend. call forwarding, to which number this is going to be forwarded to, business phone number. You can bring also more team members if you want, and stuff like that, okay? So this is kind of what you can kind of adjust here. Again, make sure your phone number is verified, like mine is right here. Once this is done, you can again go back, and how you trigger this phone number to actually work in your automations, it's very simple. You go to your, let's say, automation right here, and as you can see, we have SMS. It will already be added right here. So if you have a phone number, it will send from that SMS phone number. So this SMS will be sent from here, okay? And yeah, you pretty much save the action, and that's pretty much it, right? And now you pretty much configured the, so I showed you what the agency view versus sub account is. I also showed you setting up GoHighLevel white label features to white label your account. I also show you how you can connect your Stripe. By the way, you can also connect your Stripe. For example, right now we are in our sub account view, and we can go to our payments. Okay, and here we can go to integrations, and we can also integrate Stripe right here, which will be used for the payments for that particular client, so that we have monthly recurring revenue, so that we can charge them monthly automatically. Okay, I will show you this later in this module, how this works. But I showed you how you can connect Stripe. I showed you how you can configure email domain and email in GoHighLevel. I also showed you how you can configure phone system in GoHighLevel. Now, if you have any questions, again, community is here. Also, the comment section is here, but I'm guessing there will be a lot of comments around this particular course. So yeah, this is, pretty much it. Now, in the next module, I'm going to go over how you can import our snapshot, how you can, or in the next, this is the same module, but yeah, we're going to be just showing you how you can connect everything, how you can adjust the automations, how you can deliver in under like a couple of minutes pretty much, or under the hour pretty much. And yeah, we're also going to go over a couple more things like, AI agents, automation, sites, and stuff like that. So, by the way, you can also use, PayPal and other providers here. You can also create subscriptions right here, which we're going to be going through over in the next video. So obviously right here, if you're watching the full course, you can just watch the next video here that is going to come. But yeah, this is pretty much it. If you have any questions, we have community always open for this type of questions. And yeah, sign up with our link below to get all the bonuses before we go to the next lesson in this module. So yeah, we'll see you in the next module. Okay, now that we know the difference between a sub account, the agency account, we went through pretty much like the setup of white label features in GoHighLevel, the domain, the logo, connected your Stripe account, configured the email domain, and configured the phone number. Now it's time to create a sub account for the client, to import the snapshot, which is going to be the template that will have our website and forms and AI chatbot and everything, and build a website from our template, and then create and integrate the form. Plus, we're also going to be creating a pop-up, integrating AI voice agent possibility, creating a calendar and integrating it on the website, and also having automation for the appointment when someone books. And then we wanted to publish this to a domain, okay? So this is what we're doing today. So what you want to do is you want to go to our community. Now, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you would be able to go inside our community and to get these free snapshots. Now, these free snapshots allow us to pretty much download the website templates and use those templates inside of our sub account. And if you remember, one sub account equals one client. So a sub account represents a client account. So let's say we're working here with, right here, as you can see, we have some snapshots. We're going to be adding snapshots as time goes on, but we have an HVAC snapshot here. And let's say we're doing an HVAC client delivery. So what we want to do is we want to go here to HVAC snapshot. Okay, let me so this is a tutorial of how the snapshot works, but what we want to do is we want to click on this link right here. Okay, once we click on this link, this is how it's going to look like. So you want to import this into your account. Okay, so you click import now. I already have it here. If I go to account snapshots, I actually have it here in the HVAC snapshot. And what you want to do is you want to create a new account, a new sub account based on this snapshot, okay? So you want to click create sub account. And as you can see here, you will need to go through adding a business. So let's say if you're working with HVAC on a 42nd Street, Long Island City, New York, you will enter their Google Maps information right here. So you click on this, okay? And you want to click here if this is the correct business. So click here. Now we actually need to, add the first name, the last name. So here, I'm just going to be adding John Smith. The email is going to be johnsmith@gmail.com. For you, you need to add the real data, real information from your business that you're working with, okay? Okay, so we have that here. Time zone, we can add to be New York or America, New York. And we can say this is my client sub account. So set up a client sub account to offer them services based on their unique requirements. So we want to click add sub account here. Now the city here is going to be New York, New York. Okay, so we're going to be adding this sub account right here. And as you can see, this is going to be that sub account. So we have HVAC here and everything is submitted right here. So we want to switch to the sub account. And as you can see right now, we are in that sub account, okay? So we pretty much created a sub account based on that imported snapshot. So where can you actually find the website? You want to go to sites here. And as you can see here, you will have an HVAC website. So if you click on this website here, you would be able to click here. And as you can see, you pretty much have everything right here. As you can see, the images, the website, everything is imported right here. So you don't really have to do a lot much, right? Because everything is already imported. Now, the question is, what if you want to do this, in multiple different clients or multiple different niches? We have the different niches. If you go to our products here in our community, we have like different niches, like under the free snapshots, you have gym, dentist, plumber, HVAC. We're going to be adding more niches as time goes on. But for example, if you want to sell this to other HVAC contractors or whatever, you can pretty much adjust this to, the colors and everything. You can adjust this. So let me actually go and let me show you how you can adjust this. So you simply go here to sites and then funnels, and then you click here on the HVAC. And on the HVAC here, you want to just click edit, okay? So when you click edit, you will be able to go in here and you will be able to edit this website, okay? So as you can see, this is the website. We have Cool Breeze. This is obviously the menu items. We can click on it. And I really like GoHighLevel because everything is so easy to change. Now, if I want to change, I can simply go here. And as you can see, the AC installation goes to this website right here, okay? So how this looks like, if I go here, we have services, okay? And each website needs to have services. And these services are really good for SEO because when you want to rank this website, on Google, you will need to rank for a keyword that you can rank for. So for example, AC installation Denver or AC installation Los Angeles. I will go and I will show you how to do this later on. But right now, let's go and let's edit this website. So as you can see, let's say you want to go here and you want to say the best, you can say something like the best HVAC installations in Denver, right? You can also delete this and you can say in Denver, okay? And as you can see, oops, if I missed okay, it's good. I actually deleted with backspace, but as you can see, you have everything right here, and you have to be really careful with it, not like me, because otherwise you will, you will mess this up. But as you can see, this is it, right? The best HVAC installations in Denver. Now, if you want, we can obviously change this image as well. We have the image right here. And this is my media. We can go to all And here you have under backgrounds, like you can also do the background stuff as well, the textures. But if you want, we can upload this. You can use Unsplash, you can use Pexels to create these websites, which is really cool, or to use the stock footage or images to add to the website, okay? Now, as you can see here, we also have another image, which, you know, we can obviously change. We just go here and we change the image. When it comes to the form is also embedded right into our snapshot, which is really cool. So when it comes to the form, you can edit the form by going here and clicking edit the form. So you can open a new tab here. So let's say we open a new tab. And as you can see here, you can change the form. So let's say you want to change this red. You can click here and you can go to colors and you can change the red to blue, let's say, okay? So if you want to have a blue website, you can just go and change it to blue, and you hit save, okay? So that's what you can do. Again, if we scroll down, what our clients say, testimonials. Now here, what you can also do is you can add, let's say you want to add another, element. This is how you can add elements. So in some cases, your clients will want you to add different type of sections to the website. And by the way, you can always go and you can use like some of these things right here, like buttons, blogs. You also have elements right here or sections. You can add a full width section right here, for example, and you can keep adding, like, for example, a headline, right? And under the headline, you can add, for example, right here, an image. I think we can also add reviews here. Yeah, as you can see, and those reviews will be populated from our review widget in GoHighLevel, which is cool because anyone that goes in here and wants to write a review, they would be able to write a review, and that review will be pretty much on your website, okay? So in this case, this is when I say on your website, I mean on your client's website. So you pretty much have here what your clients say about us. And as you can see, in just a couple of seconds, I pretty much made a section. Now, if I want, I can add here a subheading, let's say, or or paragraph, let's say. And as you can see, now I have paragraph right here. And I can change the paragraph by going here to just here and then typing whatever I want. Now, what I also can do, let's say I choose welcome. What I can also do is I can double tap and then I have AI, and I can generate with AI. I can also improve writing with AI. I can fix spelling and grammar with AI, simplify writing with AI, make it longer and make it shorter. For example, if I want to make it longer, I go here, and as you can see, I would be able to replace the text right here in a moment. My internet is not really doing me justice here, but as you can see, welcome, welcome. That's how longer it is. But if you make it longer, like not just welcome, welcome is a very short sentence, but let's say you say welcome to my website. And if someone clicks here, they can click here and it will make it longer. So services, obviously you can change the services as well. Here, very simple, you just click and change. All right, so that's pretty much it, right? And you can obviously go and connect the calendar. So let's say you want to book free estimate here. Let's say you want this to go to the calendar. You can also connect this to a calendar. Now, how does this form actually work? So this form, if let's say we want to save this, we can hit save here. I don't want to save it because I butchered the website right now, but just wanted to show you how this works. So if I go back, which I'm about to show you, so I showed you how to import the snapshot, okay? How to create a sub account for that snapshot. I did take you through the walkthrough of the snapshot right here, which you have this. You also have AI chatbot that we're going to be adding to the website, which I'm about to add that later on, because if you go right now on the website, you can see that we don't have the chatbot right here, which we need to still add that chatbot in, okay? So we're going to be doing that as well. I also showed you how to integrate the form. So you already have the form and you just want to integrate it inside of your website, which, it is on the website, but you want to automate it, okay? So in this case, we want to go to automations, okay? And now this is an integral part of the website of AI Smart website, okay? So as you can see, the AI builder is enabled. Okay, got it. Now here you have a couple of automations. Now I'm only going to be going through some very key automations like website form submitted and appointment confirmation plus reminder. So the website form that you saw can be found if you go to sites, and if you go to the forms, this is where you can find your website form. So it's this form, I think, right here. Yeah, so this is the homepage form, as you can see, and it's called a homepage form. So we want to go to automations, website form submitted, and let me actually explain to you how this works, okay? So I'll just going to be enable autosave for now. When the form is submitted here, and I'll go through the details on how this automation works, the client will get internal notification, okay? So they will get, okay, the new form has been submitted. This is the contact name. This is the contact email. This is the contact phone. Reach out to them as soon as possible, okay? This is what our client will get when someone goes to their website and when someone submits their form. Then we have a waiting time, 1 minute here. Then what will happen is the SMS and email will be sent to that person that submitted a form. And this will happen automatically. And this is why it's so good, because in this way you are nurturing the leads that are coming to the website. And I will also show you where those leads are being stored. So in this case, we have SMS, for example, hey John, just saw you submitted the form on our website. Somebody will reach out to you in a bit. And then you can say something like John from LA Dentistry. Now this is for HVAC, so we can say something like John from HVAC World or whatever. And as you can see, you can also say, what is the service you're currently interested in so we can help you more? Like that's something you can say right here. And that could be a very logical next move. Now you can also copy this and you can go to the email, and in the email, you can also adjust this right here. Now, in the previous module, I told you how the emails work and how you can configure the email. So this is where you add your email, or in this case, is going to be your client's email. And this is how you would be able to go and send those SMS and emails. So when you configure the phone number, when you configure the email, you would be able to send these out. Now, how does this work? The form submitted here needs to be a form that is a homepage form, okay? Because this is the form right here that we are looking at. So whenever someone submits that form, again, the form is homepage form, they will get an internal notification. So our client will get internal notification, and our client's website visitor that submitted a form will get an SMS and email, okay? This is an integral, like very important automation that you need to have inside of your AI smart website, okay? Now, a website wouldn't be AI or smart website if it doesn't have AI. So we also want to make sure we're integrating that as well inside of this website, okay? So once this is done, you just hit publish and you make sure you save it, okay? I will not save it now because this is just for the test, just for this particular course video, okay? Let's go back and I will show you other automation like this one. This is a very important one, but let me first go to the AI agents. So if you go to Conversation AI, here, this is a chatbot that if you go to agents list, this here is a chatbot that is already predefined for HVAC businesses, and it's already working for a specific HVAC business, okay? So if you want to sell this to HVAC businesses, again, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you would be able to get this for free, okay? So in this case, what you have is you have an HVAC AI chatbot. You click on that chatbot, and I will show you how you can first set it up and then integrate it on your website. So as you can see, here it says HVAC AI chatbot. It's on autopilot. That means any lead that comes to the website, the chatbot will actually go and qualify that lead, okay? That's what we are looking for right here. Now, this chat is a live chat. So we have live chat right here because it's going to be live on the website, essentially. Advanced settings, here you can enter the business name. So for example, it can be HVAC, or in this case, Cool Breeze, because that is actually our website, Cool Breeze, as you can see. Wait time before responding, I recommend 2 seconds. So this is already in our snapshot, and maximum messages, you can lower this, but I think this is good because this is recommended. Once you do this, you hit save and you go to bot training. Now in bot training, what you want to add is you want to add a knowledge base. Now a knowledge base is a brain of this particular AI chatbot. So in this case, you want to go to knowledge base here. I opened it in a new tab here. And you want to go to the knowledge base and you have HVAC AI and you want to go to web crawler. Now what this does is we add the website once it's finished. So once the website is completely done, we add the website here and we add the link for the website right here, okay? And this knowledge base will scrape through the data and information of that business owner's website. And that knowledge base will have the data or information from our client's business, okay? Once we have this, we go back and we go to Conversation AI, go to agents, and again, click your agent here, and you want to select that knowledge base right here, as you can see. So we select that knowledge base. Oops. Once we select this, that's pretty much it. And you can test it right here. However, before testing it, you want to go to bot goals. You can see that it's red. So we want to go to bot goals here. And as you can see, the appointment booking right here, we want to configure that. So as you can see here, this calendar is inactive. So we want to set up the calendar. But before we set up the calendar, we want to make sure the personality is adjusted in a good way. So you can do this right here. Okay. And you can go here. You are an AI assistant for, and then what you can do here is you can just say Cool Breeze. Because again, that is our website name here. An HVAC company serving customers in Denver. Okay. So make sure that is edited. Everything else is good because we've already pre-made this for you. Your main goal here, this is just goal, is to book a service appointment, schedule a technician visit, requesting a quote. Okay. So that's all good. Additional information is all good. And then we need appointment booking. So this is the part where we want to actually go to our calendar. So I'm just going to be canceling this for now and go to the calendar. So you can click the middle click on your mouse and go to the calendars. And by the way, I'll close all of these just so I can have everything organized. You go to calendar settings, and in the calendar settings, make sure this is active. So you go here, and again, you can add the service logo. You can pretty much add the description of it. So for example, if you want to add a service logo, we can upload from a system here. So in this case, we're going to be going to, let me actually go here. So we have graphics, and let's say this one. Okay. We upload this, we say, okay, Cool Breeze, oops, Cool Breeze, schedule your appointment, or whatever, you know, you can add here. And then here you can add a description. Cool Breeze is a HVAC business in Denver, focusing on HVAC installations, whatever you can do. You can also adjust this, the color of your business. So since our website is in orange, I wanted to add orange as well. And you hit save changes. Now here, you will need to select at least one staff member. How you want to add staff is you go here to My Staff, and you want to add the staff right in here. So you want to simply go to My Staff, and then you want to add a user here. Now I'm going to be adding John Smith. So again, if you're working with clients, you know, they might have an employee, and that employee can be added right here. Now you can also add your clients, like your client's username and password here, and email. That's also the thing you can do, but I'm just showing you this for, you know, how everything works. You hit next, and here you just give them an admin role, because again, you know, they are your client, so you want to give them an admin role. And yeah, you just hit save. And this is right now added in here. So we can go here and we can click on here. And by the way, if you don't see it, you just refresh it. And we can add our, go here, staff and location, and we can add our member here, as you can see. And the meeting location is usually going to be none because, you know, they don't have a meeting location. It's going to be custom or like an address and then location address, because this is not a virtual location. This is actually a physical location, okay? Availability, again, you can set up the availability here for specific employee, like John Smith in this case. Booking rules, again, the booking rules are here. So minimum scheduling notice is, let's say, 1 day. Service interval can be 15 minutes. Service duration, 30 minutes. Date range, you can also add that, like, you know, anyone can book an appointment 15 days during this month, for example. Now, when you save these changes, this should go, if we go back, this should, okay, this is inactive still. So we want to actually go here and we want to make it active. So obviously we added this. Okay, this is all good. Staff and location, this is all good. Availability, it's all good. Advanced. Here you obviously have form and confirmation. So you can also add a form to the business calendar, which right now you don't really have to. Payments, again, no payments for now. And then you have widget appearance and stuff like that. Now keep in mind, for this to be active, you will need to go you will need to submit all of the things. And once you submit all of the things, you will be able to pretty much use this in a conversation AI. So once the calendar has been activated, you go back here to Conversation AI and then Bot Goals. And this is where we are going to be adding appointment booking, okay? So in here, you select the calendar, make sure it's activated, you proceed, and then here you want to allow bot to cancel the appointment and allow bot to reschedule the appointment, okay? This is what I usually do, and the bot will work perfectly fine. So you hit save, and as you can see now, what you can do is you can go to the bot and you can test your bot. So for example, you can say something like, hello, can I book an appointment this Friday with you? Okay, and as you can see, the bot will go in here and it will reply to us essentially like, you know, hello or whatever. Now keep in mind, you know, you need to have your actions set up here correctly in order for your bot to reply right here, okay? Now once you have your bot set up right here, we're going to be saving this here. I'm going to go into bot settings. Now let's say you want to integrate this bot on the website. Now, how we're going to be integrating this is you go to sites and you go to chat widget and you go to new and then live chat, okay? And here, since your chatbot is already a primary chatbot, it's going to be assigned automatically in here, okay? So what you want to do is you want to go to your styles and you want to change the style. For example, let's say we want this style. We want this icon right here. This is the welcome message. This is the custom greeting right here. Okay, so this is how it looks like. We can go to chat window and title and intro. Here, I usually delete this. And I usually, chat window title, have a question. This is right here. So what I usually do with this is I just say cool breeze. Okay, this is essentially just a business name. So I put that in here. I go to live chat assign and I disable this because as you can see, it says keep disabled if using Conversation AI. So I disable this and live chat closed. I go here. Okay, that's all good. Additional options, notification sound is good. Agency branding, I just disabled that. And that's what I usually do. Okay. Now, if you want to integrate this to your website, you can simply go get code and you can copy this code. Okay. Now, once you copy this code, you can go back to your sub account here and go to sites, funnels, HVAC, settings, body tracking code, paste in the body, okay? And hit save. Now, as you can see, you don't really need to be technically savvy for this. You can go to the website and you should be able, if you refresh this, to have a chatbot, as you can see. And this is how it looks like, right? and this enter the question below and get a and the representative will get right back to you. This is actually something we disabled, but because I have cookies from before, it's giving me this exact thing. Okay, so now you can go and you can test it. Always test your AI conversation bot. By the way, if you're in our community, if you have any issues, you will be able to get answer for that, like how to test it correctly and stuff like that. So you can go and you can say hello, and then the chatbot will go and answer. Now for me, what's happening is I have cache enabled, so this won't really work for me personally. Now let me actually go here and let me see if I can go to my Safari, and I should be able to do this in Safari. So if I go to Safari, if I paste it here, I should be able to take a look at this. Yeah, as you can see, hello. And the bot would actually need to go and respond to me. Now, for some reason, it's not responding right here. Now, if it's not responding, also one thing to make sure you do is you go back here. You go to the AI agents, Conversation AI, agent list, and then as you can see, it's error. So that's why it's not, it's not responding. But the thing is, we didn't activate the calendar, so sorry about that. But yeah, we didn't activate the calendar, and that's why it's not responding. So make sure when you're activating the calendar, you actually go to calendars, and you go to calendar settings, and in your calendar, make sure to edit the calendar and to fill all of these things in, okay? I skipped that part because I figured it's more important to show you how to integrate other more important things, okay? So we have now AI website, AI smart, or we have a dumb website. Then we have a chatbot, which makes this website AI smart website. We have the form automation. Now, what we can do is we can create a pop-up, okay? Now, creating a pop-up is a way, how you can do this is you can go simply to your, right here, let me actually go to sites, forms, and you can create a pop-up by adding a form right here. We can start from scratch. And how pop-up will work is whenever someone submits a pop-up, they will get a call from AI voice agent, okay? This is an outbound call. So in this case, for example, let's say we want this pop-up, okay? Let's say this is the pop-up. By the way, you can adjust the form by adding, first name, last name, full name, date of birth. If you want multi-line or single line, you can add those in here, as you can see. So it's pretty self-explanatory and it's very easy to adjust. So once you have this, you can hit save and you can hit integrate, okay? Now we want to integrate this as a pop-up, and we want to show this on, let's say, 30% of scrolling, okay? So anyone that scrolls the website after 35%, they will get a pop-up, okay? So we copy the embed code here, and we want to go to the HVAC, and we want to go to settings, and we want to also paste this in here, okay? Because this is going to be the pop-up, okay? So we hit save. Okay. Once we save this, we go here to the website back again. And yeah, as you can see, we get the pop-up right here. You can make this pop-up even better looking, shorter as well. I made it longer. And then whenever someone goes in and submits this, they will get an AI voice agent to call them, but only if we set up an AI voice agent and only if we set up an automation for that AI voice agent, which is the second thing we're going to do. So what we want to do here is we want to go back and we want to go to AI agents. We want to go to voice AI, okay? Now in here, as you can see, if you go to agent list, you already have an HVAC AI voice agent. As I told you, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial link, you will get this for free. So in this case, we click here, and just like with a conversation AI voice agent, you will need to adjust this for the business you're working with. So in this case, we have HVAC AI voice agent. Business name is Los Angeles HVAC. Again, we can rename this and rename that. We can also choose the voice. This is the current voice.
Hey, my name is Aaron, and this is my natural speaking voice, which is great for conversations.
So as you can see, this is pretty much one of the voices that I really like a lot. The GPT model, I always like to use this one because it's the best one, because the newer ones usually slack. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. And here you can rename the company name. So it's already, everything is prepared for you. So Cool Breeze. Okay, how can I help you today? Like, hey, you have reached Cool Breeze. How can I help you today? You hit save. Now, next thing is you want to go to agent goals. And as you can see, we're using the same knowledge base from Conversation AI. Okay, we're using the same one right here. And as you can see here, we have agent role and objective. Introduction, you are local business agent, a dedicated customer support specialist at, and then here we say Cool Breeze. Focused on assisting my clients. Your goal, gather information. Okay, and everything right here, it's pretty good. Now, yeah, actually this, I need to close this because I would be getting a lot of notifications. But yeah, we have this added. Now, there are two different things that you should be mindful of, and that is call transfer and appointment booking actions. So just like Conversation AI, this AI voice agent is booking calls, okay? So in this case, and by the way, here I'm talking about an conversation outbound AI voice agent, okay? So in here, as you can see, you can again click the calendar, hit next, and this is where you can get like days of offering dates, appointment slots per day, and hours between slots. This will be booked on your calendar, okay? So here, you just hit save once you have this. And you can also do the call transfer. So if for some reason, if the user wants to talk with a real human or transfer to a real human, then you want to add that phone number to go to the real human, or in this case, your client, okay? So your client will probably want this to have. So yeah, you can have this in. And by the way, why are we even using this with a pop-up? Like, why do we do this with a pop-up? We do this with a pop-up because usually it's illegal to call people outbound if they don't consent first, okay? So they have to accept the consent first, and then you would be able to call them, okay? So in this case, that's why we have this in here, and that's why we have a pop-up. Now, for the phone and availability, once you purchase the phone number, which, I did cover that in the previous video. Once you purchase the phone number, you would be able to go here and add that phone number in here, okay? Now, let's say we want to test this call out or test this AI voice agent. We can test it out like here, okay?
Hey, you have reached Cool Breeze. How can I help you today?
Hey there, I have a couple of issues with my installations AC at home. I would love to get that fixed.
All right, I can help with that. May I have your name, please?
Yeah, it's TIM.
That's Tim, T-I-M, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim. I see we have your email as contact@fuelyourdigital.com. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Great, thanks for confirming. A team member will reach out to you soon to help resolve the issues with your AC installation. We're committed to getting this sorted for you as quickly as possible. Is there anything else I can assist you with today?
So as you can see, this is pretty much an example. Now, obviously, we can go and we can adjust this however we want. Let's say in this case, a call transfer, like let's say if we go to agent goals, in this case, a call transfer would be good when someone asks for something that I ask for. Like let's say my AC is broken and, I want to get that fixed. So in that case, instead of booking an appointment, maybe it's better to first send it to a user, okay? So that's what you can do, okay? Once this is done, once this is set up, you want to set up an automation. So when the form is submitted, that the outbound AI voice agent actually calls that particular like pop-up, okay? Or user that submitted a pop-up, basically. So in this case, I'm going to be using, so what you want to do is you want to go to voice agents and you want to go to outbound and you want to enable outbound calls. Now, enabling an outbound call, you simply want to hit accept. and you will need to go through this process of enabling an outbound call, okay? So in order to enable an outbound call, right, in order to enable AI voice agent to call the leads that submitted the pop-up, you will need to go through verification process. And the verification process is, you need to, show your face, make sure that is verified, the ID as well. So if you want to set this up with your client will need to do that as well, okay? So we have this already set up in one of our sub accounts. So, we wanted to show you this in a really cool way. So in this case, as you can see here, we have a voice AI. So we can let's just browse the marketplace here and let's click one of these. And I will actually show you how you can automate the pop-up form, okay? So I'll skip this part because this is not that important for you, but I will just go to the part where we are automating whenever someone submits that form to get that outbound AI voice call. So as you can see, this is how it's going to look like, outbound enabled, and you can always update the disclosure right here. So you need to have a disclosure for your outbound. So in this case, as you can see here, you see how many of your calls are compliant and how many of your calls are not compliant, okay? And as you can see, this is how it works in a way where you add a trigger, and when that trigger is succeeded, then the voice AI outbound call will happen, okay? So in this case, what we want to do is we want to go to automation, and we're going to go to automation, create a workflow, start from scratch, and we're going to be going here and adding a form. So form submitted, and the form again is the form from the pop-up, okay? So in this case, you want to add a filter and you want to add form is, and then here you just want to go and select the form. For us, it's going to be car shop final, which is a form we did for one car shop. We hit save, and then here we want to go here and we want to go with voice AI outbound call, okay? And as you can see here, you can do up to 1,000 calls a day per location, send 10 calls per minute. Calls are scheduled automatically between 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in each contact's time zone. This is just for compliance, because AI voice agents are illegal if you're not doing it in the way how we're doing it right now, with a pop-up, with a consent, and then calling between 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in each contact's time zone, okay? So in this case, you want to click phone number, and if you purchase the phone number, you just click here and you save that action. And right now you pretty much set up a voice AI outbound call that will call these leads that submit the form. So this is another layer of an AI smart website. So we build a basic website, we've added the form automation, the home form automation, we've added the AI conversational AI, and we've also added a voice AI outbound call. What you can also set up, if you go back here, by the way, you can publish this and hit save, and this will work correctly. But if you want to set this up in a way where, let's go back to our HVAC here, sub account. What you can also do is you can go to the website, and on the website, you can add a phone number right here, somewhere right here. And when you add a phone number, anyone that calls that phone number, an AI voice agent will pick up. This is an inbound call, okay? So in this case, if we go to our AI agents, if we go to voice AI, and here we have agent list. And by the way, this is inbound. This is not an outbound, but the one that I showed you was an outbound. So how you set this up is here you will have inbound and outbound. So you want to just click on outbound for the outbound and inbound for the inbound, okay? So now we're talking about inbound. We're talking about if there is a phone number on the website, and if someone calls that phone number, your inbound AI voice agent will answer. So in this case, we have, hey, you reached Cool Breeze, how can I help you today? So essentially here, the only thing you want to do is you want to add a phone number right here, and you want to hit save. Now, if you want to have another voice AI agent that is outbound, after you update the disclosure here, after the outbounds are enabled, you want to go to the agent list and you want to duplicate this, and you want to go through the outbound, right? You want to click on outbound, and then here you want to add the agent's intent message. Okay, so for example, I'm calling you because you submitted a form on our website. I've heard you're interested in in Coolbreeze or in HVAC solutions, right? And as you can see here, you have disclaimer, style options, hi, contact name. This is Los Angeles HVAC SAAS assistant. You can say, don't call me again to opt out. Like you can add these right here. Like these are like AI disclaimers that you can enable. And it just includes an AI disclosure at the start of outbound calls. This is the downside of AI voice agents when it comes to the outbound, because, you know, to make sure you're compliant, you will need to make sure that the guy or the person that you're calling knows that this is actually, you know, an AI assistant. So yeah, but again, as I said, like back to my point, if you click here, if you have a voice AI agent that is inbound, anyone that calls your number right here, or GoHighLevel number, or your client's GoHighLevel number, they will get the AI voice agent, okay? And that essentially will also make this website even smarter. So we have the automation here, which is the automation from the form, which again preserves the leads, warms them up. We have this right here, which pretty much books appointments for leads. We have AI voice agent outbound when a pop-up is right here. So when you have a pop-up right now, I still need to refresh this to get a pop-up. But, you know, when we get a pop-up right here and when someone submits that, the outbound voice agent will call. And then you also have a way where if someone goes in here and if someone calls your client, the AI voice agent will pick up. So that's essentially a part of that. Now, let's say someone goes and someone actually books an appointment online. Like that can happen. Like you can also have right here, book free estimate. And when someone clicks on this, you can connect them to the calendar, okay? So in this case, if we have a calendar right here, which is, you know, this calendar right here. So if I go to calendar settings, this one, right? It needs to be active, obviously. So what you can do is you can copy this calendar scheduling link. And this is how it looks like. Okay, so right now it's actually not found because it's inactive, but yeah, you go to the share a calendar, and once you share the calendar, you can go back, go to sites, go to funnels, go to HVAC, and then inside of here, you can go edit. And whenever someone clicks on this button, book free estimate, they can also book it manually, okay? So in this case, you know, book free estimate. Right here we have button, subtext. Let me actually see. We have general, and then right here is scroll to the element. You can actually link it to a website URL and just go here and paste the website URL from your calendar, okay? When someone clicks on that, let's say we want to publish this, okay? And let's say that is done. By the way, I will also show you how to do the SEO very soon. But when someone's published this, you go here to the eye icon. And when someone clicks on this, it will go right to that website, which right now is not available. But this is essentially how it works. Now, when an AI voice agent books an appointment, so, okay, let's imagine a scenario because it's easier for me to explain you that way. Let's say I need HVAC services. I go to Coolbreeze and let's say go to the Chatbot, and Chatbot books an appointment for me, okay? I can also go to the Popup and AI voice agent will call me and book a call, book an appointment with me. I can also go through the free consultation route right here and someone else, like an AI automation will pop up, right? So either way, the whole point of AI Smart Website is to book appointments, okay? Now, when someone books an appointment with you, in this case with your client, what will happen? You need to go and you need to set up automation that whenever someone books an appointment, the automation will trigger appointment confirmation and appointment reminder, okay? So how this looks like, if you go here, and by the way, you also get this for free with our snapshots. What you want to do is you want to add a trigger here. And the trigger is going to be form submitted, or in this case, you can also go, I think form submitted is actually the best one. You had previously like other options, but form submitted here. And in here, you want to select form is, And then you want to select the form, which is from our local business calendar. Okay, this is a local business calendar form. This is the form that we added to the calendar. So whenever someone submits that form in the calendar, this will happen, okay? This will trigger this automation right here. And this automation essentially adds a tag to the user that appointment has been scheduled, so you know which contact has the appointment has been scheduled for that contact. Then you can also see assign to user. So you can assign to the user that you added as my staff previously that I showed you. And then you get internal notification. Internal notification just means that your client that you're working a website for will get this, okay? They will get, okay, there is new appointment schedule, contact name is this, contact email is this, contact phone is this, okay? Then you also get a confirmation email. And confirmation email, you're not getting, like your client won't get that, but the people that book appointment with your client will get that. And here, you just want to make sure you change this, like, you know, hey, contact first name. So you can say like, hey, and then go here, hey, contact first name, like, hey, John, your appointment has been confirmed for, you know, this at that time, okay? So essentially, that's what you can do. And again, like, let me just actually confirm this. Then we have a wait time. So a wait time is 1 day before the appointment. And then we have a 24-hour reminder email. Again, an email from an email. As you remember, we're using an email that we configured previously. And then here, as you can see, we have, hey, John, just a friendly reminder, our appointment is in 24 hours. And you can say something like, see you at the address or something like that. Then here you have 1 hour before the appointment, and then we have a reminder email that is the same as the SMS right here. Just a friendly reminder for the appointment right here. Now, obviously, this is for HVAC. You know, it's going to be a bit different for HVAC if you're going to set this up. However, you can adjust this to your liking, right? You can remove some of these things if you want, like go delete, something like that, right? So you can do that as well. So essentially, this is the whole setup, right? This is the whole setup for the website. Now, we do have other automations here that I don't want to bore you with because it's going to be too much information that is not connected to the AI Smart website. So the AI Smart website, right? We created a website. We've added the AI voice agent inbound and outbound for the pop-up and for if someone calls. We also added a conversational AI chatbot down below. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We've added all of that, and we added a calendar and automation in the backend, so everything is working really, really smoothly. So this is essentially it, right? I mean, with this, you can start charging $297 a month just for hosting, and you can set up your websites. Now, there is one caveat here, right? So, you know, although I did show you the how to build a website, how to create sub account, how to import the snapshot and everything, I still didn't show you how to optimize the SEO. So this is a very important part because you can optimize the SEO within GoHighLevel, which is really like an integral part because SEO, you need to know SEO basics, how to speed check the website, and also one tool that I'm using for SEO that is really, really good. And also, you know, adding the client to the sub account. I kind of showed you that already. But yeah, the SEO part, I will show you, in the next lesson, which is going to be after this lesson. And that's pretty much going to be, finishing our AI smart website and delivering it to the client. So yeah, that's the next thing that we want to do. So in order to do that, we want to go to our website back again. Okay, now we still need to do the SEO optimization on the website. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing on-page SEO. So this is keyword optimization and just optimizing the entire website. The things you see on the website and keywords and words that you see on the website. And then we're going to do off-page SEO as well. These are the things you don't see on the website and that are also going to rank your website, your client's website on Google. So for example, if someone goes and types in HVAC Los Angeles or HVAC in Denver or best HVAC service in Denver, then our website will rank number 1. Now, keep in mind, this is not always the service that you will add within the AI Smart website. Sometimes you will just do the AI Smart websites, and this SEO will be as an upsell. So this is kind of like an extra bonus in this course. But essentially, what I'm using for this is I am using a tool called Search Atlas or Auto SEO. Now, this tool is a tool that is really incredible tool for SEO. Think of this like GoHighLevel for SEO, pretty much. So it's one tool that literally beats any other tool out there. And I've been using a lot of tools like SEMrush and other tools, but this one is really good. So what you can do is you can go to the keywords section right here. And if you are working with an HVAC contractor, let's say, what you can do is you can type in HVAC and then, for example, Denver, right? And we can hit search. And by the way, this is in United States. You can also do for worldwide or Europe. Again, we're doing in United States, so we're going to hit search. So our main goal is to try to find a keyword that we can rank for within the local business niche, okay? In this case, HVAC in Denver. So it could be best HVAC in Denver, it could be best HVAC service in Denver, or something like that. So essentially, as you can see, if we scroll down here, we can see the keyword variations here, and we can view all of the keyword variations. Now, keep in mind, this software that I'm showing you here, this software can literally do anything. This is just a small feature that this software can do, but you can plug in your website and it will optimize the SEO for you on the website. That's how powerful this software is. By the way, you can sign up with our link below if you want. You get a 7-day free trial. So as you can see right here, we can see the 2 different metrics that are really important for us. So search volume, this is how many people are searching for that keyword every single month. And then we have competitor pressure. How many people are, what's like the competitor pressure or competitor score. So in this case, if the score is lower, that means we have a higher chance of ranking. If the score is higher, we have lower chances of ranking, right? So that's essentially what we are looking for. So the lower the score, the better chances we have to rank. And obviously, as you can see, HVAC Denver CO, we have that, it's a 19. We have Denver, Colorado HVAC, this is 20. So for example, if your client is in Denver, Colorado, you can use this, for example, keyword. Now, if you want, you can also, for example, as you can see, HVAC in Denver 8, this is a very good keyword here. It's also transactional keyword, which means the user wants to complete an action. The user wants an HVAC contractor in Denver, okay? So you go here, you click on that, and you can actually go and take a look at this keyword more closely. Where this keyword is more popular, like in United States, obviously, you can also see some questions and keyword variations right here as well. But here you can see more about that keyword. Now, obviously, this keyword doesn't have a lot of data, so we cannot really see. But that's how you can do the keyword research. Now, once you have a keyword, let's say you have a set of keywords. And by the way, if I go here and if I, let's say, if I type in HVAC Denver, I can actually go and I can secure that keyword. So for example, this one, I can click plus and I can add to my keyword list. So I can create a list here, which is going to be called HVAC Denver, okay? And I'll just create a list right here, okay? So from here, I have a list, and let's say I have a list of keywords. So the list of keywords, you can go here, and here are some of the keywords history as well, you can see right here. Well, let's say I have a list of keywords, and I want to use that list of keywords on the website to optimize the website on-page SEO, okay? So what I can do is I can simply go to my sites and to my funnels, and I can go here to HVAC. This is a snapshot inside of our snapshots in GoHighLevel. If you're already familiar with it, you would be familiar if you watched this entire course until now. And here, what you can do is you can edit the website here. So you can click edit. And now all the keywords that are very important that we can pretty much apply to the website, we can apply to the on-page SEO, okay? So in this case, as you can see, we have multiple different pages. This is the home page. So on the home page right here, instead of this, what we can do, oops, let me actually put it here. Instead of this, what we can do is we can say, okay, if we go to the keywords, we say HVAC in Denver was one of the keywords right here. So we can go back here and we can say best, oops, let me actually click here, best HVAC service in, and then you can go here and say in Denver, right? 100% satisfaction. For example, something like this, right? This looks very clean, and also this is going to be a very good for your SEO, right? This is an on-page SEO. And by the way, this is only one element of the SEO. You want to make sure you enter the keywords right here. So not only will you enter that keyword, you will also enter other keywords. Like let's say you want to HVAC, just HVAC, you can go there and you can search for that particular keyword. And you can see the competitor pressure here. Like as you can see, HVAC, it has like 450,000. So, best HVAC in USA, best HVAC in America. You can do something like that as well. Like you can go here and you can say, we provide fast, reliable HVAC installation in Denver. Again, and you want to do this through the entire website, right? You want to do it here. What our clients from Denver say, right? Or what our HVAC clients from Denver say, or something like that. And you can implement these on-page SEO. Now, one most important thing is a lot of businesses have this right here. So if you go to the website, a lot of businesses have services. Service pages are very good if you want to rank on SEO. So for example, as you can see, we have AC installation. So what we can do is we can say AC installation in Denver, heating systems in Denver, HVAC repair in Denver, okay? So we can do that. We can also add locations in a drop-down like this one, and we can say, okay, locations in Denver, locations in California, whatever. We can add those locations right here, and the more locations you have, the more you can rank for SEO. For example, the more you can rank on SEO. So for example, like you can say HVAC, best HVAC in Denver, best HVAC in California, best HVAC in Colorado, best HVAC in Texas, best HVAC in Austin, Texas. The more kind of locations the business has, the better they can rank, especially if their competitors are not really that great at SEO. So as you can see, we have AC installation. So for example, if we want to go here, we can AC installation. And let's see if we have any keywords here. AC installation, as you can see right here, we have central AC installation. This one is AC mini split installation. So all these like sub keywords, like for example, if you're working with a HVAC that is doing AC mini split installation, then you can go to this site and you can simply go to the service page. So in this case, we have AC installation. We can click here. Obviously, you want to save your changes, right? And here you can, on this entire service page, you can pretty much go and you can edit this. Oops, I always accidentally pull this. You can click here and you can edit this and add those sub keywords, okay? So let's say the main keyword you want to rank for is AC installation. You can also add these keywords like AC mini split installation, for example. Or, right here, whatever we have, like cost of AC installation. So you can keyword stuff all the keywords right in here, okay? And here, professional AC unit installation in Denver, for example. Again, the more keywords you have, the better this is going to be optimized. Now, this is called on-page SEO. So everything that I'm talking about right now is on-page SEO. So everything on the page needs to be connected to a keyword that is meaningful for that specific niche, okay? So in this case, everything is going to be around AC installation, HVAC repair, heating systems in Denver, okay? So again, usually, let's say, the the more you go below, like let's say we have Denver, then we have Denver, Colorado, then we have, a certain neighborhood. The more you go in like those subcategories, the better chances you will have at ranking, because obviously, HVAC is very popular, but then you have HVAC Denver, it's less popular. Then you have, HVAC Denver, Colorado, it's even less popular. So, and for you or for the business you're working with, it's very important that you rank them on those not so popular terms and keywords, but again, they will have enough volume to get business and generate more leads. Okay, so more people will see their website within their vicinity, right? Within their within their circle. Let's say 50-kilometer, 100-kilometer circle. So that's essentially what you want to do. Okay, that's an on-page SEO. We also have off-page SEO. So for each of these websites, or for each of these sites, you want to go here, let's say on a home page, and you want to go to this SEO and AI search optimization. And as you can see here, you have content. So you have title, you have description, you have keywords right here, author. So this is all not visible on the page. It's actually visible on Google. It's called meta description or meta SEO. So essentially here, what you can say is, a best HVAC contractor in Denver. And then you can add something like, number one HVAC in Denver, for example, right? You don't have to do it twice, but this looks really clean and it's SEO friendly. For description, you can also adjust the description in ChatGPT. So what I do is I go to ChatGPT and I simply say, I want to rank for best, for keyword, best HVAC in Denver. Create me a brief description. Okay, and it will create a brief description right here, as you can see. So this looks quite good, and we can go here and paste that in. Okay, and as you can see, this is how it's going to look like. So the preview, within obviously within the website, right? So as you can see, that's how it's going to look like, not within the website, but within Google. So let's say someone goes and types in best HVAC contractor in Denver. Let me kind of show you how this would look like on Google. As you can see, so we have best HVAC in Denver, and then basically here we have Colorado HVAC services. So none of these services are actually ranking for this particular keyword. Okay, so if you can find a really good keyword right here, then that would be really great. By the way, I did want to talk about the cost of this. It's usually $99 a month, but again, with our 7-day free trial, you would be able to go and to use this. Now let me get back to the SEO stuff. Now here you can also add keywords. So all the keywords you find within auto SEO, you can put them right here. So for example, here you can put best HVAC in Denver, HVAC in Denver. These are kind of like tags on YouTube if you ever used Denver HVAC, AC installation, Denver, and you just keyword stuff as much as you can. The author can be just the business owner, or in this case, it's going to be Cool Breeze, because that's essentially going to be our business name. Images. Now, images are very important. Make sure to add the images because, when someone shares your link, let's say I share the link, this link will be visible with an image, okay? I will also show you how to do that later on. Links and tags, you can add custom meta tags here, like for example, name and content. Again, name can be, HVAC, best HVAC, or whatever. But usually this will not be that critical. And then language, you add English. And keep in mind, you need to do this on each of the page. So let's say we hit save here. We need to do this on the second page, which is AC installation. So we want to go here as well. And we want to do the same as well right here. So you want to go to SEO, and AI search optimization. And you want to do again content, keywords, author, images. And again, if you do all of this correctly, your client will be able to rank within a couple of weeks on a specific keyword, which in return will give them more customers organically. And yeah, more customers will go on the AI Smart website, which means more appointments will get booked, which is really cool. So this is one way, obviously, how to optimize it. There are many ways to do this, but I really like this tool because it's very simple. Now, this tool also has like site metrics, AI SEO. You can do also like, for example, my site is right now processing. Like these are all advanced stuff that you can kind of implement, but essentially this is how you do it. Now, if you want to go, let's say back here, right? If you want to go back, you can also go to settings here. And this is, and by the way, okay, we kind of went out of this. So let me go back to the HVAC sub account. So it kicked us out a little bit, but let's go here and let me go here. This is what I wanted to show you. So if you go to settings here, this is where you can add your domain. So again, adding a domain is something that we already talked about in this particular course. And it's going to be the same as adding the domain for email. So you want to go here and you want to select a domain. You want to connect the domain right here. So if you click domains, this is where you need to add your domain. So for example, if my domain is feelerdigital.com, we hit continue. And if I want to add this, I would need to add records manually. So again, for this, you will need to know how to pretty much, how to purchase a domain. A domain can be purchased on Namecheap, GoDaddy, hosting sites like that, Hostinger, for example. And then you want to go and copy the DNS records from here. So you want to add the records manually and then add them in the DNS settings in your Namecheap, GoDaddy, Hostinger, wherever you purchase your domain. Now for this, you can watch this video to help you really understand technicalities of this, but this is what you want to do. Now, if I go also back here and if I go to my sites settings, this is also, okay, the chat widget, obviously, we can also add it right here. We don't need to add it like this, what we did, but you can add it also right here. And yeah, you can also hit save. But that's for the settings. You also have here security header sales, which is not really that important. But that's essentially for the SEO part. Now, I also showed you how to add a domain. Keep in mind with the SEO, when you're doing SEO, make sure that the keywords are also in the backslash. So for example, let's say this website is going by www.hvacdenver.com, and then it needs to have slash and then AC installations Denver, right? For example. And then when someone clicks on that, they will go to this particular page, let's say, like an example. So every single link needs to be optimized as well, which you can do that later when you optimize everything inside GoHighLevel, okay? And once you add your domain. Now, this is pretty much it. Now, let's say you want to add, so for the end, you want to add your client to the particular like sub account. Again, this is something that I already told you about, but if you go to my staff, this is where you can add your client sub account. So essentially you can add a user here, and this is where you add your client, okay? And then when your client gets when you add the first name, last name, email, and when you select the calendar, again, you don't need to even select the calendar here, sorry. And once you do that, you hit save, you would be able, or your client would be able to see just your sub account here, and they would be able to see the website you've done for them, okay? Now, you can obviously go into detail and show them a couple of other things like, like contacts, calendars, and how that is being used, but this is pretty much it. Now, one thing that I also wanted to show you, let's say, you would like to go and you would like to do the reporting for the client. Now, reporting for the client is very important because that keeps the churn low. What does that mean? So when a client is with you, every single month when they get a payment, let's say for $297 for their website, they will be thinking, oh, is this actually worth it? And you need to always remind them that this is actually worth it by sending custom reports every single month. So in this case, we have reporting here. And as you can see, you can create a new report based on your dashboard. So if you know in your dashboard, like every single opt-in, every single person that went through the pop-up, through the, let's say chatbot or booked a call with our clients, right? Everything, like every data will be stored right here, okay? And when the data is stored right here, based on that data in reporting, you can create reports every single month, custom reports that are being sent to your clients. So in this case, you can hit new report. And as you can see, you can create a blank report and you can import from existing dashboards. So the dashboard can be also optimized for the reports, but essentially you can create a blank report, hit select, and this will, in the last 30 days, it will create a report based on, based on like what you've done. So, or based on the results that you've done, your website have done for them. So in this case, you can add a widget. And as you can see here, you can add most important widgets. So for example, let's say appointment count. So we can add appointment count here. We can hit save, and that is going to be added right here, as you can see. We can also go back and we can add some other things like opportunities. For example, won opportunities. These are won clients, so we can add those as well in here. It's obviously 0 because this is an example of a dashboard. You can also add a donut chart here, for example, for the opportunities. So the opportunities are in a donut chart, which is not visible right now because we don't have any opportunities here. You can also do the same for the appointments. So if you click here, you can edit, duplicate, or delete. But you can go back to the appointments and appointment count, and then you can do the line, the bar, the horizontal bar, table, and you can pretty much create those reports right here. So this is essentially what you can do. You also have calls right here, like incoming calls. You can add that. So as you can see, it's very cool because you can change however you want this. Like you can do it like this. And once this is done, let's say we want to send or schedule this, we can hit send or schedule, and this could be monthly. And every first day of the month at 10 a.m., and the date range will always be last 30 days because we want to import the data from last 30 days from this email, right, and then you can hit, for example, your client, and you can add a message, for example, hooray, we did, or our AI website did well this month as well, did well this month, or whatever, right? You can do that, and you can save and schedule, and this is going to be sent to your email. You can also send a test email here, and this is how it's going to look like. So you can go here and send a test email, and then that is going to be sent to your test email, just so you can kind of see. But this is like a beauty of GoHighLevel. You can do a lot of different things inside of it. But yeah, this is pretty much it. In the next module, I will show you how you can scale your business further, hiring and delegating VAs and stuff like that. But in this module, you pretty much learned about the SEO, how you can optimize the website, and how you can obviously later on make sure that your clients are ranking on these specific terms. So yeah, if you have any questions, always, if you join our 30-day free trial link, you will get all the bonuses, and you will also get the community access as well with the courses. So yeah, feel free to join. And yeah, we'll see you in the next lesson. Module 6 is here, and in this module, we're going to go over hiring, delegating, and building a sales team. Now, when you're at a point in your business where you have a lot going on, you actually need to go and take a look at the whiteboard and see where you can improve, right? What you can hire, what you can delegate, and how you can kind of build a team around your systems. Now, since this is like a beginner's guide to selling smart AI websites, and this whole course is about that, I will not go into too many details about this. You can visit our community, and in our community, you can learn a bit more about this. So again, if you signed up with our 30-day free trial link to your GoHighLevel account, or you upgraded with our link, you will get a community where you would be able to actually go and learn even more. So in this case, let's just start with this. So again, we're going to go through hiring VAs or virtual assistants, Upwork and Online Jobs PH, which are two platforms I really suggest for finding a team member, and then what to outsource, and then some of the SOPs. If you don't know what SOP is, you will find out soon. So obviously, when it's time to hire, now the rule here is pretty simple, right? Hire when doing the work yourself is costing you more than in lost sales than the VA's monthly wage, essentially, okay? So if a VA costs, let's say, $400 a month, and it frees up to close, let's say close to 2 extra clients at $297 each, that's around $600 extra MRR, and that's around $200 net gain every single month, okay? So essentially at this point, after, 2 extra clients, that's like, $200 like net profit. So in this case, delivery, if it's eating up your week, right? If you're spending 10 hours plus per week on client delivery tasks, chatbot updates, reports, edits, you can really focus on sales. A VA will break this ceiling, okay? So this is where you need to go, and we need to kind of take a look at the hard look at your business, because business usually has like different levels of difficulty, and sometimes if you never hired someone, it's a little bit difficult, especially at the start. But you have maybe 6+ clients as well. At 6 clients on $297 a month, you have around, let's say, around $2,000 MRR. Just to circle this up, part-time VA at $400 to $600 a month is easily affordable, and this is exact moment to hire. So obviously, I wouldn't really recommend. I would always recommend to kind of arrange a custom pricing. So if you can get it for $300 while the VA is happy, do that, okay? And also, when leads are falling through, missing follow-up calls, or failing to respond to inbound inquiries in time, if that's you, then a sales VA or setter changes these immediately, or a cold caller, right? To cold call these leads. Now, also, if you want to double the client count, you will need some manpower. And the bottleneck from going from 10 to 20 clients is always delivery time, not leads. So you need to hire delivery first so you can sell without any limits, okay? So these are usually 4 situations where you will need to kind of go and say, okay, it's time to hire. There will be other situations as well, but these are just some of these main situations, okay? Now, here are the 2 VA roles that I would recommend you to hire. You have a delivery VA and a sales setter VA. A delivery VA is essentially just for, GoHighLevel chatbot training updates for your clients, maybe like sending monthly performance reports to clients, responding to Google or Facebook reviews in GoHighLevel, basic website edit requests like text, images, hours, onboarding new clients using the new SOP document, which is SOP stands for Standard Operating Procedure, or instructions on how a thing is done. So, an instruction document, and then monitoring automations and flagging issues to you, or they can even fix these issues themselves, okay, if they are technically savvy. So in this case, this would be around $4 to $8 an hour, around 10 to 20 hours a week, depending, where you're at and with your clients. Sometimes, some weeks there will not be any clients to fix, so they won't have to work as much as the previous weeks, okay? So cost here is around $160 to $640 a month, depending what they're doing. Again, if they're doing all of this, it's probably on the higher end, but if they're doing some of these, then it's on a lower end. Sales setter VA, and by the way, delivery VA, you hire this first at 6+ clients, or whenever you start kind of losing your mind around clients. Sales setter VA is also known as a sales VA. Now, this can be a cold caller, appointment setter. This can also be someone else, like maybe a sales representative that will go on a call with your clients and sell, your service to them. So this could be anywhere from $5 to $12 an hour. Keep in mind that, here you can also add commission. Like, you can add commission. I will not go into too many details, but, we have some reps that we agreed on commission, and they're pretty much getting subscription-based commissions every single month, and they're staying with us because the more they sell, the more commission they will have, and they will stick with us. So this is very important that you kind of integrate because, it just gives more freedom to these VAs at the end of the day. So sending cold emails using your approved templates is what this sales VA usually does. Now, again, this will depend what you are doing, right? We are doing cold calls, so we're not doing, a LinkedIn connection request. We're not doing that. We're doing social media stuff like, posting in Facebook groups and stuff like that. And some of these things we're not doing. So again, it will depend what you will do and what works for you. Maybe for you, Instagram and Facebook DMs, outreach to local businesses will work better, okay? Again, it's up to you. So qualifying inbound leads before passing to you is very important. Again, that's something that can also do the sales setter VA. Usually the sales setter is, someone that will call the leads, book the call, close them, and that's it, right? That's what I usually do with sales setter VAs. Now, again, you can start with role 1 and then add role 2 when you're ready to aggressively scale. However, you can hire all of these at once. I mean, if you have money, if you have capital, you can hire them, okay? So where to hire? Now, obviously, you can hire Upwork or Online Jobs PH. These are 2 main platforms that I would suggest. Now, again, Upwork is best for short-term projects or one-off tasks and finding specialists quickly. It's good for testing VAs before committing long-term. Now, before this agency, I had a video editing agency, and we hired most of our people from Upwork. And around, let's say we hire 5 people, and out of 5 people, probably 3 to 4 people were really good, okay? So it's a really good winning ratio, or like employee to success ratio, if I may call it this. And again, general VA is around $5 to $15 an hour. GoHighLevel or CRM specialists, 15 to 35, and then sales setter or SDR or sales development representative is $10 to $25 an hour. So you post a job really easily. You sign up to Upwork, you create a client account, and you have freelancer account and client account. On client account, you want to go and you want to post a fixed price job with a test task included, and then you screen by portfolio, English level, GoHighLevel experience, or whatever experience kind of is, important to you. Also, we do have Online Jobs PH, so this is best for long-term, full-time, or part-time VAs from Philippines. And, I figured that, most people that we hire from Philippines are actually really great. They speak English very well, so they can speak with your clients. They're really loyal, especially if you award them with, good amount of money, obviously. Sorry, guys, I have a little bit of cold, so bear with me. And then I also figure that they are pretty structured, organized, and overall they're really good people, okay? So that's what I have to say about the Philippines and Filipinos. They're, shout out to all the Filipinos out there, even if they're watching this video. So definitely better loyalty, lower rates, and deeper commitment than hourly platforms. Typical rates for this is $3 to $6 per hour for general. Then you have GoHighLevel or Tech VA, which is 5 to 10, and then Sales Setter 4 to 8. I always like to hire, if I'm hiring for a GoHighLevel position, I always like to hire someone that has common sense for other tasks as well. Okay, so that's what I do. And then how to hire on Online Jobs PH. Keep in mind, in order to hire there, you will need to pay around $70, I think, per month. But when you go into the hiring process, you pay this once, and in the month, you go on calls with each of your kind of, employees that you want to hire. And here you post a job with clear SOPs attached in the listing. Ask applicants to submit a video intro. This filters 80% of the leads, or not leads, but leads for your HR. And then you start part-time and promote to full-time if they perform. So it's very easy, very simple. Again, those 2 platforms, I wouldn't go on Fiverr. I wouldn't go on any other platform. If you ask me, Online Jobs PH all the way. However, Upwork is also good. So what to outsource versus what to keep. So again, this is kind of a rough estimate of what to outsource. So you can outsource to VA, chatbot training and updates. They can follow the SOP. Monthly client performance reports, review responses in GoHighLevel, website text and image edits, cold email outreach, LinkedIn and social DM outreach, onboarding the new clients, calendar management and stuff like that. Just make sure you keep this organized because other way, they will kind of get lost along the way. Also, running demo calls, you keep this, you have the final close conversations, pricing and contract decisions, unhappy client escalations, strategic upsell conversations, hiring and training decisions, agency positioning and messaging, and then new services and product decisions. You do all of that, okay? Because again, this is something that, is usually something that a boss will do or founder will do. But again, some of these things you can outsource at some point to VAs. But again, this will be definitely customized to each and every one of you, because each and every one of you that are watching this video will have a unique, different experience with, with these type of people, right? With your clients. So again, that's something you should think about. Okay, so standard operating procedures or SOPs, how do they work? These are the documented systems that let your team execute without you, especially for sales. I mean, we're living in a day and age where you can create SOPs by talking with ChatGPT. You can literally talk with ChatGPT about your sales process, and ChatGPT can build an entire documentation for you, okay? So again, if you get hit by a bus tomorrow, could your VA keep the business running? If not, you need SOPs, okay? So example of SOPs right here, you have client onboarding SOP, cold email outreach SOP, sales setter SOP, monthly client report SOP, new lead follow-up SOP, cancellation prevention SOP. So these are all the type of SOPs that you have. Now, do you need all 6? Probably not. Is there more? Probably yes. It depends on what you kind of want to outsource and create SOP on. These are just examples what we've kind of created SOPs on. So for example, client onboarding SOP, you receive signed contract plus 50% deposit. You create GoHighLevel sub-account configure settings, you load niche snapshot template, and you train Chatbot using client questionnaire. So this would be an SOP. This is in short. You would need to obviously make more details, more detailed. And you can kind of also say approximate time 3 hours or something like that. And, you can share this document with your VA, and your VA knows, okay, this is the SOP and this is what we are kind of following. For cold email as well, again, pull 20 leads from Google Maps for target niche plus city, visit each website, note, no chatbot, okay, no booking, note it, personalized email template with business name plus pain point, and load into GoHighLevel sequence and schedule send, okay? From there, you have sales setter SOP. So you reviewed the approved outreach scripts before starting. You send 20 to 30 messages per day across assigned channels, log in every CRM, reply to all responses, right? So you get the point. These are just some of the SOPs. Again, you can kind of take a look at some other SOPs here and approximate time that it takes per each SOP. For this purple SOP, which is number 3, you cannot see it from my head. It's 4 hours a day. And it's basically about sales setter SOP or outreaching. So again, all of this can be asked in our community. So if you're in our community, you can go and you can take a look at this and we would be able to help you, okay? If you need any help with SOPs, one really good tip, use Manus. So Manus or Autonomous Agent, it's a Manus AI or something like that. And you can build SOPs by pulling, dragging documents in, dragging and dropping documents, and then or maybe your sales calls or whatever. And then, Manus will create documentation on that. So really easy, really fast, okay? So the sales team SOP, this is the SOP for your setter or VA that follows every single day. Again, this is just an example, right? So morning prep, review pipeline in GoHighLevel, check replies from yesterday, reply to all inbound messages, email, DMs, SMS, qualify using 3-question script, book demo or move to nurture sequence. Then we have new outreach blocks, so send 20 to 30 messages, CRM update, follow-up block, and then end of the day report. So I figured that I actually noticed this, that most of the times, if you have end of the day report, it's really good because that keeps the discipline in the air, right? Or in your company culture. And if you have a sales setter or sales team, they need to have end of the day report. Okay, we reached out to this many people, we booked a call with this many people, we closed this many people, okay? So that's what you need to have in order for this to work, okay? Again, this is just an example, but this is how it would work. Okay, so sales setter scripts, these are some of the approved templates. Now your VA only ever uses these approved scripts, no improvising, and consistency wins right here, okay? So for example, 3-question qualifying script if they are a sales setter. Now keep in mind, like, you know, if you're hiring a VA that has sales experience, they will be able to go and to qualify leads by themselves. However, make sure you always have a guide for them to follow, okay? So in this case, you know, you have 3-question qualifying script or qualification script for AI website selling. Like, how are you currently handling leads that come in after hours on weekends? If someone calls and you miss it, what happens to that lead? Would it be useful if your website could handle bookings and inquiries automatically? And usually, you know, that closes the client itself. We already talked about this in previous modules. However, this is just an example. Then you also have demo booking confirmation SMS that you can add, like, "Hi John, confirmed for for Tuesday at 3 p.m. We'll be showing you a live demo, a live AI demo built for niche business, for dentist business. You'll be able to test it yourself." And then we have a call link, and yeah, looking forward to it. And then you have your agency name. So, and yeah, you also have like objection handling. Usually, like, you know, this will again be all back to what we did in the sales training within this course. So objections will naturally occur during the calls. So here you can just say something like, "Absolutely, but honestly, the best way to see it as a quick 15-minute demo. I already built a demo for dentist business in Los Angeles. You can try to stump the AI yourself. Can we do, Tuesday at 3 p.m., right?" So these are just like objection handling techniques. But again, this is just like a surface level overview. You will need to create a document for your VA to kind of follow. And then again, you have no-show recovery SMS, which you can set up in GoHighLevel. So tracking your team, right? KPIs. So these are key performance indicators. Usually these are the indicators that you need to manage, because what gets measured gets managed. Review these numbers with your VA weekly every Friday. So again, delivery VA, you have weekly KPIs. Like, these are some of the KPIs. So clients report sent, review responses actioned, edit requests completed, sales setter as well, messages sent per day, reply rate, demos booked per week. So again, this is something that your VAs will send you every day at the end of the day, what they worked on and what was achieved that day, okay? And then you have weekly review cadence. You can even go on a call with all of your VAs, like a group call. And, with that, you can pretty much go and, teach them something that they're doing wrong or whatever it is, right? I think group calls are really good. It just, keeps the company culture alive. And again, you have review KPI dashboard, you celebrate wins, you identify gaps, you update SOP if process change, and you set targets for next week. Again, you can do some of these things like KPI dashboard. You can build this with Lovable so that it's connected to your Slack. Again, I would pretty much do it this way because it's much easier right now, because with wipe coding and everything, you can build this with Lovable. However, again, and definitely something that you can do. Again, this is the Module 6 recap. You'll learn when and who to hire. Again, VAs, when to hire VAs. You learned where to find VAs. You also learned what to outsource, and you also learned SOPs and sales systems. So these are like 6 core SOPs that you learn: onboarding, call, email, setter, daily, reports, follow-up, and retention. And obviously this was like a surface level presentation. I'm not going to lie, I could have shared much more, but it's just, this course is going to be way longer than, what I intended to. So yeah, in the next module, you will see your 2026 agency roadmap, scaling from 10 to 25 clients per month, picking the one upsell service that doubles your revenue, your full 12-month game plan with quarterly MRR targets, and then 6 rules of scaling that actually matter. So definitely like and subscribe for Module 7. We're going to be seeing myself in Module 7. But if you have any questions or anything, feel free to comment down below, And yeah, we'll see you in the module 7. Okay, so we're here in module 7, which is the last module in this entire course. So this is just going to be a little bit of motivation for you, and I will also go through some of the things on how you can go from your first client to a full agency, and then one upsell that multiplies your income every single time, okay? Now this is going to be, again, how to get to 10 plus clients a month, some recurring revenue models, one power upsell, and then systems and upscale. So this is what we're going to be covering. Again, this can be applied in pretty much any year, not just 2026. If you're watching this in 2027, you can apply it as well, because this is such a great and flexible business model. Okay, so the first thing is where you are versus where you're going, right? So obviously, we discussed a lot of things in this free course, but again, you have stages, right? So you need to be patient when you're going through each stage. Stage 1 is getting started from $0 to $600 a month, getting your first client, right? Setting up your GoHighLevel, first demo built up, first client signed up, and you're pretty much doing everything yourself. That's why we have a snapshot for you. Again, if you haven't checked it out already, you have a link below. If you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you would get free website templates that you can use and free resources like community templates that you can use to get started with this particular business, okay? Extremely valuable, extremely, it's free. So yeah, you can kind of go and check it out. Stage 2 is building momentum. So from $600 to $3,000 a month, 3 to 10 clients, processes are repeatable, referrals are starting to come in. Again, don't ever be afraid to ask for referrals if your client is happy. And you will know if they're happy, right? They're either paying you or they're paying you and they're also like telling you, yo, this is really great. What we're doing, it's fucking great. So that's what you can kind of expect. But again, make sure you have some referral systems as well. Like you can get you can give 10% or 15% to a client if they send you another client. So again, onboarding template in stage 2 is already ready. The systems are ready. You have 5 client case studies already. And you also, you have like the first upsell that you've sold. So this is something that happens in stage 2. Again, it doesn't really have to be this way, but this is just how I structured it. In stage 1, some people can literally sign 2 or 3 clients first month. So they're already at, $600 to $3,000 a month. So then we have stage 3, which is, $3,000 to $7.5K a month, which is 10 to 25 clients. Revenue is significant. You have a first VA or team member. In between these, you would already need to hire someone. So VA handles task delivery. Outreach is automated and MRR is recurring without new sales, okay? So managing client relationships, not doing every single task, because again, this is a membership business. You can stop whenever you feel like stopping. But again, make sure you always have your system for outreach so that you're getting new clients in. This is extremely, extremely valuable, okay? Next is full agency mode. So this is from 7.5K to 20K a month. So this is 25 to 50 plus clients. Multiple upsell services, predictable growth. You're pretty much the CEO of your agency. As Jay-Z, says, I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman. So this is basically, in stage 4. I had to say this, full team in place, multiple revenue streams, business runs without you actually being in there daily, which is really cool. So again, like each of these stages has its own kind of growth process and its own thinking and mindset behind it. At the start, you're the most hungrier. As the stages progress, you can be still hungry, but you're pretty much removing yourself from the business and watching your business grow. It's kind of like having a baby. I always kind of compared it to that. Let's say you're raising a son and, your son is little, and as he grows, you're kind of becoming, separated from him, so that's kind of it, but yeah, these are the stages. Very important to know in which stage you're at currently and then optimize for that stage. So scaling to 10 plus clients per month, this is the shift from a freelancer to an agency, and it doesn't happen by accident, okay? It won't happen by accident. It will happen and it will require systems in place that are working together. And some of the systems are 3 different systems, as you can see on the screen. The first system is consistent lead flow, okay? So you want to first run one outreach channel consistently. You can pick cold email, cold calling, LinkedIn or ads, whatever you do, you master one before before adding another, okay? Then you want to set weekly targets, so 20 to 30 outreach messages sent, 3 replies, 1 demo booked calls. So this is something that you can kind of go and you can, see if this is something you want to do. So again, you just need to have like a simple goal setting every single week. So, okay, this week we're going to do this amount of outreach. We're going to be, the goal is to book, 3 different calls and stuff like that. So make sure you have this in place. These are goals that you need to have at the start. Also, while you're growing the business, use GoHighLevel automated sequences. Your follow-up system runs even when you're onboarding clients. So this is something that you can, again, get with our snapshot. So if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you would get this. And then at scale, 50 cold emails a day, 2 to 3 demos a week equals 1 to 2 new clients a week. Again, it's very important that you do a lot of calls. The more calls you do, more sales calls you do, the more money you will make. Second is system 2, which is fast, repeatable delivery. So build one master GoHighLevel snapshot per niche. Again, since you already have a snapshot, from us, in GoHighLevel, you can pretty much recreate some of the snapshots for yourself, for your business and your niche. But yeah, this is like 90-minute setup, not 8 hours, and you're pretty much getting, once you're creating a snapshot, you can reuse that snapshot over and over again, and it's so easy to deliver. Like, it's so easy once you have everything in place for that one niche, okay? So then you can create a standard onboarding process, questionnaire, AI training, automation setup, review, and go live. This is something that you can also get in our community. So if you join our community through our 30-day free trial link, you would be able to get that as well. And then obviously we have document every step as SOP. SOP is usually called standard operating procedure. For those of you who don't know, you will hire a VA later after, they need this. So that's pretty much what this is. So a SOP, really important, because after you hire a VA, you will share that SOP with a VA, and you will share with every VA. This is just so you don't repeat the same process of explaining to each VA what you want a VA to do. So that's something, it's very important. So, and then goal here is to deliver a new client in under 3 hours total. Track your time per client and optimize monthly. So it's really important that you have a fast delivery. You're delivering to a client very fast, okay? And then once you deliver to your client, obviously they might ask something like, can you fix this? Can you fix that? That's all good, okay? You can always go and do that. But, and again, those are the 2 systems. And then third system is, client retention and MRR protection. This is very important. Most people will fail at this. You will scale the agency and you will kind of become comfortable. And after you become comfortable, you will not do outreach anymore. And your agency will basically fall apart, okay? Not really, literally, but you won't be able to grow it past a certain mark. Maybe some clients will cancel along the way, and that happens. So here you can send a monthly report to every client, leads captured, calls handled, reviews gained, make them feel the value, and then you can schedule a 15-minute monthly check-in call. If you want, this is not needed. Clients who talk to you monthly churn at 5% versus 40% who don't. So proactively also upsell at month 3. The chatbot is performing great, okay? Ready to add AI review management, ready to add ads, ready to add, whatever you're kind of upselling. I will also go through upsells. I already did this through this course, but I will kind of remind you what you can upsell. And then you can automate the report using GoHighLevel reporting dashboard, which takes 5 minutes to review and send per client, which is literally, very easy, but it does the job of, reducing your MRR, or not reducing your MRR. What am I talking about? Reducing your churn, okay? Increasing your MRR. So here's your MRR growth trajectory. So month 1, 297, right? Month 2, it's slowly, gradually moving on. And as you can see, at month 3, you're already covering the GoHighLevel cost. At month 5, you're pretty much 2K plus a month in profit. And then at month 12, you are pretty much full-time income. You have full-time income. But there is one but. Some people will get here through 12 months. Some people will get to 5K in 3 months. Some people in 5 months. So again, this is not typical for everyone. However, this is kind of the trajectory based on $297 a month average per client. Again, upsells are not included and real numbers might be higher or lower depending on where you're at in your journey, okay? So don't take this, take this graph as a grain of salt, because again, it will depend on you, on your action, and on your plan. Now, when and how to hire your first VA, this is very important. You will need to hire VA at some point. Now, when you have around 8+ clients and delivery is taking more than 6 hours per week, it's time to hire your first VA, okay? At $297 a month times 8 clients, that's around $2,300 MRR. And you can afford a VA at like $5 to $8 an hour for 10 hours a week. And this will save you a lot of time, okay? So what your VA does is, you have chatbot training updates when client adds new services, sending monthly performance reports to clients, managing review responses from the GoHighLevel dashboard, basic website edit requests like text, image changes. So these are all like low ROI activities, low return on investment activities, and onboarding new clients using your documented SOP, which again saves you a lot of time, a shit ton of time. Client follow-up messages and check-in calls. And then obviously, what you can focus on while your VA is working on that, you can focus on sales, running demos, closing new clients, strategy, upsells, account growth conversations, hiring, training new VAs as you scale, content, organic content to attract inbound leads. And then also finances like pricing, MRR targets, profit and loss tracking, and then product as well to stay ahead of GoHighLevel features and AI trends. Again, if you're in our community, if you sign up with our 30-day free trial, you would be able to learn how to hire a VA. Plus, you would be able to learn those GoHighLevel changes that are happening. We are going to be updating you every single week on those changes, okay? So where you can find VAs, again, onlinejobs.ph, incredible platform for Philippines only work. And this is really great because most of our experience with people that we hire from Philippines is really great. They know English, they're loyal to you, and you can also kind of negotiate good price with them. And we always like to pay our Filipino VAs the best we can in terms of the possibility for them to earn more, right? This is always something that we want. So if they're doing great job, always give them bonuses and they will stay loyal to you, okay? So again, this is not just hiring someone from third world country and, treating them like trash. We don't want to do that. We want to treat them like real people, and we want to we want to make them feel like they're a part of the company, because that, again, is a healthy company culture, which will help you long term, okay? Later, you can obviously go to Upwork or referrals from other agency owners. You can always go that and you can use that, to your advantage to hire your VAs. Again, not a single platform will be good if you haven't tried it. So make sure to try one platform. If that one platform is good for you, keep hiring on that one platform. Again, I would definitely try Philippines, like onlinejobs.ph or Upwork. But again, it really depends on, what you want to do. So again, lesson 2 here in this module, this is, again, as I said, the last module in the course, is picking your one power upsell. So you don't have to try to sell everything as an upsell. I know in this course, I've pretty much presented like a lot of upsells, but you don't have to literally just pick multiple upsells. You can pick one. So pick one upsell that doubles your revenue per client. So here is 5 power upsells. You can pick one to master or pick one that is easiest to you. So for me personally, I think the easiest one right here can be social media management, because it's such a commodity service that, anyone can go and anyone can sell it. But again, master one before adding another. So you can do the paid ads management. Usually here, this is a very high to master. So in terms of mastering it, it's very high complexity. So, best upsell if you like data and can handle client expectations on ad performance, which sometimes, clients can expect, millions of dollars, and, that's just not how it works. So that's high expectation when it comes to clients. Then we have local SEO management, which is around, again, $297 to $797 a month. This is best upsell if you want a predictable MRR with low monthly effort. after initial setup, okay? Still a very medium service to deliver, but with AI tools, you can kind of go and you can use that. So for example, we covered auto SEO in one of our modules in this course, so you can use that. Then AI voice agent is pretty low, so in terms of complexity, because you can set it up in GoHighLevel. Best upsell if you want something fast to deploy with minimal extra work per client. Obviously, social media management, which I already kind of covered. Best upsell if you enjoy content, want to build strong long-term client relationships. Here you can use third-party AI tools like Claude or Manus to kind of go and automate this for yourself. Then we have email marketing and automation. So this is best upsell if you already love GoHighLevel workflows and want to deepen automation per account. This is low to medium, but again, since everything is done in GoHighLevel, it's pretty low effort, I would say. So yeah, these are again, 5 of these that you can use. Again, depth beats breadth every time. So make sure that, you're again using something that you can master, but again, something that is valuable to the business. So recommended upsell, this is local ads management. So why ads? Again, your smart website already captures leads. So essentially, it would naturally be good to move on the ads because ads just fill the funnel faster. So you already have the landing page, the chatbot, the CRM, the ads, or the CRM, and then the ads are the accelerator that makes everything else work harder. So you already have the website, and then you want to send traffic to that website. So again, what you can deliver here is Facebook, Instagram ads that target local radius. You can find people on Upwork that can run this for you, and then as you learn, you can hire someone or you can do it yourself. Google search ads for high intent keywords are usually the best for local businesses. So if I want to choose one, Google ads are the best for local businesses. Monthly ad creative plus copy, which is AI assisted, you can do that. Weekly performance reports via GoHighLevel dashboard because GoHighLevel naturally has integration with Google ads and Facebook ads, and you can see all the granular statistics inside of GoHighLevel. Then how to price it. So obviously management fee, again, can be anywhere from 500 to 1.5K. Here, as you can see, I already mentioned that. So client pays for their own ad spend separately. Minimum 3-month contract is recommended. Again, to even see some results, okay, make sure to mention this to the clients, and then charge a $500 setup fee for campaign build. And then the math per client is quite, simple. Your management fee can be, around $1,000. Time cost is 3 to 5 hours per month once running. And then net profit can be anywhere from, $800 to $900 per month per ads client. And then 5 ads client, it's around $5,000 extra on top of MRR, which again, it definitely adds up, and you can be at, $20K a month plus with these upsells, so it can be really fast. And then how you can learn it fast, you can use Meta Blueprint, which is free for Facebook ad basics. You can run your own ad for your agency first, and then kind of test this out. And then you can manage clients' ad spend inside their own Meta account, or you can use AI to generate ad copy and audience targeting ideas. And overall, there's a lot of tutorials on the internet on how to run ads. I will go and I will make sure that in our community, we have someone to help you with ads. This is definitely something that would be really beneficial, okay? And then here's combined income, smart website plus 1 upsell. So let's say you have 5 clients, your smart website is around 1.4K per month with 5 clients. And, ads management is around $3,000. So that's around $5,000 a month right there. If you have 10 clients, that's around $8,000 to $9,000 a month. And then if you have 20 clients, as I said, it's around nearing the 20K a month mark, which again, it's something that is definitely worth it at the end of the day. So one thing here is only 50% of clients need to take the upsell for these numbers to work. Again, price shown here is conservative. So again, this can be, higher or lower depending on, how many clients you have and how many of those clients will want to have your upsell. So yeah, and then here's your 12-month game plan. So again, month 1 to 3 is foundation, first clients. You sign up for our, GoHighLevel free trial below. With our link, you build your first niche demo site. You send, obviously cold outreach messages, close first 3 to 5 clients, and then document your onboarding SOP. From there, you obviously reach the momentum, with 8 to 10 clients, active clients. You introduce your first upsell to existing clients. And then you hire the first VA, launch organic content, start monthly reporting to all clients. This is in the second Q2. Like, this is just with pillars, or not pillars, but these are just like within the year. Like, I don't know what Q exactly means, but it's like I don't know how to say it on English, but you will know what Q1 is. I know what Q1 is, Q2, but this is pretty much it. So, and then Q3, scale and specialize, reach 15 to 20 clients total, 50% of clients on upsell service, VA fully trained on delivery, paid ads running for your own agency. By the way, in 5 to 8K a month, you don't have to literally run paid ads. This is just a suggestion. You can run ads after you reach around 15 to 20K. So, and then you have agency mode, which you can kind of read off the screen what it is. I don't want to bore you with, too much of this type of things. And then the rules of scaling are very simple. This is what actually matters, okay? So rule one thing at a time. I know most people will watch this video and they'll, go try a bunch of different things. Don't do that. Try one thing. Most agencies fail because they try to do everything at once, which again, fails miserably, okay? Rule 2 is MRR is the only metric that matters. Again, MRR is everything, okay? Don't count revenue, count MRR. A one-off $3,000 setup fee feels great, but doesn't pay your bills next month. So make sure you have monthly recurring revenue coming in. Step 3, or rule 3, is systems before scale. So every time you sign a new client, ask, could a VA potentially do this, okay? If yes, document it. Build the SOP before you need it, and then agencies that scale fast are the ones that have already built the manual, okay? Rule number 4, retention is free revenue. So one churn client costs you the equivalent of 3 new ones to replace. So send monthly reports. And again, MRR is the first most important thing. Second most important thing is retention, because if you don't have retention, the churn will happen and MRR will suffer, okay? So rule 5, niche down to scale up. So the agency that does AI websites for plumbers in Los Angeles will always outturn one that does websites for all businesses. So specialize in one niche. At the start, you can do a lot of different niches, but then specialize with one niche. And then rule 6 is model what already works. Don't reinvent the wheel. Don't be that guy. Find an agency owner 6-12 months ahead of you and copy their exact model. And you can find a lot of agency owners in our community if you sign up with our 30-day free trial. If you're new to community, you will see that it's a fresh community. It's a new community, so we're still building it up. But again, speed of implementation wins. So that's pretty much it. We are at the end of this particular course. I don't know how long this is going to be, but I would like to thank you for sticking around. Now, the only thing that is left is execution, okay? So sign up for GoHighLevel. You have 30-day free trial below, plus bonuses in the description. Build your first niche demo site this week, not the next month. Send 10 cold outreach messages before you go to sleep tonight. Close client number 1 and then repeat one client at a time, and then come back to this course. Module 1 hits different after client 3, okay? So module 1 will hit different after you have some clients. So again, all the bonuses are linked in the description. I think this is by far the most valuable course I ever did on the internet. And honestly, I think it's also the most valuable one inside GoHighLevel space. So if you have any questions, comment down below, and also comment what you like and what you dislike about this course, because I want to obviously improve as time is moving on. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy your day and keep crushing it. We'll see you in our community.